This story begins in the picturesque capital city of Arzia. One guy feels inspired that it finally happened to him. He stands in front of the entrance to the majestic building and understands that this is the beginning of his career. It is impossible to convey his emotions at the upcoming start of a new life, which he so longed for. The Academy of Amanas is a comprehensive educational institution founded by the emperor himself. Given its size, the faculty and curriculum must be excellent. This is a historical place that many children of nobles want to visit. And our hero, the second son of a provincial aristocrat, will become a teacher here. While the man dreams of helping his family, someone's voice calls him from behind. At this moment, the entrance to the academy is filled with people bringing in and taking out furniture. One of the men approaches our hero and demands that he also start working. No matter how he tried to explain that he was a teacher here, no one listened to him anymore. Our hero was given a huge stack of boxes and sent to carry them to the right place. After this, the future teacher decides to find out whether the academy is really being rebuilt. But as it turned out, the head of the academy invested all the money in investments. And now, the academy is bankrupt. The man got a job and didn't even find out the latest news. So this is the first time he hears about the academy closing. At this moment, our hero notices something that seems even more inexplicable to him. Somehow, a beggar appeared near the academy. At the same time, no one even pays any attention to him. Our hero decides that this is one of the workers and is going to hand over his cargo to him. At this moment, the beggar notices a lot of books in the box. He starts yelling at our hero and tells him that it belongs to him. It turns out that this drunkard is a teacher who worked at the academy. He calls the boy a book thief and demands that he be caught. As the chase begins for our hero, he tries to explain that he didn't steal anything. The man who gave him the box accuses him of poor work and theft, and the drunkard continues to demand that the thief return the books to him. Our hero can't take it anymore and shouts at the top of his lungs that he came here to work as a teacher. Eventually, the misunderstanding was resolved, and it turned out that the guy should have received notification through the warp gate, but they weren't in his village, and it took a whole month to get to the academy. The man, who looked like a drunkard, asks not to worry, as the academy is not quite over yet. He takes our hero to the teacher's room, which is littered with empty bottles. The guy goes inside and covers his nose from the terrible stench. He says that he understands the teacher's condition, but the appearance of the office is terrible. However, the man doesn't see any problems and invites his new acquaintance to have a drink with him. At this moment, our hero realizes that talking in this situation is useless. He snatches a glass bottle from the teacher's hands and hits him on the head. After this, the guy leaves the office and walks away from this place. Our hero is from the Viscount Drake family, which lives deep in the province. Even though they had an estate, the family still lived in poverty, and their territory consisted of one village. An acquaintance pushed him into the position of teacher at the academy and signed him a 3-year contract. The very existence of the Drake family and a huge fine in the event of a breach of contract depended on the guy's actions. It would seem that this is the end, but there are still 2 teachers and 2 students left in the academy. If it comes down to it, he should at least win over these students. Perhaps they will turn out to be from a noble family, and he will be able to establish new connections. Unfortunately, neither of the 2 students was suitable for the hero's purposes. The first disciple has nowhere to go, as his village has burned down, and the second disciple's country has been captured and destroyed. Now the man understands that everything depends only on him. He suggests that Chloe and Boris go through this together, as they all have nowhere else to go. The children hug our hero, as he is the first one who gave them any hope. At this moment, the teacher again notices something strange in front of him. He sees a caterpillar on his desk and assumes it is someone's pet, but the children explain that it is their fencing teacher who is simply sleeping. Suddenly, he wakes up and tells the new boy that the headmistress is waiting for him, and the teacher is ready to let the children out of class if they have already finished their self-study. Our hero doesn't understand what kind of director would hire such a lazy person. This is precisely the question that can be asked to the headmistress to whom the teacher is being referred. After this, a young girl named Anariel meets him in his office. The teacher calls himself Amon and says that he only started working today. After this, our hero notices a magazine in the Elvish language in her hands. Anariel decides to ask which of the 2 words sounds better. Amon offers to choose a steel snail, and the headmistress bets 10 gold coins on it. Our hero is shocked that the girl is betting on horse racing, but she explains that a noble elf would not participate in such barbarity. The girl then adds that she bets on snail racing. In the modern world, it is a sensational sport among elves. Giant snails compete to see who will reach the world tree first. Since there was a new race coming up soon, Anariel was thinking about who she should invest in. After this, Amon recalls the words about the headmistress investing all the money in investments and going broke. It turns out that Anariel makes bets using money from the budget. She promises to pay him back when she wins. but our hero snatches the magazine from her hands. Aman is extremely angry at how carelessly the head of the academy behaved. How can she gamble away money from the budget and call herself a headmistress? The girl tries to snatch her magazine and promises that after winning this bet, they will multiply the money several times. But Eamon is confident that the chances of such a victory are negligible. And why does the headmistress care about snails at all, and not the future of the academy? After this, the magazine is torn, and our hero is informed that he will not allow the money from the budget to be spent. Anariel explains that she really needs to win in order to invest in the orchard and dragon bananas. Dragon bananas are considered the best crop in the empire. They grow in 3 years and bear fruit after another 12 years. By human standards, the lifespan of elves is 1,000 years, and 15 of those is very little. Therefore, Anariel sincerely believes that this is an excellent decision to increase the academy's budget tenfold. Aman can barely contain his emotions and calls the leader a copper-browed elf. His cry is so loud that all the crows around the building fly away. Now the guy intends to leave this shitty academy at any cost. After some time, our hero returns to the headmistress's office. Anariel is still sulking and asks what other business the guy has with the copper-headed elf. Aman explains that he was thinking about the investment the headmistress made. It seems that she did all this solely for the sake of the future of the academy. At first, the man did not realize this, and therefore offers his sincere apologies. At the same time, he himself became interested in snail racing, and it is a kind of art. Anariel liked the teacher's attitude, and she invites him to watch the races together. The elves living in the village with the world tree are known for their divine beauty, but in reality, it looks more like someone's beautiful invention. After all, these are not elves, but some kind of crazy animals that vigorously scream at snails while running. While the headmistress is caught up in the process, Aman decides to ask her a question. He wonders if the races have already started since everyone is so serious. Anariel replies that, of course, the race is already in full swing, although, in fact, the snails haven't even moved. But the girl explains that from the elves' point of view, Hannah has just moved. She is upset because her snail has already been overtaken by another one. However, from a human point of view, it is still unclear who overtook whom. Meanwhile, the elves continue to cheer for their snails with loud shouts and cries. From the outside, this spectacle seems strange, as all the participants seem to be standing still. Aman can only think about how much he wishes he were home right now. The presenter says that in such a situation, it is impossible to predict the winner, and all participants are good. Our hero has never encountered a more comical situation, and he can only wait for it to end. Meanwhile, everyone is keeping an eye on the snail Hana, who is no longer showing such stunning results. Aman was already so tired that he had no strength left to watch all this. A few hours ago, Anariel showed him the snail that won last time. She still clearly remembers how energetically she climbed the world tree. But then the headmistress bet on a different snail, and now they have the opportunity to evaluate the chances of the other participants. Aman doesn't understand anything about this, and the head of the academy tries to explain his choice. She feels that Hana is not so good, and that she is also the weakest. Therefore, it is worth betting on her, since she is already in despair. She doesn't achieve results only because she receives ridicule and rough estimates. Aman understands that with the trust of those around her, the snail can become a proud winner. The headmistress was amazed at how accurately the teacher understood her idea. So our hero and Anariel find themselves at the races, where the man is disturbed by someone's crying. At this point, the elves clutch their heads because of their loss. Aman realizes that the race is already over, and sees how upset the headmistress is. Considering her bitter sobs, the fate of the academy is already sealed. If the educational institution goes bankrupt, Aman will be able to return home without fines. Our hero asks Anariel to calm down and suggests returning to the academy. Suddenly, the presenter announces that the winner of the race is the snail Hana. At this moment, Anariel begins to laugh wildly with tears in her eyes. This is incredible for the presenter, as only one person placed a bet on this snail. Hannah is very happy, and the winners are asked to come to the world tree. Aman meets a snail who wants to thank those who believed in her. She asks for a handshake, and our hero extends his palm. After this, the contented snail hugs the guy and covers him with its slime. Anariel stands next to the teacher, and the photographer captures this moment. And Eamon still can't believe that his plan to escape from the academy failed miserably. The headmistress explains that the handshake and hug with the participant is a historical award. But our hero is now more interested in where Anariel plans to spend the 5,000 gold pieces. The girl says that she wants to cover all debts and return the academy to its former glory. Since there is no imperial support to be expected, they will have to find money and teachers themselves. Thus, Anariel makes it clear that she wants to invest again, and Amon again calls her Copperhead. Of course, it won't be possible to restore the academy using conventional methods, but investments must be reasonable. After this, the headmistress and the teacher go to the Golden Road Trading Company. Anariel shows our hero the construction project for the Temple of Blayton and asks his opinion. Amon explains that this is not quite what suits them at the moment. Construction will take place on a newly developed site where there is no infrastructure. After this, our hero decides to take a break and approaches the man behind the counter. He says that he wants to invest 2 gold coins into the construction of Blayton's temple. Although the profit may not be immediate, it is still a profitable investment in the future, as the god of war Blayton has many followers. After his investment, Amon returns to the headmistress, beaming. He explains that he has simply been patient for too long, and Anariel suggests that he look at another option. The teacher leafs through the brochure, and in his head is already making a plan on how to completely ruin the academy. He comes across a project to grow royal mango. Anariel is surprised by the guy's choice, since he recently criticized her plan to invest in a dragon banana farm. Amon closes the brochure and asks the headmistress to think carefully. After all, it's unlikely that the Empire will support an unprofitable academy, and the royal mango will start generating profit in just 7 years. However, the headmistress notes that such a period is not at all short by human standards. Amon agrees with the girl, but she doesn't know that he plans to quickly finish off the academy and leave. Therefore, he simply states that he is ready to endure this time under pressure from the imperial family. So this investment is exclusively for the headmistress of the academy. Anariel is so touched by her teacher's actions that she can hardly hold back her tears. The girl suggests investing almost all the money in mangoes and leaving only 100 gold pieces for expenses. Amon is delighted that the headmistress has decided to spend all the money again. After some time, the farm owner is told about a generous investor. He clutches a ripe royal mango in his hands and can't believe his ears. The owner is very happy that heaven helped them find such a generous investor. The next morning, our hero approaches the gates of the academy with a surprised face. Near the entrance, he finds letters and a large mailbox. One of them is addressed to Amon from the temple construction project, and the other from the farm owner. At this time, early in the morning, another teacher had already bought himself a drink. On the way to the academy, he suddenly stops and cannot go further. The man was very surprised to see a black dog sprawled out right in front of him. He takes out some trash and scraps from his pocket and throws them to the animal. At this moment, everything that the teacher wanted to feed the dog falls on our hero's face. Amon begins to squint at the foul smell that reaches his nose. Meanwhile, the drunk teacher is happy that he has done a good deed, but he didn't even realize that he had confused a sleeping dog with an unconscious person. Luckily, the headmistress is nearby and finds the teacher in this state. She sees spoiled seafood next to him and smells a terrible smell. The girl is very surprised by this situation and decides that Amon is very hungry. A few minutes ago, our hero opened those very letters and read what the owner of the Royal Mango Farm wrote. They report that they have found a method of growing the fruit in just 1 year, and have sent out fresh mango samples for testing. Amon can't believe that the most unprofitable investment could have worked out like this. At the same time, the construction of the temple was canceled due to a heretical revolt, and the teacher's contribution was completely burned. This news was a real blow for our hero. He lost his precious 2 gold coins, which were the last thing he had left. After fainting, Anariel brings the teacher back to his senses and makes him an elven-style mango smoothie. The headmistress thought that the man was hungry, and that was why he felt ill. She asks the teacher to just try this drink, and he agrees. Amon takes a few sips and can't believe how delicious it is. With such amazing mangoes, there's no way a mango-growing business can go bankrupt. As a bonus, the headmistress gives Amon 1 gold coin since it was his idea to invest in the farm. She would like to give the man more, but she cannot freely use the academy's budget. Amon understands that the headmistress now has a source of income, and that it won't be so easy to force her into bankruptcy. In that case, it will be possible to try to save the academy, although with such a teaching staff it will not be easy. After some time, our hero decides to celebrate the failure of his plan in a bar. He puts the mug down on the table so loudly that the owner reprimands him. Amon explains that he got the job, but his boss and colleagues are just crazy. At this moment, another teacher comes into the bar, who is happy to meet the newcomer. Our hero hopes that he didn't hear his words about the teaching staff. The men sit down next to each other, and Amon decides to introduce himself to his colleague. They shake hands, and our hero squeezes the magic instructor's hand so hard that he cries out in pain. Marion doesn't understand why the guy tried to crush his hand, and Amon realizes that the name of the magic instructor sounds familiar. After this, the man asks why the newcomer is sighing so heavily. Our hero explains that the future of the academy is rather bleak, and this makes him uneasy. But Marion is confident that as long as there are students, the Academy's future will not be bleak. Aman is surprised that he speaks so confidently despite his drunken appearance. However, our hero is confident that managing an educational institution without the support of the Empire is not an easy task. At this time, the bartender demands that the waitress take down the advertisement for the Imperial competition for young sailors. After all, the Academy has fallen into disrepair, and there is no point in hanging this in his establishment. Aman comes up with the idea that winning the competition will help him gain approval from the Imperial family. He jumps up and asks the bartender to give him the poster. After this, the working day ends and all staff get ready to go home. One of the waiters approaches the boss and tells him about a crack on the table near the counter. It is unclear who could break such a strong tabletop. There is very little time left before the young sailors competition, so our hero decided to observe other teachers' classes. The first lesson was fencing, and the professor, as always, was sleeping in his cocoon. Aman decides to meet the teacher, and the name Len Fid seems familiar to him. The head of their family is a great master of fencing, as are his direct descendants, so Len must be quite skilled. But why is she like this? Aman decides to wake the girl up and reminds her that she has a class now. But Len doesn't understand why she should work if the academy is in decline. Our hero decides to use a compelling argument and reminds the teacher about his salary. Laziness opens his mouth in surprise when he sees a bag of money in front of him. Aman hands the gold coins to the girl and tells her that this is her weekly salary. As it turns out, Len is surprisingly good at teaching children. However, our hero does not understand why she always carries a sleeping bag with her. At the same time, our hero still doesn't have a subject that he will teach. He likes history the most, as he has been reading history books since childhood. Lenya assesses the guy and realizes that he has an average build and should have some strength. Since he had never done fencing before, why not take advantage of this opportunity? Len decides to teach him a couple of tricks and push his subject onto him. However, Aman does not understand why the girl begins the lesson with a sleeping bag in her hand. It turns out that the instructor doesn't even plan to exert himself and expects to easily defeat his opponent. After this, our hero, with a sharp and dexterous movement, pounces on Len. The girl manages to dodge and is completely perplexed. She doesn't understand why this guy is so agile and fast. Laziness doesn't even feel any mana from him, but the man fights like a true professional. The professor decides not to panic, since her opponent is a newbie anyway. This time, she decides to throw her bag on the ground and engage in a real fight. However, she barely manages to dodge the man's counterattack. Suddenly, Len steps on his bag and trips over it. The girl falls to the ground and loses her advantage over Aman. She tries to stop the guy and asks him not to attack her. However, our hero has already picked up speed and is flying at full speed towards his opponent. At some point, Amon's training sword stops right in front of the girl's nose. After this, he reminds her that the sleeping bag should have been put away after all. Lenya is outraged by her loss and did not plan to use mana against the civilian, but given the situation, we'll have to fight dirty now. After Sloth uses the sword's aura, our hero reports that he has never seen anything like it before. The girl is very surprised by this and asks where the teacher came from. Aman reveals that he hails from the Drake Estate in the Armagh Mountains. Len is even more surprised when he learns that the man came from the very edge of the continent. It turns out that in that place, monsters are constantly breaking down the fence in the potato field. Therefore, the inhabitants of the estate often have to kill ogres and trolls. The men don't use aura, but simply chop down the monsters with an axe. Laziness can't believe that this simple guy can kill a monster so easily. Aman thinks he said something wrong because the girl is looking at him intently. After this, she turns away and says that she will not teach him fencing. The girl continues her lesson with the students, and our hero does not understand what is happening at all. The second lesson at the academy was the theory of magic, taught by a drunken teacher. Observing the teacher, our hero comes to the conclusion that he is good at his subject. The man enthusiastically explains the topic of the lesson and even praises his students. He even decides not to explain it in words, but to show the magic in action. At this moment, Marion launches a magic circle with pentagrams inscribed in it. Our hero immediately remembers seeing the man's name in the newspaper. Marion Ramdam was a man from a famous magic tower. During the final battle, he single-handedly destroyed a squad of enemy knights. It turns out that this is the man who is considered a war hero, and the face is very similar to the one in the photograph in that newspaper. That's why he teaches his subjects so well, even when drunk. Aman would have been pleased with his success if it weren't for the man's alcoholism. And then a brilliant thought pierced our hero's head. If Marion can teach so well when drunk, then how great he is when sober. Aman decides to take the teacher aside to ask him a question. Marion tenses a little as he gets to the best part of his lesson. Then our hero decides not to stand on ceremony and forcefully drags the teacher by the collar. Aman explains that he does this to preserve the teacher's dignity. Before this, our hero asks the students to take advantage of the break and write down the material from the board. but it becomes difficult for children to concentrate when there is noise outside the door. They hear the magic instructor asking them not to hit him in the stomach and to respect their elders. At this moment, children experience great fear and do not understand what else to expect from teachers. After this, Marion returns to class and clutches her sore stomach. He had never heard in his life that such a barbaric method was needed to sober up. Aman apologizes and explains that everyone in his village does this. But as it turned out, this was a rather effective method, and the man completely sobered up. Now our hero is ready to watch the lesson with even greater interest. However, Marion begins to get confused in her words and forgets the topic of the lesson. Even children's questions do not help him grasp the essence of his subject. Aman is surprised that sobriety has had the opposite effect. It turns out that Marion can only teach properly when he's drunk. After this, the man asks the children to wait a couple of minutes and drink several bottles of alcohol. Aman is shocked that the teacher is drinking right in front of his students. But after this, the man again returns to his ideal knowledge of the subject. The children are once again listening to the man with rapt attention and hanging on his every word. Aman changes his attitude towards Marion's alcoholism because it helps him teach properly. After the end of the class, the magic instructor surrounds himself with bottles again. Our hero wants to ask him for something, and the man is afraid that he will want to beat him again. However, Aman only decides to find out if this is the same Marion Ramdam who fought in the war. The man is very happy to be recognized, and our hero has a question about the lecture. He is interested in the circle of mana amplification and the decrease in its effectiveness as it flows along the top of that circle. Aman believes that forcing the ends to form a square will simplify the system. Marion is surprised by such knowledge and even decides that the newcomer has clearly been involved in magic before. It turns out that our hero's father was a magician, and our hero's discovery is worthy of a reward. Was it really that easy for him to find the error just by studying the theory? After this, the magic instructor abruptly gets up from his seat and leaves the office. Aman is left alone and does not understand what happened. It seems like he didn't do anything wrong. But then why did Marion react that way? Our hero comes to the conclusion that the teachers are very good, but they lack special training. He finds it unpleasant to admit that the students' abilities are many times lower than those of their teachers. At this rate, it will be a miracle that they will even receive a participation reward. But there is some good news. The Academy's cafeteria turned out to be damn good. And here, Eamon can afford the food he only ate on his birthday. After this, he sees two teachers in front of him and decides to sit next to them. Aman would like to smooth over the feeling of awkwardness, but the teachers simply turn away from him. At this time, the instructors discuss the abilities of the newcomer. Teachers acknowledge that his abilities are at a high level. If he takes up the training properly, their jobs will be at risk. At this point, the Aemon Anti-Education Union was formed to prevent the boy from being taught anything. Meanwhile, our hero went to another free table. He decided to join the students who had not yet declared a boycott against him, unlike his colleagues. Aman informs the boys that there will soon be an imperial tournament among young men. The teacher asks if the children would like to take part in it. After all, this will be a good experience that will serve them throughout their lives. But Boris refuses to take part, as he is not the equal of the aristocrats. The boy is sure that such a commoner has no right to participate in the imperial family's competitions. Aman tries to reason with his student and explains that many aristocrats were originally commoners. But at this moment, the teacher realizes that he has made a mistake. Who would have thought that the most intelligent student would be so insecure? Therefore, our hero decides to support the boy and takes him by the hand. He explains that as a child, he was nicknamed a cowardly weakling. The teacher decided to lie, because in fact he was nicknamed the Fist of Fire. Thus, our hero decides to show that even from an ordinary weakling, he was able to become a teacher. But given the current state of the academy, even stray dogs could become teachers. After this, Aman explains that if the boy participates in competitions and works hard, he too will become an aristocrat. While nobles only eat tasty food, Aemon, even with his aristocratic status, did not have this. It seems that our hero's persuasion worked, and the boy began to think seriously. After this, he confidently tells the teacher that he wants to become an aristocrat. Aman is very happy and offers to hold a special lesson at noon when there are no classes. Then our hero decides to find out what Chloe thinks about this. However, after the teacher's question, he still received no answer. Boris explains that the girl is afraid to communicate and therefore remains silent. But there will be thousands of spectators at the competition, and something needs to be done about that. The most important thing is that the girl really wants to overcome her fear. Aman is pleased that the children will be a stepping stone to his success. In this case, he suggests meeting after lunch in the gym. At that time, neither Boris nor Chloe even suspected what path they had chosen for themselves. After all, Behind the teacher's good nature lies his insidious plan, in which the students must be used. After lunch, Eamon, as promised, begins his special training. It immediately becomes clear that physical activity is difficult for children. Len and Marion watch cautiously as the boys run their 89th lap. The children were completely exhausted. But our hero didn't even lose his breath. Amon suggests taking a short break and moving on to studying the theory of magic. After some time, the teacher finishes the topic about proving the existence of magic. Our hero wonders if the students understood his lecture, but they found it extremely difficult. Amon is trying to figure out what's so difficult about this if it's the basics of magic theory. Marion overheard the entire lecture and doesn't understand how anyone can teach children like that. After this, our hero suggests clearing his head on the treadmill and then trying again. With legs shaking from fatigue, the boys head back to the training ground. Amon doesn't give the children any rest and asks them to speed up. But the children's bodies don't obey at all. As expected, after a short time, the guys finally give up. At this moment, someone's strong hand touches our hero's shoulder. Marion tries to understand what the new teacher is up to and why he is pushing the children so hard. Amon is unhappy that his colleagues showed up at class and are disrupting his lesson. He explains that he helps students with physical training and they need to run 100 laps. At the same time, Eamon also took a lesson in theoretical magic. It looks like today some of the foundations will be laid for the teacher himself. After all, even adults find it difficult to endure such Spartan training. At this point, Amon announces that he wants to continue the lesson and that his colleagues can go. However, the teachers are not going to leave and attack our hero. Amon doesn't even have time to react to such a surprise. The teacher's lesson turns out to be so stunning that even the birds fly away. But this approach turned out to be effective, and 100 circles turned into 50. Amon tries to explain that he has been running in the Arma Mountains since childhood, but Len is sure that he shouldn't judge others by himself, and he should also relearn the basics of magic. Colleagues explain that the academy brings together a variety of students with varying levels of preparation. Therefore, one should not consider the usual methods to be the only correct ones. Amon must understand what society considers normal and what it adheres to. Marion is very pleased with his monologue, but our hero considers it drunken delirium. However, no matter how much he doesn't want to admit it, he is still right in some ways. After this, the colleagues agreed that Marion would teach magic, and Eamon would test knowledge. Len will teach fencing, and our hero will train children's endurance. Teachers were forced to admit that running to exhaustion and then teaching fencing was the ideal strategy. Previously, all the students were children of aristocrats whose parents complained that running was an unworthy activity. But Amon would have treated even such children in the same way, since he doesn't even spare teachers and has given them a hard time. And it looks like he's just teasing the kids with his training. After such training, our hero suggests starting real sparring. During the fight, the children even used their teeth, and both students became excellent beasts. The next step was a visit to the Amur guard post. As always, drunk Marion approaches the guard and calls him Señor Tomidor. He then explains that he is here regarding the training of the academy's students. With a dissatisfied look on his face, the guard nevertheless allows the visitors to enter. After this, they all find themselves in a huge training arena that belonged to the Fid family. Instructor and Amur guard Pitt greets visitors. Today's lesson will show children a real sparring match with a proud city guard. Boris decides to go first, and our hero praises him for his fighting spirit. Amon asks the guard to be careful, and Pitt promises to restrain himself. However, our hero meant what the guard could get from the child. At this moment, Boris pounces on Pitt with an attack, and he barely manages to parry the blow. After this, the boy successfully lands on the ground and looks at his opponent with a concentrated gaze. Amon is very pleased to see Boris's success, and in his thoughts, he praises him very much. The child's legs sped up after he ran dozens of laps around the stadium. This is the tactic of the Fit House, which Len taught even without secret techniques. Pitt realizes that the boy is much more agile than he thought. Then the guard waits for a moment and notices that the boy has finally opened up. However, this was just a feint that the enemy fell for. Pitt doesn't understand where this kid gets so much agility and endurance. It becomes difficult for him to resist a simple child in their sparring. Finally, Boris finds the right moment and attacks the guard. The sword hits the man right on the head, and he asks not to leave him even more bald. After this, Pitt still loses a significant portion of his hair and gives in. Boris can't believe he defeated a grown soldier. Amon is pleased with the young boy's excellent training and victory. Then our hero puts Chloe on the field and explains that it is her turn now. The shy girl takes the training sword and reluctantly steps forward. Due to intense fear, the girl feels very insecure. It seems to her that hundreds of eyes are looking at her now, and it is difficult for her to move. What happens next in the end is something no one expected to see. Chloe falls to the ground and covers her head with her shaking hands. Tears appear in the girl's eyes because she knew that everything would turn out this way. Too many people are looking at her and she can't do anything. At this moment, Aman approaches the girl and asks if everything is okay with her. He asks Chloe to relax and explains that these people will just look once and move on. It would be better to think of strangers as something she can easily handle. For example, you can imagine that these are not people but sacks of potatoes. Aman's method works, and now the girl feels more confident. All this time, she imagines that the audience is some kind of object. She says it over and over again in her head, and the fear disappears completely. Another guard starts teasing the girl and waits for her to hit. The timid Chloe easily attacks the soldier, who manages to repel the attack. Marion is impressed by the girl's technique, and Eamon calls himself a talented teacher. At this time, the girl, with excitement in her eyes, continues to attack the enemy. The soldier still teases her and says that he is not afraid at all. However, Chloe waits for the right moment and attacks the guard from the side. The man did not expect such speed and swift blow. At that moment, the girl attacks him in the right hand with great force. The blow is so powerful that it hits him right down to the bones. Chloe continues to hit one spot and the guard's sword falls out of his hands. After this, it is loudly announced that the student has defeated her opponent. All the teachers praise their students with great enthusiasm. From then on, the children began to train daily with the guards. Aman continued to develop the boys' endurance through running. The students' success was immediately visible in every sparring session with the soldiers. Having become self-confident, the boys significantly improved their skills. And before they knew it, there was only one day left until the competition. For their hard work, Eamon offers the children something tasty to eat. However, this tasty treat turns out to be an arena where only the winners enjoy the delicacies. Meanwhile, grown and strong men fight in a closed cage. Boris promises to tell everything to Lenny's teacher, since Amon brought them to such a seedy place. However, our hero explains that Len herself agreed with the proposal to take them there. Aman is going to bet on new participants and explains to the children that here they fight with bare hands. Hitting pain points, biting, and poking eyes are allowed here. Moreover, children need to learn not only fencing, but also fighting without a sword. Aman tells Boris not to worry and just do what he was taught. The child cannot believe that learning can consist of this. After registration closes, teachers decide to take their seats. One of the men notices the academy students and realizes that they don't belong here. And the competition between Eggcracker and Boris should already begin. The boy is very confused and does not know what to do in this fight. His opponent looks very strong, and it seems that he cannot be defeated. He promises to fight seriously even with such a small child and will not spare him. Just recently, Aman said that children are poorly trained to control a blade and mana. That's why he showed them a special technique in which the main thing is to hit the enemy's pain points. After this, Eggcracker's testicles are attacked by Boris. No one expected that the enemy's name would actually live up to its promise. The boy is declared the winner, and Eamon advises Chloe to do the same. Our hero has already managed to place 2 gold coins on the student for victory. Meanwhile, one of the men clutches his glass in anger because these students are ruining his business. He demands to call Dexon for the next fight instead of the random Jack. However, Dexon took the day off that very day and would not be able to come. At the same time, teachers are shocked by what is happening in the fighting arena. They had no idea that Chloe could be so talented. Her opponent wants to teach the girl a lesson and attacks the student. At that moment, Chloe performs a stunning somersault and flies right over her opponent's head. Marion is impressed that the student fights not only with a blade, but also with her bare hands. Without using a sword, the strike becomes a spinning one, and with a ball, it becomes a cutting one. Even though Eamon knows all these subtleties, Lenny still didn't agree to teach him. At the end of the battle, our hero receives his reward and praises his students. He suggests celebrating the victory and promises to treat the children to some goodies. And the arena owner is furious that these fucking assholes got away with the money. After some time, Aman looks into the wallet and finds that it is empty. These kids were so hungry that they completely emptied it. He decides to talk to the headmistress about reimbursement of expenses. At this moment, our hero hears a scream and bursts into Anariel's office. The girl is in tears because of her royal mangoes. There was only one piece of fruit left in the box they gave her. It turns out that some evil thief ate all the mangoes. Aman decides that there should be a reward for the capture of the criminal. Even in such a situation, our hero thinks only about his own benefit. The man promises to sort everything out and then attacks someone with lightning speed. At this moment, some unknown person is eating the most delicious fruits. Aman is making every effort to catch this impudent thief. To prevent misunderstanding, Anariel asks the teacher to stop. As our hero's boot flies into the thief's face, the The girl explains that it is her deputy. After this, the stranger decides to introduce himself and calls himself Bresla. Aman apologizes for not recognizing the deputy director. The woman turns to the headmistress and is outraged that she has encountered all sorts of incidents. She just went on vacation, and because of this idiot, her job is on the verge of disappearing. As it turned out, it was Bresla who had been running the academy all this time. After this, the deputy inquires about the sum of 5,000 gold pieces in the accounting book. As soon as she finds out that this is the amount of winnings from the snail race, she boils over. Anariel tenses up, afraid of her deputy's reaction. Aman keeps a low profile, as it was he who pushed them to make the bet. However, Berla remains calm and says that if the headmistress wants to invest, let it be a mango farm. Our hero is shocked by what the deputy just said. At the same time, Bresla decides to hire new staff for the cafeteria. Aman tears out the papers to sign, since there are only 2 students in the school and there is no point in recruiting cooks. At this point, Bresla props up the newcomer's throat with his papers. She explains that the morale of the remaining staff cannot be allowed to drop due to poor quality food. At first, Eamon thought it was nonsense. But then, he thought about it. After all these documents were drawn up regarding the cafeteria. Bresla believes that the meat supplier is also disgusting, and that a new one needs to be found. At this point, Eamon decides that a deputy could be very useful to him. He asks the woman to participate as a supervising teacher in tomorrow's competition. The deputy was clearly taken aback by this proposal and did not understand why she was chosen. In fact, Eamon decided to keep her busy with something else so that she wouldn't have time to turn the academy into a restaurant. But Bresla suggests taking the director, and then our hero tries to persuade her under the threat of throwing herself off the balcony. Finally, the long-awaited day of the Imperial Family Competition arrives. Looking at His Highness, Aman understands why he is called the most democratic. Meanwhile, the Emperor greets all participants and opens the tournament. On Sandrio Argia's poster, Amonis looks a little different than in real life. Just before the tournament, Boris decides to approach his teacher. It is obvious that the guy is very nervous before such a competition. Our hero tries to support the child and tells him that everything is okay. At this moment, fireworks are launched into the sky, creating a silhouette of the Emperor. Apparently, just one magician was paid quite a bit of money for such a spectacle. It would be a crime to attend such an event and not try the delicious street food. That's why children eat the purchased shashlik with gusto. Aman had no doubt that for that price, the food would be delicious. Chloe invites her teacher to try the treat too. However, at that moment, she collides with a passerby and drops her shashlik on the ground. Aman and Boris try to lift the food quickly, adhering to the 3-second rule. But Chloe stops them and explains that they must have dignity. After this, she looks at the boy who pushed her and curses at his back. Ultimately, the decision was made to pick up the skewer and throw it in the trash. Meanwhile, Eamon remembers that Marion and Bresla should have arrived by now. However, many dark elves are obsessed with a hungry passion. Is Bresla really so hungry during her vacation that she can't stop eating? After this, our hero notices how the magic teacher and the deputy have eaten all the food supplies. He loses his temper and takes it out on his dishonest colleagues. Naturally, after such a prank, severe punishment awaited them. Aman forced his colleagues to do a head plank and not move without permission. Because of them, students won't have a normal lunch because someone has decided to squander the entire student budget. Any commander who treats his subordinates like shit will die at the hands of his own soldiers. However, killing his colleagues would be too much, and Eamon suggests simply beating them up. Fearing a harsh fate, Bresla interests our hero with private bets on the tournament. Aman immediately goes to bet his money on Chloe and Boris getting through the first round. The man gets a ticket and can't believe he's gotten himself into this again. But children have already defeated adults, and maybe this bet will work. After some time, the first stage of the fencing tournament begins. The presenter asks all participants of the competition to come forward. While Bresla dreams of food, Aman frantically hopes for the boys' victory. Otherwise, they will have to starve and walk back home. Although the children are very nervous, their long preparation was not in vain. However, Boris notices that his shoulder is starting to hurt a lot. Chloe's long training pays off and she wins her first battle. Boris also fights quite hard against the students of the prestigious academy. However, the boy finds it more difficult to attack and dodge this time. Nevertheless, the spectators in the stands are delighted with the talents of the commoner. At this moment, Boris feels his shoulder begin to hurt even more, and Eamon is already dreaming about how he will receive money thanks to Chloe's victory. While the teacher is fantasizing, the boy begins the decisive blow. He gathers all his will into a fist and overcomes the severe pain. At that moment, words of support from his family came into his head. Before sending him to the academy, his parents were confident that he would become a better student. There is no doubt that the boy will do well there. But after entering, he realized that he was an ordinary man among nobles. Because of this, he has to work 10 times harder than everyone else. The guy worked so hard that he was even the last one to fall asleep. One such night, he and Mr. Amon had a conversation. The boy was curious why the teacher was sending him to this competition. There is no turning back now, and you can't devalue your night workouts. After these thoughts, Boris became even more motivated to win. However, at that moment, a severe pain pierced his shoulder. The boy suddenly jumped back and did not finish his attack. Amon tries to understand what suddenly happened to his student, and the opponent decides to mock the opponent who has lost his former drive. Is this really all that this half-educated commoner is capable of? Boris starts to get angry and demands that his opponent shut up. The boy lifts the sword and feels his whole body stop obeying him. With trembling hands, he tries to move, but nothing happens. It looks like this is the end, as the arm with the sore shoulder has completely stopped moving. Boris simply freezes in place, as if paralyzed. He never expected that his first serious fight would end exactly like this. At this moment, his opponent is already preparing to attack the boy. At the same time, he says that such commoners are good for nothing. The training blade sharply cuts through the air and flies towards Boris. After this, the opponent hits the boy directly in the sore shoulder. At this moment, the child realizes that he has finally lost. Immediately after the defeat, the host announces that the fight is over. Amon is reeling from the loss of his money, while the spectators are baffled as to why he ever bet on a commoner. Yet people admire the boy who fought so hard against the aristocrat. Even though he is a commoner, the people still hope to see him again. After this, our hero meets his student near the arena. Amon wonders why Boris looks so gloomy. The boy apologizes to the teacher for losing the first fight, but our hero praises him and asks why he didn't tell him about his sore shoulder. It turns out that the child was very afraid that Amon would not allow him to compete. After this, the teacher reminds the boy of his first special lesson. It was difficult, but quite fun, and Boris began to feel more confident. Therefore, it is not the victory itself that is important, but participation and the desire to move forward. Now, Boris can use the experience he gained and continue competing. It is also very important to report any injuries to your teacher in the future. Meanwhile, the host announces the start of the final rounds of the fencing tournament. Many of the Empire's talents will be showcasing their skills, including Chloe. Amon reads her rival's profile and sees that he is not an academy student, and his skills are mediocre. He believes that Chloe can easily defeat such an opponent. However, what our hero sees next doesn't fit into his head. The steps of a boy who does not look like an average one appear in the arena. He recalls the words of his grandfather, who asked him to hide his true level. He is an outstanding swordsman of the Empire, and the secret grandson of the king of the azure heavenly sword, Rheinvelt. Raymond is relaxed and looking forward to the competition with Chloe. All the spectators are already set on the fact that the girl will win this fight. Chloe asks her opponent to shut up and suggests ending this fight quickly. Such a low-level tournament does not give her any pleasure. In this case, Raymond promises to show a bit of his knowledge, and Chloe is shocked. The girl did not expect that her opponent would pounce on her with such speed. She clearly underestimated Raymond, who was already making his first attack. In a matter of seconds, he strikes Chloe with his training sword. Amon sees that this guy has very unusual movements. If you think about it, he looks a lot like a wild bear. Raymond begins the fight with his heavy and fast attacks. Chloe doesn't have time to block his punches because he's too fast. The girl doesn't know what to do and loses all her former confidence. At this moment, the opponent hits her on the shoulder again. Raymond gets his first point and sees that Chloe is no longer so bored. At this moment, the girl's fear of being in public returns again. She begins to think that all the viewers despise her and have stopped believing in her. Fear and anxiety envelop the student from head to toe and prevent her from thinking clearly. She thought she could handle it, but in reality, she couldn't even respond to her opponent. Now the girl is scared and all her fighting spirit instantly evaporates. At the academy, she often felt like the students were talking about her and couldn't stand her. From the very beginning, Chloe didn't want to go down this difficult path. She asked her father not to send her abroad, but to leave her to study in her homeland. A person of royal blood without the right of inheritance could only resign himself. Chloe didn't know how to live now and how to leave her home. However, even while studying abroad, she did not want to lose her noble dignity. But did this really cause such strong discontent among the other students? And after the fall of Chloe's country, persecution began against her. And since then, she has been afraid of people's gazes. Now the girl is unable to move, and Amon again risks losing his money. He tries to shout to the student to bring her to her senses. Amon screams so loudly that all the spectators in the arena can hear him. Our hero reminds her that she learned everything during special training. Now all she has to do is apply the method that gets rid of the fear of strangers. Chloe grabs her sword and remembers that she needs to make people look like something harmless. Meanwhile, Raymond doesn't understand why Chloe's teacher is so loud. After this, a strong blow from a training sword lands on his head. Chloe gets a point, and the deputy remembers that her former kingdom had excellent pork. Aaron is famous for its livestock farming, and pigs walked right through the streets. In their language, it sounds exactly like what Chloe calls all strangers. Aman remembered this word when he suggested to the girl to imagine people as something else. Now the teacher realizes that he seems to have created a monster. Meanwhile, Chloe uses her special move called the pork chop, but Raymond does not intend to simply give up his victory to his rival. The opponents pounce on each other in an impressive display of combat. The children engage in a stunning fight and clash their swords. The guy begins to think that Chloe used the forbidden aura of the blade. But if this is not so, then where does his rival get such powerful strength? At this time, the girl wonders why this pathetic pig is looking at her. Her look is so crazy that it would make anyone feel uneasy. After the final attack, Raymond breaks down and loses his sword. Chloe's stunning attack made the boy realize something important. It turns out that all this time, he was just a frog at the bottom of the well, and he was defeated by the girl, who was declared the winner. The match is over, and Eamon can't hide his joy at winning the bet. However, not everything ends as happily as it seems to the teacher. After the fight, Chloe falls to the ground and completely loses consciousness. Meanwhile, the presenter announces the beginning of His Majesty's congratulatory speech. The Emperor reports that he was genuinely pleased to watch the swordsmanship competition this year, and now he asks to climb onto the platform of the winner of the competition. Initially, this place was supposed to go to student Chloe, but the winner was Raymond. The girl lost consciousness, and this automatically led to defeat. Suddenly, the Emperor asks Chloe to be the one to step onto the platform. He is sincerely grateful to his student for her good performance at the competition. As a reward, he gives everyone 10 gold coins. After this, the Emperor says that he is sorry for what happened to her kingdom of Iran. Aman was pleased to see how the ruler was worried about the fall of a territory to which he did not even belong. At this moment, the Emperor asks the teacher who trained Chloe to rise. Who would have thought that this would happen to our hero? After all, the road to success begins with the first step. The Emperor decides to give the teacher 10 gold coins and did not expect that the teacher would be so young. After this, the ruler asks our hero to introduce himself, and he does. Aman is already waiting for the bag of gold to be in his hands. But the Emperor is thinking. At this point, the man starts shouting and demands the teacher to name his Emperor. It's no wonder he has such a nasty and greedy face, because he is from the Drake family. Aman decides that His Majesty has some kind of grudge against his family. Nevertheless, the Emperor still decides to give away the bag of gold, but at that very second, he takes the money and laughs that Eamon fell for it. After this, the Emperor again says that he was joking and hands over the coins. Our hero tries to take the bag again and again. His Majesty takes it. Aman decides to be patient and tries not to blurt out anything unnecessary so that his entire family doesn't die. At this moment, the Emperor receives a nasty blow to the head. His wife scolds the ruler for his unworthy behavior and reminds him that he must behave like Emperor Amonis. Empress Victoria manages to bring the man to his senses, and he apologizes. After this, she wonders if the teacher is really from the Drake family. The guy doesn't seem to know the details between their families' relationships. Aman apologizes and asks the Empress to explain what she means. She asks the teacher to know that the Emperor has reasons for acting this way. After this, the woman invites our hero to go to his place, and His Majesty makes an obscene gesture after him. Aman looks very upset about not getting gold. After some time, all the tournament participants return home. Raymond comes in exhausted and tells his grandfather that he has won. The man hopes he did this while hiding his true skills. But the boy does not answer Reinfeldt, who is a grandmaster of fencing. However, the grandfather himself understands that his grandson had to use his abilities. Reinfeldt explains that there are many powerful warriors hidden in this world, and even he himself might not be able to handle some of them. That's why he wanted to show his grandson the danger of arrogance. After this, Raymond reveals that a girl named Chloe forced him to reveal his abilities. When the man learned that she had a teacher, he was surprised, as someone had an incredible talent for teaching. Was he really so good that he could make his grandson show his level, even though his mentor was the Grand Master himself? It is obvious that this situation greatly interested Reinfeldt. Meanwhile, a new crisis was brewing at the Amonis Academy. Anariel is in tears, and Eamon asks her to repeat what she read again. Due to disrespect, the Emperor ordered our hero to be recommended for dismissal. The messenger even offers to be grateful to His Majesty for getting off so easily. If Eamon had known that this would happen, he would have immediately gone to the Emperor. After all, he could have left this academy long ago without a single fine. And all this time, Anariel thinks that Aman was treated unfairly, and he is upset. The headmistress asks what happened, and the teacher tells her about the situation at the tournament. The girl does not understand how, because of simple dislike, the emperor could fire a man who did so much for the academy. He found a source of income and conducted special training for students. He also came up with a plan to keep his deputy's desires in check. Aman thanks the headmistress for everything and says that he will have many pleasant memories. However, the girl suggests ignoring His Majesty's recommendation. The academy had previously received a recommendation to cease operations and also rejected it. As a director, Anariel cannot allow such a wonderful teacher to be fired. Aman tries to persuade the girl to listen to the emperor's recommendation, but she resists in every possible way. At this moment, the deputy enters the office, and the man decides to turn to her for his long-awaited freedom. But Bresla explains that she is against firing such a wonderful teacher, even despite the recommendation. It seems that this glutton knows perfectly well that Eamon dreams of quitting. At this moment, Marion bursts into the office, who also came to defend the teacher. He promises to speak with Marquis Williams, who commands the army in the north. Realizing that no one is going to let him leave the academy, Aman asks to at least give him a vacation. So he stopped his attempts to escape from the academy and went to his hometown. The ancestral lands of the Drakes in the Armagh Mountains were a long-awaited prospect for our hero. Aman is very happy to finally return home, even if only for a short time. However, he is not the only one who admires the grandeur of the Armagh Mountains today. The entire teaching staff came to his homeland with Eamon. Just yesterday, the headmistress informed him that he was entitled to only 3 days of vacation for 3 months of work, but it will take the guy 15 days just to return. Since things have reached a deadlock, we will have to resort to negotiations. Aman tries to take vacation in advance to offset future months of work, but Anariel suggests using magic and sending the teacher home in a faster way. She will also go with him, so as not to make 2 extra moves, taking Eamon back. It's obvious that our hero is not at all thrilled with this idea, but he has nowhere else to go. Anariel also suggests taking all the teachers and students with them, but here, Aman speaks out against it. The headmistress decides that in this case, the teacher has changed his mind about going on vacation, but he explains that he simply needs to be alone and not organize a tour. Anariel decides to clarify the situation and offers the man 2 options. In the first case, he can go home on his own and without magic, and in the second, only with the whole group and with movement. Aman understands that he himself will not even be able to cover half the distance in 4 days, and he will have to accept the director's conditions. Now Anariel enjoys the fresh air, and our hero enjoys the deadly atmosphere. Meanwhile, the deputy director finds a potato and looks at it with interest. Aman's father, Kym Drake, greets the guests and asks them to make themselves at home. The headmistress thanks the owner for his hospitality, and Marion, as always, takes out her drink. Kym is not averse to a drink and begins to think that his son's colleagues are simply wonderful. But our hero decides to get these troublemakers away from his father as quickly as possible before they finally get into trouble. Meanwhile, Kym has already warmed up to a bottle of alcohol and is enjoying the company. Aman decides to turn to his father to ask him something important. This concerns Emperor Amanus, who recently behaved strangely. His wife reported that our hero does not know the details of the relationship between their families. That's why Eamon wants to know if they really have any disagreements. Father decides it's time to tell the truth and explains that the Drakes are a branch of the current imperial family. Aman does not understand why, in that case, the Emperor's relatives do not have a higher title, but our hero will be able to understand everything only when he reads the notes about it. The father passes on to his son a chronicle that has been kept since the time of the first emperor. Kym keeps a copy, and the chronicle itself was interrupted back in the time of Aemon's grandfather. After this, our hero opens a book that contains the truth about his family. According to the chronicles, the emperor wanted to beat the Grand Duke Drake, but was defeated and fell ill. The ruler ordered the chronicler not to record this incident, and, after his recovery, continued to persecute the duke. The emperor could not cope with the Grand Duke, and even attacked the scribe for still keeping records. And after a while, each successive ruler lowered the title of duke until he dropped it to viscount. One day, Prince Sandro said that Bellin Drake had stolen his sausage and called for the viscount to be demoted to baron. While Aman was reading the chronicle, his colleagues saw the area from a completely different side and were shocked. Marion even sobered up from the horror he had to experience in his teacher's homeland. After this, our hero meets his mother, whom he has not seen for a long time. She caught an elf who dug up all the potatoes and had to be cut down. Our hero notices Bresla in his mother's arms, dragged by the hair. Aman explains that this woman is the deputy director at the academy where he works. Seeing Bresla caught, all the other colleagues decided to hide in the bushes. It is completely unclear what is going on in this village and what else these people are capable of. Moreover, There are men living here who have caught a huge number of monsters with their bare hands. One of them notices Anariel's elven ear peeking out from the bushes. The man leans towards the headmistress and tries to find out who she is. But this only terrifies her. Luckily, Aman heard a noise like a slaughtered pig and thus ran into his colleagues. All these men with monsters were glad to see their comrade return, and our hero's colleagues are shocked that the people living here treat the mountains of monsters so lightly. After this, Aman introduces his friends to his comrades with whom he works at the academy. The men are confident that our hero has become an excellent teacher and will one day be able to take the position of principal. But Aman would not want such terrible things to happen, as he only dreams of closing the contract. After this, the guy invites his friends to wash up and tidy themselves up after hunting monsters. He decides to go home before it gets dark, but he encounters a strange situation. For some reason, his colleagues at work are very shocked by something, while his students, on the contrary, are delighted. As darkness falls, Anariel decides to ask what Aman is eating now. Our hero bites into a juicy drumstick and explains to the headmistress that it is just meat. But the girl is outraged that they can so easily feed on monster meat. Aman explains that it is very tasty, but the elf decides to limit her diet to only potatoes. After this, our hero decides to joke that the headmistress's actions are so satanic that he even forgets about her origin. At this time, Eamon's mother tells the beaten deputy that she would have collected potatoes for the road anyway, and there was no need to dig them up. And our hero still gets hit on the head for his jokes at the headmistress's expense. Suddenly, the calm and peaceful atmosphere in the Drioik house is disrupted by a powerful explosion. All of Eamon's colleagues jump from the loud sound and do not understand what happened. Our hero picks up a huge axe and explains that it is just a pest, and he needs a weapon because this pest is a monster that needs to be dealt with. Aman suggests that his comrades deal with the monster quickly so that they can continue their meal. Meanwhile, a crowd of ogres is already waiting for the humans to feast on. But this is not the first time the Drake family has encountered such monsters and has entered into battle with them without fear. Eamon promises the ogres that they will all die for disturbing the peace of his family. After this, our hero chops the monsters into pieces, which turn out to be very tasty when cooked. There are so many ogres that they will attack him one after another. But even in this case, Eamon continues to dream of lean and filling meat. He pounces on the monsters with his axe, who are already beginning to attack in a crowd. Our hero tells them to enjoy the buffet and chops the ogres into a bunch of small pieces. His power turns out to be so powerful that the monsters cannot resist it. After this, the body parts that our hero dreamed about appear on the ground. Meanwhile, the common sense of the Academy's teachers takes a serious blow. It's the first time they've seen such a battle, and they don't understand how such a madman became a teacher at their academy. He didn't even study fighting techniques, but he fights very well using only his strength and instincts. As expected, Lenny was right not to teach him the art of fencing. After some time, our hero can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He hadn't caught monsters for a long time and even managed to get a little tired after the battle. Our hero sits on a huge pile of monsters, and all the residents praise him for his stunning fight. Amun thinks he was clumsy because his body was stiff from working as a teacher. At this time, Marion congratulates her colleague for her excellent work and for defeating the monsters. Although the wave of monsters has been destroyed, Aman senses that another one is heading their way. Our hero calls this monster Drake, and Marion doesn't understand why it sounds like his family name. Aman jumps up from his seat in rage and is outraged that his colleague allowed himself to call his kind monsters. After this, the magic instructor remembers that Reiki are ancient dragons. Our hero got the impression that the monsters seemed to be running from something. Nothing but a strong Drake could force different types of monsters to unite into one group. They even say that if these ancient dragons come, there will be nothing left of the potato fields. However, Marion is sure that drakes now only exist in the pages of chronicles. But at that very second, these rare monsters appear in the fields of our hero's family. Bresla was shocked when these dragons started eating her delicious potatoes, and Eamon feels helpless in the face of the ancient drake catastrophe. Marion decides to help her friend and asks him to believe in him as a sixth circle magician. When confronted with fire magic, these dragons will become nothing but a pile of ash. After this, Marion creates a magic circle and directs it at the monster. At this time, the ancient drake is trying to understand what this little man is going to do. The monster activates its defense and reflects the magic attack back to its source. Marion only manages to duck away from the fiery flames to avoid being burned alive. And Lenny looks thoughtfully at the dragon and remembers an incident involving a similar individual. It turns out that her own grandfather once killed exactly the same creature. In this case, the fencing instructor also decides to engage in combat with the dragon. However, the girl's sword could not withstand even a minute of battle with such a monster. Since things have come to this, Amon decides to join forces and fight together. People cling to the dragon and try to grab hold of its strong scales. While they try to move the monster, he casually eats potatoes. The dragon pays no attention to people who cannot harm him. At this moment, Amon hears a voice that tells him that he has only recently arrived and is already causing some kind of commotion. Our hero sees in front of him an elder who seems to be floating in the air. The man notices that the said beast causes problems for all people. He slams his fist into the dragon's head and calls the monster a scoundrel. The elder scolds the animal, which stares at him. After this, the man opens his eyes wide and orders the dragon to leave, as if hypnotizing it. The monster looks at the man in fascination and begins to growl back at him. After this, the ancient drake takes off and runs away from the potato fields. Amon thanks the elder who is able to drive away the invincible monster. Then our hero decides to introduce the man to his colleagues, who still can't recover from the defeat. Along with this, he shows him the headmistress and her deputy at the academy. The elder is surprised that an elf and a dark elf occupy such high positions. The man calls himself a tape and asks the girls to take care of Athos, whom he has known since childhood. At this moment, for some reason, Anariel begins to feel very excited. The girl falls to the ground and panics when she sees a black dragon. After this, the headmistress began to lament the fact that this monster lived in the village. Amon explains that the neighboring elder had lived here since his childhood and was friends with his father. Cass said that he was sick and therefore could not leave the house often. He also said that he didn't know any other dragons and that communicating with people was his only outlet. After this, Amon asks his colleagues to return to the academy while he restores order in the village. However, he wants to ask Headmistress Anariel to stay with him. Our hero heard that elves have special magic that allows them to grow a bountiful harvest. The owner of the royal mango farm wrote that she came to them over the weekend and used some kind of spell. But if the girl stays here, she will go crazy with fear and horror. And yet, the headmistress herself wanted to come here. She won't be able to escape at the slightest difficulty. However, Anariel explains that no one can leave her here since she has movement magic. As soon as the girl uses her ability, Amon reminds her of the elder, and fear prevents her from completing the transfer. Although Casella was supposed to be walking around the village, he suddenly finds himself next to our hero. Anariel again loses consciousness from fear, and the man continues to calmly communicate with Amon. The teacher promises to return next time in a few months, and Casella wants to prepare a gift for him by that time. The elder explains that this gift will be even more valuable than gold. After some time, the village begins to restore the fields damaged by monsters. The sudden vacation turned into a potato planting for all the academy staff and students. Anariel still used her secret spell, which from the outside looked like childish babble, and yet, the joint work bore fruit, and the potatoes grew rapidly. Everyone was delighted with their efforts and how quickly the fields recovered. Late this evening, the academy teachers are preparing for tomorrow's return. However, Amon did not feel this short vacation at all due to the large number of worries. In reality, he just wanted to visit everyone from the estate and consult with his father about leaving the academy. However, his family nest was not in the best condition. While Amon was away, the frequency of monster attacks decreased significantly, as did the income from meat exports. Although the family has some income thanks to the brothers, it is nowhere near enough to recover from the disaster. This analysis makes our hero think that he is the harbinger of misfortune. Otherwise, why did a horde of monsters attack just when he returned home? Moreover, the incredible happened and the most ancient dragon from myths appeared on their fields. Perhaps the academy found itself in such ruin because of his appearance there. However, remembering the copper-headed headmistress, Amon immediately changes his mind. If anyone is to blame for the destruction of the academy, it is only Anariel, who squandered the entire budget. Suddenly, our hero begins to hear some strange sound right in the middle of the forest. Amon really hopes that this is not another wave of attacking monsters. Our hero walks along the bushes and realizes that the sound came from this very place. After this, he sees something he never expected to encounter in the very depths of the forest. In front of him stands Len Fid, who is practicing her fencing skills in the middle of the night. Could these be the real sword techniques her legendary family uses? Amon remembers that Lini didn't help him on the field, which means she was studying all this time. Our hero decides not to leave this unpunished and decides to tell the instructor everything he thinks about it. Afterwards, Amon notices that Lini swung her sword until her hands began to bleed. The girl trained her skills so hard that she was completely exhausted. Our hero tries to understand why the girl trains so desperately. Maybe that's why she's half asleep all day and can't teach the children properly. Amon feels sympathy for Lini, who is training her skills so hard. He has a lot of questions, but for now he decides to just pretend he didn't see anything. After a few days, all the academy employees return. Several men in dirty clothes are looking for the director and approach Anariel. When the girl says that she is the headmistress, the faces of these people change for the worse, and they demand that Eamon be brought. Several months have passed since our hero became a teacher. Until now, he had been looking for an opportunity to escape from the academy. But from now on, he would act seriously. Now he is going to make every effort to teach his students properly. Given their skills, they will clearly go far, and Eamon will be able to reap his benefits. At this moment, an agitated headmistress bursts into our hero's office. Amon asks him to knock before entering, and Anariel informs him about the guests. Our hero goes to the headmistress's office to meet the visitor. After this, he is speechless, as he never expected to see this person. After all, in front of him is the very guy who stole the victory from Chloe. Next to the boy is Reinvelt Namark, who is very happy to meet Eamon. One of the 4 great fencing masters of the Empire came to our hero for some reason. Amon does not understand why a person with such a position decided to get to know him, but this is a great chance to make a good impression on the big shot and get out of that damn academy. The Heavenly Sword King is one of the great masters in the entire Empire. Amon can't believe that such an important person decided to visit him. Reinvelt is delighted by the impressive duel that took place between the student and his grandson. Amon understands that the Sword Master highly appreciates the efforts he put into his students, but in front of the man, he tries to appear modest and explains that he was just showing Chloe the way. Reinvelt wondered if the teacher was also a sword master. Our hero explains that he does not teach sword fighting and does not sense mana. Reinvelt whispers to his grandson, who says that the children definitely called him teacher. After this, Amon suggests calling Chloe's sword fighting instructor here. After some time, Len appears before the master and says that she is from the Field's house. Reinwald thinks and remembers that this family must have a lot of experience in fencing, but at best, this girl can be just a master and teacher. The man heard that the Field family does not let their children go until they become sword masters. However, Lenny's mana is similar to that of Marquis Field, whom Renvalt once met. He decides to test the girl in action and offers her a duel. Thus, a connection that Eamon could have used slips out from under his nose. After this, the swordmaster and fencing instructor go to the training ground. After some time, Lenny is completely exhausted after the fight. Reinwald is very surprised that the girl demonstrated 2 meager skills. As the man thought, this instructor could not possibly be a swordmaster. The Field family doesn't teach their secret techniques to just anyone, and they don't seem to have passed on any fencing skills to Lenny. After this, Reinwald is going to show her the final move using the stick. The man makes several movements and reproduces the mana lines. An ordinary stick in the hands of an unrivaled master turns into a deadly weapon. Even without a sword, Reinwald can show his opponent all his skills. From that moment on, he advises the girl to work even harder in fencing. Lenny is shocked by this lesson and thanks Reinwald for the advice. After this, the man leaves, and the distraught girl remains in the field and thinks about what happened. Then Reinwald meets the girl who gave his grandson a hard time. She must have been blessed with good stamina and strength from birth. The sword master decides that the result of her work is an unrivaled gift and decides to leave the academy. Amon thanks Reinwald for his visit and for the excellent swordplay. After these words, the man thinks and asks the teacher to repeat his words again. Reinwald is surprised, as the average person would not attach any importance to stick fighting. Amon noticed that the man changed his trajectory 36 times, but his point of support did not change for a second. The swordmaster senses a noticeably increased interest and invites the teacher to fight. Our hero explains that he barely knows how to hold a sword and is unlikely to succeed. Reinwald is very sorry to hear this, as he thought the guy was exceptionally talented. The man begins to provoke Eamon and calls him the same as his colleague. But our hero doesn't give in to this and suggests that Reinwald simply stop. However, the swordmaster does not even think about giving up, and at that moment a fight begins between them. Reinwald easily dodges Amon's first attack, which turns out to be very fast. The students are rooting for their teacher and are very excited about the outcome of the battle. And Eamon is ready to close his eyes to everything except what prevents him from living. With this attitude, our hero makes a stunning attack with his stick and hits Reinwald on the head. The master loses consciousness, and Eamon cannot believe that the king of the heavenly sword collapsed on the branches after the fight. Amon even begins to think that this is just some kind of smug swindler. The children begin to worry that their grandfather has died, and the teacher suggests taking him to another place. Amon is already anticipating the reward for catching the one posing as the king of the heavenly sword. Lenny notices some strange movement and even wakes up to look. Seeing her colleague dragging an unconscious Reinwald, she doesn't even know how to react. But instead of a reward, our hero faces a severe punishment in the principal's office. Amon continues to claim that he caught the swindler, and the headmistress is furious with his actions. At this moment, Reinwald finally comes to his senses and feels a severe pain in his head. Anariel offers her sincere apologies and promises to punish the teacher for his rude behavior. But Reinwald explains that he himself insisted on the duel, and there is no one to blame. He tells our hero that he is quite strong physically, although he has no sword fighting skills. After this, the Sword King raises his finger up and releases his mana. A huge ball with incredible power appears above the heads of those present. Amon understands that this is the aura ball of great swordmasters, and now there is no doubt that this is not a fraud. Reinwald explains that our hero is nothing compared to the Imperial Knights who use mana. Therefore, he offers the teacher to become his student and gain special skills. Our hero considers this a unique opportunity that will bring him success and wealth. Amon agrees to become a student and promises to study diligently everything that Reinwald will give him. The man asks our hero to take an oath that he will follow the path of the sword. He must also renounce all his desires and passions in order to concentrate entirely on his studies. As he says these words, Amon understands that he is being asked to promise something that cannot be fulfilled. After this, he asks the swordmaster to repeat the words of the oath again. Reinwald repeats once again that Amon must renounce all his desires. In the end, our hero asks the man to give him some time to think. Until now, everything had been so chaotic that he didn't even realize that something was going wrong. For example, it is unclear why one of the 4 great knights looks so dirty. After this, Amon, out of curiosity, asks what Reinwald's title is. The man explains that the emperor once offered him the title of Marquis, but he refused. And this infuriates our hero. However, Reinwald has no wealth other than a small piece of land and a modest resting place. And if Amon, as his student, dares to show such desires, then he will simply kill him with one blow. After this, our hero analyzes the actual situation of the swordmaster. All this time, his grandson did not stop swallowing cookies and various desserts. His appetite was so strong that he could not stop eating sweets. Doesn't this old man even have enough money to feed his grandson? Moreover, at the competition, this child was dressed like an ordinary commoner. Even if he is a disciple of a great swordmaster, nothing good will come of it. After this, Amon asks for forgiveness and urgently runs off to go to the toilet. Our hero took off so fast that even his wallet couldn't withstand the speed. The wallet is released and falls out of the teacher's pocket with a crash. Amon escapes from the academy and ends up in an inn, away from Reinwald. The administrator asks the man to pay 20 coppers, and then he realizes that he has lost his wallet. Our hero was stunned by this news and had no choice but to ask for the debt to be written down on his account. As a result, Amon has to return to the academy in search of his wallet. Suddenly, someone generously hands our hero his missing item, which he had been looking for until sunset. Amon is very happy to see the wallet, which he had no longer expected to find. However, seeing Reinwald in front of him in the uniform of an academy security guard, our hero almost loses consciousness. Night finally falls and Amon can rest after such a hectic day. Even in bed, our hero can't get this old man out of his head. He said that the position of guard at the main gate was vacant, and he decided to work there for the time being. But Amon does not understand how a person who is not attached to the secular world tries to live in it. However, his grandson Ray is now a swordmaster, and it is time for him to receive an education appropriate to his age. The tuition fees are quite expensive, so Reinwald decided to earn some money. Amon may not be an expert in fencing, but the man believes he can teach his grandson well. The man tells our hero that he will be counting on him. Who would have thought that raising Chloe would have such consequences for him? Amon decides to think things over and gets out of bed to quench his thirst. Our hero leaves the room and hears some suspicious sounds at such a late hour. The deputy director appears before him, raving about potatoes, and our hero nearly goes crazy with horror. It turns out that Bresla smelled potatoes from Amon's room and threatens to break into his room without permission. Mom actually gave our hero a sack of potatoes so that it would last him until he returned home. But Amon never imagined that he would be sharing food with the last person he wanted to see that night. While our hero is frying potatoes, a magic instructor decides to join them. But the deputy director is very unhappy that he will be the only one eating her potatoes. At this moment, Anariel appears, bringing her children with her. The students saw a fire on the training field and thought it was a fire. Bresla is already quite unhappy that everyone is encroaching on her potatoes. At this moment, Lenny also appears, having returned hungry from her night training. And following her, Reinwald and his grandson come to the smell of baked potatoes. The deputy can no longer stand such a number of mouths and asks Amon to bring all the potatoes. After this, she even gets ready to go get food herself, but our hero grabs her by the hair. In the end, the teacher himself brought the remaining bag of potatoes from the room. After a short time, the food is ready, and everyone begins to eat their night meal. Everyone was so hungry that they didn't even wait for the potatoes to cool down. There is complete silence as everyone tries the coveted piece of food. Reinwald and his grandson can't believe that potatoes can have such a unique taste. Even Bresla is ready to cry over the signature dish of the teacher's region, which they are very proud of. Now the swordmaster understands why Amon is truly so strong. If he eats food with this kind of mana content every day, then it is quite natural. But these potatoes were grown from seeds his family bought in a neighboring town. Maybe it's all about the soil in the Amra Mountains, and that's why everyone there is so strong. However, Amon decides not to focus on this, and suggests focusing on the potatoes. While our hero enjoys his food, Lenny keeps her eyes on him and stares intently. Amon notices the fencing instructor's gaze and turns to face her. He decides to ask why the girl has such a disgusting look in his direction. After this, Lenny decides to offer the teacher something he never expected to hear. The girl asks Amon to marry her, and our hero even choked on it. All the food that was in the teacher's mouth instantly flew straight into the deputy's face. Meanwhile, Amon asks Lenny to repeat what she said. Without a trace of emotion, the fencing instructor asks him to marry her again. Our hero completely stopped understanding what was going on in this damn academy. He decides that Lenny is simply talking nonsense and that her proposal is not meant seriously. However, their conversation is overheard by other colleagues who are also shocked by this news. Only Reinwald blushes with embarrassment and is happy for the young teachers. And Marion starts laughing because the wedding of these two will be quite a spectacle. In his opinion, Lazy Bones is too good for Amon, and this union is just one big misunderstanding. At this time, our hero finds a bottle of wine and takes careful aim at the magic teacher. The next morning, our hero meets on the grounds of the academy, where even the flowers have already wilted. Lenny decided to keep him company. It was difficult to start a conversation with her after yesterday. At some point, the girl asks how much Amon knows about the Marquis Field family. Amon reports that his family is an incredible swordsman, and every direct heir is a swordmaster. Lenny adds that their family is concerned about their reputation and does not allow anyone to leave the house until they become masters. Our hero understands that judging by the girl's skills, she is, at best, an expert in swords. But how then did it happen that Lenny was able to leave the house? The girl explains that in fact her family has always treated her badly. They never took care of her during her entire life in the house. Amon had never seen the fencing instructor make such a face before. After this, he reports that the girl speaks as if it means nothing to her. Lenny asks her colleague not to worry and explains that she is simply used to it. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't become a swordmaster. And that was probably why she was treated so badly. And then one day, her father ordered the girl to go to the Ammonite Academy. After Lenny was kicked out of the house, no one even tried to find her. They don't need such a weak person, so they sent the girl on her own. However, while the academy teacher was eating potatoes, an epiphany occurred to her. Given her status, her family wouldn't even blink an eye if she got married. Amon also has a similar situation, and as the second son, he cannot inherit the nobility. His family may take care of him, but he has to find a way to survive on his own. It is now clear to Amon that Lenny wants to get married in order to constantly eat potatoes and become stronger. This is literally a marriage of convenience, and in the world of the nobility, this is how such unions are usually concluded. And our hero, in turn, will get such a beauty as Lazy Girl as a wife. Besides, if she becomes stronger, she might even be able to win the fight for the inheritance, and she alone certainly cannot cope with all the work that the head of the family must do. Of course, Lenny will also have power, but the majority will belong to Amon. As soon as our hero hears that financial management will be his, he is delighted. Moreover, if Amon becomes a member of the Field family, he will be able to learn the art of fencing. The teacher believes that the Marquis's power, wealth, and fencing are like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. So he decides to accept Lenya's proposal and is going to tell his father-in-law everything about their wedding in the morning. Finally, the sun has risen in our hero's life, and he can say goodbye to his dreary past. Amon recalls that before they left, Lenny was going to go into the salon. But what made the girl who recently slept in a sleeping bag come here? Our hero peers into the salon windows, which confuses the staff. The employee doesn't understand why this man is walking around the building if there is a sign on the door saying it is closed. At this moment, Lenny tells the woman that this man in her funeral clothes came with her. Meanwhile, Amon doesn't understand why the girl still hasn't come out. The salon worker opens the door, and our hero says that she is looking for a blonde, disheveled woman on death's door. At this moment, Lenny appears, not particularly pleased with this description of her appearance. Moreover, after the salon, she began to look completely different. At first, Amon doesn't even recognize his fencing teacher, who is turned into a stunning beauty. He decides to get closer to the girl to make sure that he hasn't mistaken her nose for someone else. Usually, Lenny doesn't pay so much attention to her appearance and looks completely different. Aman compliments her and says that she just did her hair and makeup and her natural beauty became even more impressive. The salon worker mistakes Eamon for a servant and asks him to step out for a while. But Lenny explains to the woman that this man is actually her fiancé. After this, our hero is perplexed and does not understand why he was mistaken for a servant. Aman even imagines Lazybone's smirk because of this incident. The fact that Lenny began to look good does not cancel out her bad character. After this, our hero goes to the city of Kingsley, which is under the control of the bride's father. Aman can't believe that Baptiste Field controls such a huge territory. Lena didn't have a chance to get to know this city before, and our hero decides to support her. Aman informs that in the future, this place will become just a toy in their hands. But the girl is not very happy that the teacher pays so much attention to money. After this, they move to the Fields' mansion and try to be as quiet as possible. Lenny explains that the family patriarch doesn't really like to listen to others. He holds meetings often, and all 13 swords must be constantly gathered together. The patriarch is the first rank among all 13 swordsmen of the Field family, and the other 12 are the lazy elder brothers. At first, Eamon found it difficult to imagine what such a number of brothers represented, but on this day, he had to experience the bride's entire family idol firsthand. Entering the mansion, our hero stood in front of all the brothers in great excitement. Only at that moment did he feel the gaze of all 13 pairs of eyes on him. However, our hero tries not to show his frantic excitement. Could it really be that the 13 legendary swords of Field were before him? And one of the 4 sword masters will soon become his future father-in-law. After this, Lenny appears and tells her father that she came to talk about something important. While working as a teacher at the academy, she met a man with whom she would like to build her future. Lenny asks permission to introduce the groom and says that he is the son of Bar Drake. This marriage has not yet received the patriarch's approval, so the girl decides to turn to Baptiste Field. She would like to ask her father for his blessing to marry this man. However, the room plunges into a languid and long silence, as if no one is listening to the girl. Lenny is angry that in this house no one pays attention to the words of the weak. Could she really have been such an unwanted child in this family? The girl tries to contain her emotions and does not understand why they are treating her this way. After that, she silently turns around and leaves the room, where no one cares about her. Aman realizes that the situation is getting out of control, and he is left alone with the greatest monsters. At this time, Baptiste puts his cigar in the ashtray and turns to our hero. He knows who the Drakes are and suddenly sends his son Lancelot to attack the guest. Wanting to kill our hero, the field knight attacks him at breakneck speed. Aman dodges the blows of his enraged brother Lenya as best he can and does not understand what is happening. The enemy promises to convey his last words before death directly to the Drake barony, and the teacher doesn't know whether he should beat the man or not, since he came to get consent for the marriage. Ultimately, he has no choice but to act in self-defense and unleash a deafening combo. With the first blow, Lancelot falls to the floor and loses all grip on this battle. The brothers decide that he was simply weak and send the next one. But Hanslow is also defeated by our hero with the first blow. After this, Bastion hopes for the victory of his 11th sword. However, no matter how self-confident Benslow is, he too ends up defeated. One of the sons suggests that their father used swords, but Bastion doesn't want to show off the family's noble swordsmanship to just anyone. Aman, meanwhile, flexes his fists and understands that Marquis Field is only looking for power. In this case, he has a unique chance to succeed in this situation. The 10th sword of the Fields promises that the fight will now be fought like adults. Without even taking the lollipop out of his mouth, he intends to put an end to the arrogance of the failed groom. At that moment, his powerful fist flies at breakneck speed straight into our hero's face. Time seems to stop for Eamon, and he sees how quickly his opponent acts. However, at that very second, the 10th sword's lollipop falls out of his mouth and ends up on the floor. Our hero turned out to be faster, and now there is a large bump on the top of the enemy's head. After this, the patriarch's voice addresses Eamon, and the teacher begins to feel a murderous aura. Bastion is outraged that our hero has slain 4 of his family's fused knights. He must be ready to die to dare to show such impudence. If Amon Drake has any last words, The patriarch is ready to listen to them. Our hero decides to ask why the Marquis is treating him this way and what he did wrong. Aman falls to his knees and asks the patriarch to explain what is happening. At this moment, Bastian's hands begin to shake and he tells the teacher the reason. The man is angry that the guy dared to bewitch his beautiful and beloved daughter. He also involved her in his dirty plans and claims that he does not understand what is happening. All the sons of Bastian join their father and accuse Eamon of daring to seduce a tender girl. Our hero is shocked that this family considers Lenny charming and loves her very much. It turns out that they were silent before only because they were stunned by the girl's beauty and became dumb. At this moment, the doors swing open, and the bride herself appears on the threshold of the room. From the outside, it seems that the girl is in a completely bad mood, and it is unclear what to expect from her. After this, Lazy Girl decides to turn to her father, and he listens to her attentively. At the same time, the girl turns her attention to her brothers, who froze at the sight of their sister. Lenny was ready to burst into tears from hearing all the words of her family from the outside. Until now, she had no idea what they really felt. At this moment, her father and brothers are already running to the girl to hug her after a long separation. Lenny runs to meet her father and finally receives the recognition she dreamed of. The patriarch asks his daughter for forgiveness for causing her to misunderstand his attitude towards her. But Lenny says that everything is fine, and from now on, she will try her best. While the whole family was reuniting after many years of misunderstanding, one of the sons' lollipops was already being attacked by ants, and Eamon is ready to burst into tears, watching the scene of reconciliation between father and daughter. In order not to show his manly tears, he decides to simply raise his head. The ambitious marriage proposal fell through and our hero returned to his routine. Lenny's family didn't want the girl to take the difficult path, and that's why they sent her to the academy. But she still intends to continue trying to grow in her fencing skills. When the girl left, her brother even left her a note telling her to come home sometimes. Only Eamon is unhappy that his path to success has collapsed. After all, he could marry Lazybones and all his dreams would come true. And now his chance has completely disappeared. And the girl even decides to slap him on the back of the head for constantly thinking about money. At this time, the cherry blossoms begin to shed their petals like little snowflakes. Anariel reads the document and doesn't know how to tell Mr. Eamon about it. After returning, the first thing our hero does is go to the headmistress's office. The teacher reports that Lenya's relationship with her family was a misunderstanding. However, he notices the elf's depression and asks her to tell him what is wrong. Anariel tells our hero some bad news, and his scream can be heard throughout the area. A notice has arrived that the royal mango farm has gone completely bankrupt due to natural disasters. And all this is because of the cursed ritual that Anariel performed to make the fruits grow. The owner is demanding compensation for damages, but so far there is no proof that the ritual is connected to weather events. The headmistress is confident that with the remaining gold they can find another investment. Aman warns that if she wants to suggest snail racing again, she better think twice. But snail races take place once every 10 years, and Anariel plans to invest in the unicorn race. Aman can't take it anymore and gives the headmistress several bumps on the head. Then she suggests investing in a new mysterious substance that has recently been discovered. But our hero is sure that what was dug out of the ground cannot be significant. Even the man who runs this business gave the black oil a weird name just to make it sound cool. Before trying to invest in oil, Aman advises the director to come up with a different plan and not try to increase capital. After all, the Academy is an educational institution, and it contributes to the development of the Empire's young personnel. This means that they must provide financial support to the Academy every year. But Anariel explains that because of the recommendation to suspend operations, they did not receive this. Aman heard that the headmistress was a longtime friend of His Highness. In this case, the girl can improve the situation of the Academy and bribe the Emperor. The entire conversation about bribery and corruption was heard by Reinwald's grandson, who is standing behind the door. The boy realizes with horror that the Academy is on the verge of destruction. After this, the headmistress goes to the Emperor with dragon bananas. His Highness wonders why the elven princess decided to give him such a gift. After all, judging by her appearance, the girl has some kind of goal after such an act. Anariel feels that she has been found out and begins to worry greatly. The Emperor explains that she is probably interested in negotiations regarding the suspension of the Academy's activities. The man also admits that, given past incidents, he could not have made such a decision on his own. Although initially His Highness did not want to suspend the Academy due to his friendly relationship with the headmistress. After this, the man turns his gaze to the students that Anariel brought with her. The Emperor recalls that it was these children who took part in the last competition. Considering their outstanding qualities, he promises to talk to the Prime Minister and officials about restoring the Academy's activities. The headmistress is incredibly grateful to the Emperor, and after that, everyone begins to quietly drink tea. Suddenly, His Highness begins to be bothered by some strange foreign smell. He suddenly jumps up from his seat and decides to sniff every corner of the room. The Emperor becomes very tense when he remembers this strange smell. At this time, our hero stands behind the door and eavesdrops on the headmistress's conversation. Although this elf is not the best negotiator, a 50-year friendship should still help in the main issue. Just when Aman was thinking about not meeting the Emperor, the ruler suddenly opened the door. His Highness is not surprised that he smelled the disgusting smell of the drakes. After all, it was probably he who put pressure on Princess Anariel to revoke the recommendation to suspend activities. Aman tries to calm the Emperor and asks him to keep his personal feelings out of business. Our hero tries to explain that the Academy has the ability to develop children, but now students are forced to starve due to bankruptcy and lack of funding. Aman explains that before being a member of the Drake family, he is the teacher of these children. Therefore, he bows to the Emperor and sincerely asks him to show generosity and withdraw the recommendation. Our hero believes that his speech was perfect and his desperate appeals should work. The Emperor will certainly not remain indifferent when it comes to the future of his students. However, judging by the ruler's appearance, he actually doesn't care about all the arguments. Aman can no longer stand it and tries to get the truth from the man who continues to put spokes in his wheels. All this time, the Emperor's wife stood nearby and eavesdropped on the conversation. Together with Kai, they begin to place bets on who will win this dispute. The Emperor's wife was clearly unhappy that the Prince of the Empire had chosen Amon Drake, but he explains that he meant the withdrawal of the recommendation to suspend the Academy's activities. Kai recalls the words of Amon, who calls himself first and foremost a teacher. The prince believes that their family should be generous to outstanding students. The Drake family must have been a real pain to my father for such a generous man to feel this way. All this time, the Emperor is trying to provoke our hero into a fight, and Kai promises to make sure that the bad relations between the two families are put to an end. After such arguments, even the Empress cannot find anything to object to here. She accepts the prince's decision and is already preparing her fists to carry out his plan. The woman goes to her husband to end this childish fight. However, Amon was never able to get the recommendation overturned, as the Emperor was beaten half to death by his own wife. After this, the woman ordered the headmistress and the teacher to return to the academy. Our hero did just that, and went on to teach his students. However, when he entered the classroom, he noticed that Raymond had brought some kind of doll with him. But the boy, in all seriousness, explains that it is not a doll at all, and even hugs it. After stroking his copy on the head, Raymond reveals that it is actually him. Indeed, the doll is made in such a way that it looks very much like its owner, and Amon completely stops understanding what is happening in this damn academy. Meanwhile, outside the building, the cleanup of fallen petals is in full swing. Raymond's grandfather takes a responsible approach to his work, and not only guards the academy, but also maintains order. Aman comes out to meet him, and the Swordmaster already thinks that he is ready to become his student. But our hero reports that his grandson has gone crazy and is almost asking for a fight. Aman explains that he is hugging the doll, and Grandpa pretends that this is completely normal. Reinwald explains that his grandson has a severe form of Prince syndrome, but our hero doesn't understand why he doesn't just wear a mirror in that case. It turns out that this was exactly how it was at first. But then Ray made a doll and started carrying it around with him. Reinwald tried to take her and bury her, but his grandson threw a terrible tantrum. And at the competition, his grandfather ordered Ray to hide his abilities and identity in order to try to cure the disease. In fact, he even sent his grandson to the academy only because he saw a ray of hope. After this, the Swordmaster Block approaches our hero and puts his hand on his shoulder. Reinwald explains that this hope lies precisely in Mr. Amon. After all, he defeated him with just one blow, and was able to turn an ordinary student into one who fought on equal terms with the boy. Reinwald believes that such a great teacher will be able to guide Ray on the right path. Now, Amon feels like the school has placed an unnecessary burden on his shoulders. He recalls the words that he has the abilities of a great teacher, but he cannot even improve the academy's finances. At this moment, a doll of Ray appears above Amon's head, and he almost dies of fear. He scolds the student and asks him not to push the doll right into his face anymore. After this, Ray decides to talk about the fact that the academy is in a difficult situation, but Amon asks the boy not to think about it, since adults deal with such issues. However, Ray wants to talk about her brilliant idea to organize an exhibition of her dolls. He is confident that people from all over the empire will flock to see his creations. There are many empty buildings at the academy, and you could rent one and invite people. After Ray's grand plan, Our hero realized he had no choice. From that very day on, our hero's calmness finally left him. It even began to seem that all the problems before had no meaning. Raymond started showing up at odd times to see if the teacher had considered his idea. He also pestered Eamon with questions about the exhibition and didn't give him any peace even in the toilet. Wherever our hero went now, he was pursued by the Swordmaster's grandson. In the end, Eamon had to agree, and Ray promised to do it without funding. After a short time, our hero already had prepared leaflets in his hands. The very first person to whom Ray showed his creation was his teacher. More than half of the buildings in the academy are actually empty, and so Amon doesn't care what the student is going to do. However, he still decides to come to the prepared exhibition and look at Ray's creations. But as soon as the teacher goes inside, he almost loses consciousness from shock. In every corner, there are dolls that look like the boy, and it looks like something out of a horror movie. Amon even begins to feel like all these dolls are staring at him. At this moment, Ray appears from behind and puts his hand on our hero's shoulder. The teacher was so overcome with horror that he suddenly ran out of this room of fear. Raymond wasn't particularly happy that the teacher mistook him for a ghost. Meanwhile, in the city of Amur, people's quiet lives go on as usual. At one of the banquets, people discuss upcoming events and news. Rumors have already spread that an exhibition will be held at the Amanita Academy. People can't wait to see the great works that will be on display. So the next day, Reinwald is faced with a huge crowd of people at the gate. Even Eamon had never seen such a large number of people at the academy. Reinwald shows the teacher a flyer about the exhibition and asks if he knows anything about it. Now everything falls into place, and Eamon understands that the two of them cannot cope with such a crowd. The Swordmaster decides to find out where the other teachers went. It turns out that all of Eamon's colleagues left to enjoy their personal lives. The deputy director never cooperates with our hero, and the director is generally angry with him. At this moment, Eamon remembers Raymond and tries to understand where he is now. His grandfather reports that the boy has been ill since yesterday due to overwork. Now, Eamon no longer has any doubts that the two of them will have to cope with Reinwald alone. But once people see the exhibition, they will never return to the academy again. A short time later, a huge crowd of people runs out of the exhibition building in horror. Some people start to grab the cross and ask the Almighty to protect them, and some, on the contrary, find deep meaning in this exhibition, despite the ugly work. Some people even mistook this place for the very existence of hell. Many observers did not understand why so many people were fleeing after visiting works of art. Due to the reaction of the visitors, rumors instantly spread among commoners and nobles. Huge queues began to form outside the academy, people wanting to see these works of art with their own eyes. Amun began to realize that he could not cope with such a large number of people and that he had no other choice. Our hero is forced to ask for help and is even ready to kneel for it. He asks the respected headmistress and deputy headmistress to help him cope with the crowd at the exhibition. His colleagues had never seen a teacher ask for something so desperately. Eventually, the headmistress and deputy headmistress agree to help and organize a queue. After some time, it begins to seem that control has returned to the academy. Marion is even surprised that the child organized all this in just a few days. It is possible that some may even see true value in the dolls. After a while, people began to disperse and all the excitement gradually dissipated. Only those who truly understood the depth of the exhibition remained in the exhibition hall. Aman asks Marion for advice on whether it's okay to leave it at that. At this time, one visitor evaluates dolls that evoke subconscious fear. But if you look at each of them individually, there is even something cute about them, reminiscent of the smell of a belly button. Amun decides to approach the visitor and informs him that they are already closing, and the man decides to buy one doll, and our hero names the price of 1 silver coin. After this, the exhibition closes and all the dolls are moved back out of the building. Unfortunately, they never managed to make any money, and even the last visitor didn't buy anything. The money could have come in if the academy had charged admission, but it was free. Everyone understands that Raymond will probably be very upset by this news. The boy called all people fools who were unable to appreciate his high-quality works. He is upset about the missed chance to show everyone his beauty and decides to use 2 buildings at once next time. After this, our hero began to observe Raymond and his condition. In recent days, he created hundreds of dolls, but he never dozed off during class. Moreover, each doll was made with high quality, although it did have a creepy look. At first, Amun thought that the boy had golden hands, like a sword master. But then he decided to ask directly why the boy was so obsessed with the exhibition. He even fainted because he was trying to combine studying and preparation. The academy's financial problems are none of his business and should be dealt with by adults. Aman asks the student not to strain himself so much, and then the boy decides to open up to the man. He tells our hero that he has never lived so peacefully, and that everything in the mountains was homemade. And here he has friends, food, and clothes. So the boy tries to protect it with all his might. He doesn't want to part with the life he has now for anything. Aman didn't expect his student's goal to be so deep and sad. If you think about it, his desperate attempt to destroy the academy was explained by the fact that he had a home. But the students have no place to return to after their home is gone. Even Chloe's kingdom was captured and completely destroyed. And now it turns out that Raymond doesn't want to return home, where he has nothing. At this moment, our hero meets one of his colleagues in the corridor. Lenny was supposed to return only tomorrow, but only during classes does she manage to get a good night's sleep. She brought with her aid to the academy in the form of supplies and funds from her family. After this, the loud voice of the headmistress is heard, who wants to tell good news. The emperor withdrew the recommendation to close the academy, and they are now entitled to monthly support. And Reinwald reports that at the exhibition, one elderly gentleman was touched by his grandson's work. He said he wanted to support the academy so that Raymond could devote himself entirely to art. After this, everyone decides to thank Aman, with whose help they were able to save the academy. Colleagues are very happy about what is happening and ask our hero to be friends with him for a longer time. They then throw the man into the air and call Amon Squid. Although our hero hasn't done anything special, he even begins to like it. It seemed that all the academy's financial problems had now been completely resolved. However, one day the headmistress announces an inter-academic tournament. This tournament is organized by the Empire, where academies compete against each other in various disciplines. The winner receives a trophy recognized by the imperial court and enhances his reputation. Our hero tries to dissuade the headmistress and asks her to think carefully. After all, now is not the time for a tournament, since even a small academy must have 100 students. But Anariel explains that they have already submitted their application, and it is impossible to cancel it. Marion tries to calm our hero down and says that this way they will have good experience. Moreover, the students had already shown good results in the previous competition. This argument seems weighty to Aman, and he finally calms down his ardor. After that, he asks which academy they applied to participate with. Meanwhile, wild laughter erupts in another educational institution. The director is amused by the news that Ammonite was supposed to collapse not long ago. And now they have decided to challenge the strongest academy, Bestrick. The time has come to end the long-standing feud between them and personally take revenge for everything. After learning who he will have to compete with, Aman realizes that they are lost. Their pathetic academy doesn't stand a chance against the most powerful academy in the Empire. Bestrick has several thousand students who, after graduation, become high-ranking mages or knights. Aman clutches his head and comes to the conclusion that it is like hitting an egg against a stone. But Marion asks him to calm down, as good results in the tournament will bring glory to their academy. There will be more students wanting to enroll than they can accommodate. If we win, it will only be a matter of time before we return to our former glory. Now Eamon understands the intentions of the director, who wants to revive the academy as soon as possible. In this case, our hero decides to try to do something, especially since he won't be the one suffering. After this, the children of the academy began hard and grueling training. At one point, Boris even falls asleep and gets hit on the head with a stick for it. Aman asks the children to concentrate and read all the entries to the last word. If the students are patient now, then wealth and perhaps a lot of meat await them in the future. Chloe reads with tears in her eyes that the secrets of the Bystro clan are about focusing power. Raymond also tries to read diligently, but Eamon asks him to do it more slowly. After this, the boy asks whether he will take part in fencing competitions, but our hero explains that another mission has been prepared for him, and he will talk about it later. The children are already beginning to feel as if the stack of papers is coming to life and growing to incredible sizes. As if hypnotized, they pronounce the teacher's words about healthy knowledge residing in a healthy brain. Finally, the day of the exchange between Ammonite Academy and Bestrick Academy arrives. The teaching staff of the two institutions, headed by the director, meet with each other. The headmaster of the Bestrick Academy, Benjamin, greets Anariel and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and the girl smiles sweetly in response and says that the man should have died of old age a long time ago. Benjamin has nothing to say to this and decides to look around at those present. The man sees the students and understands that their condition leaves much to be desired, and the teaching staff is not in the best shape for such a competition. After this, Benjamin begins to mock Ammonite's talents, and a verbal altercation begins between him and the headmistress. Aman is surprised that Anariel is so hostile towards this man. At that moment, a loud voice is heard, and Marion recognizes the person who has appeared. This is Aspatal Jonesser, who is known in the Magic Tower as a legendary swordsman mage. Now he is an inspector at the Imperial Court and announces the start of the competition. The first test will be the theory of magic and the construction of a magic circle. Students from both sides line up in front, while spectators and supporters stand in the stands. The Ammonite Academy had only 4 days to prepare for this competition. Bestric's first opponent already proved to be difficult, as he is known for his outstanding magic and attractive appearance. Holding a rose in his hands, this boy meets his opponent from Ammonite. He takes Boris for a pathetic commoner and believes that such a person is not worthy of practicing magic. The opponents come forward and introduce themselves to each other by their names. The inspector announces that in this test, after the magic circle is built, questions on theory will be asked. He asks who will go first, and Mayor Del Samo is immediately called. The student begins to reproduce magic and wants to show his talents to a pathetic commoner. He reproduces the magic circle and is pleased with his magic. Even the inspector is surprised that the boy was able to create a magic circle so easily without an intermediary. And the Ammonite Academy is given the task of dismantling the circle created by Mayor. The student created a spell accessible to 4th-level mages and is confident that Boris cannot handle it. However, Ammonite's apprentice reports that this magic circle is too ineffective. He shows a redrawn circle on paper and suggests removing the outer lines to make the mana flow efficient. And the lower strengthening line is not needed at all, since this theory was refuted several years ago. The inspector completely agrees with Boris's arguments and is surprised that he knows Galaim's theory. In that case, it is now the boy's turn to create his own magic circle. Boris starts drawing something in his notebook, and Mayor thinks that he is not even able to recreate the circle. After a short time, the student shows the finished version of the magic circle on paper. Mayor is surprised that his opponent was able to draw an 8th circle firestorm. At such a young age, he calmly drew such a complex circle, although even the mages from the tower could not do this. But Eamon knows perfectly well that in reality, Boris simply memorized this circle. Not long before, he brought tea brewed using the secret method of the tribe of the deputy director of Bresla. At first, Boris thought it was poison, but in fact, it was a decoction of insomnia. And the scroll that is in the hands of our hero contains magic for remembering bad events. The next day, Boris finally mastered all the dissertations, having drunk a mountain of the decoction. His efforts were not in vain, as the boy was declared the winner of the first test. The inspector shakes Boris's hand and invites him to Brayling's imperial court after his release. After this, the student opens his palm and discovers a strange object there. Everyone congratulates the boy, but he is still trying to understand what kind of object the instructor gave him. Anariel explains that this is a sign of a recruit to the imperial magicians, which means Boris's job is already secured. Student Amanita cannot believe that in the future he will become an imperial magician. Eamon asks the boy to wait a little. Very soon, he will be able to eat as much meat as he wants. After this, tears of happiness began to appear in Boris's eyes. The boy falls into the teacher's arms and begins to sob loudly from the good news. But at some point, the child stops making sounds and his body becomes weak. Aman picks up Boris and realizes that he seems to be very tired. All this time, our hero thinks that the child has already secured a place as the imperial magician. He is about to take the boy to his room, but he envies his position. Meanwhile, Benjamin tries to hide his anger at losing to a commoner. The director decides to consult and find out if there is anyone else in Ammonite who should be watched out for. Benjamin's deputy explains that there is a winner in fencing at this year's trials. At this point, the second history test begins, but for some reason, the student who is more knowledgeable in fencing takes it. Benjamin considers this a stroke of luck, as assigning a sword expert to another area was an unforgivable mistake for the elf. At the same time, Bestric's student received offers from many kingdoms to become a politician or diplomat. He's well versed in history, so victory should already be in Benjamin's pocket. After the test begins, Ray asks her opponent what the purpose of betraying the house of Marquis Manani was. However, everyone starts to quietly laugh at such a light topic. Even Eamon clutches his head, as his student chose a question from the very first lecture. As expected, Bestric's student handles this topic with ease. After this, it is Ray's turn to respond, and his opponent is already intent on trampling him. He wishes to discuss the recent political conflict between the Duke of Iberglow's dominions and the Grand Duchy of Vladimir. Even the teaching staff at Ammonite understands that this is a very complex topic. Bestric Academy receives a lot of fresh information from all over the world, but the Ammonite Academy has only old sources, and the difference in the quality of information is enormous. At some point, Ray asks what incident exactly his rival is talking about. Perhaps he is referring to the battle between troops and mercenaries in the neutral zone, or the disappearance of the Grand Duchy's escort. Student Bestric adjusts his glasses and says that any of these incidents will do, since he is hearing about these facts for the first time. Aman himself did not expect that his student could understand history so well. After this, Ray decides to discuss the conflict with the Principality due to the anomaly on Mount Boston, which is in the possession of Duke Iberglow. Is this guy even at the level of a sword master in history? That he knows the answers to such complex questions? Even Bestrick's student has no idea about the incident his rival is considering. After this, the boy tells the inspector that he has never heard of this conflict. But the inspector explains that this happened 2 years ago, and this worsened the conflict between the duchy and the duke. However, both sides wanted to keep it a secret and had to hush up the fact. Only Ray's grandfather understands perfectly well how his grandson could have learned this information. When the inspector sees Reinfeldt in the stands, he cannot hide his surprise. Seeing the Heavenly Sword King in person is an advantage not available to many. Now it is clear that this is Reinfeldt's grandson, and that is why he knows about this incident. The Heavenly Sword King was gathering wild vegetables when a group of children from the duchy mistook him for a lost old man. Reinfeldt wanted to teach the children a lesson, but they decided to hush up the incident so as not to spark political discord. At this moment, the swordmaster begins to stare intently at the imperial inspector. The man didn't expect Reinwald to notice his gaze, and suddenly his mana began to transmit thoughts. He says that he does not want this incident to be widely known and would like to skip this discussion. After this, the inspector concludes that John has nothing more to say on this topic. Therefore, he declares Ray the winner of this stage of the competition. The director of the Bestrick Academy begins to become indignant and expresses his disagreement with this decision. He furiously demands that the next match be on mathematics and intends to destroy his opponents. However, Amon states that their academy refuses to participate in this category. The inspector explains that refusing to compete against the imperial family is a great dishonor. But our hero doesn't want to force each of the 3 students to participate in 2 rounds. This will be too difficult and unbearable a test for them. Hearing that for their teacher, the boys are more important than honor, the students can hardly hold back their tears. However, our hero is of course lying, since there is simply no math teacher at the academy. Moreover, one only has to remember how Eamon tried to teach students the basics of this discipline. The teacher drew 5 apples on the board and said that Boris ate 3 of them, and Raymond brought 3 new apples and he and Chloe ate 1 each. Then Boris ate 2 more apples and the question arises, how much fruit is left? Chloe is the first to raise her hand and answers that Boris, who ate 5 apples, should be killed. And Boris himself spends the entire lesson thinking about the fact that he doesn't even like apples. At this point, Ray replies that they will only have 3 apples left. All the students' answers turned out to be incorrect, and Eamon came to the conclusion that they were hopeless. Thus, our hero decides to refuse to participate in this discipline. After this, Director Bestrick demands that the next round be science, but here too, Eamon refuses to participate, and the opponents are automatically awarded 2 victories. The Academy's score becomes tied, and Anariel sarcastically informs Benjamin that this is the victory he deserves. But the director gets the feeling that they were simply allowed to get these points. He experiences the same feeling of emptiness when Ammonite closed her doors. The man then spent the entire day plotting a victory, and the Academy wiped his nose again. Whatever the case, Benjamin is still determined to become the winner in the final match. And the final competition in the Imperial Tournament will be swordsmanship. Both competitors are asked to come forward, and Chloe appears in the arena. And the Bestrick Academy nominated a candidate for Swordmaster named Oliver Basket for the competition. At his young age, the boy was already in excellent physical shape and hoped that Ray would go up against him. He considered him the only worthy opponent, but he simply ran away. Moreover, Oliver will have to fight with a child shorter than him. Even Anariel doesn't understand why Eamon put Chloe in place of Raymond, but he asks the headmistress not to worry, as it is just a competition. After this, Oliver makes his first attack and asks the girl not to be offended by him. Just a second ago, the guy was determined to end this as quickly as possible. But something went wrong. Oliver begins to get very worried, as his rival has disappeared right from under his nose. He tries to find his opponent, but she seems to have vanished into thin air. At this moment, Chloe appears from behind and pounces on her opponent. With one deft and quick movement, the girl hits Oliver on the shoulder. Thus, the student earns her first point in this round. After this, Chloe goes around Oliver from the front and attacks him directly. She strikes with her sword with such force that it is difficult for the enemy to resist the attack. At this moment, the girl thinks that Mr. Eamon was right in many ways. When she imagines all people as pigs, she stops being afraid of them altogether. Suddenly, Oliver notices that the girl is lost in thought and decides to take advantage of this moment. Chloe remembers that this guy is right in front of her now. After this, she pounces on the enemy again and attacks him with her sword. The girl imagines him as a pig and deals him many angry blows. To everyone's surprise, Chloe gets 4 points in just a few minutes. Oliver ends up on the ground and declares that the little one was just lucky. But the student points her sword at him and asks him to repeat these words again. After this, She asks the opponent to stop grunting and start talking like a human. Meanwhile, the inspector gives Oliver the opportunity to turn the situation in his favor. At this moment, Eamon informs the headmistress that Chloe even beat Ray in the previous competition. However, the tournament rules made the result a little ambiguous. Moreover, Miss Lazy has recently started teaching Chloe fencing. The girl always had higher potential as a swordmaster, and if she also studies the techniques of the Field family, her potential will become unlimited. While the students from the two academies were fighting, Oliver noticed that his opponent had opened up. He decides to take advantage of this moment and attacks the enemy sharply. Suddenly, Oliver hears a sound from the side, like the quiet squeak of a mosquito. This special technique was taught to the girl by Miss Lazy, and it involves flying like a mosquito. She also has to bite like this insect, and Chloe manages to land another blow on the enemy. At this time, Director Bestrick tries to get through to Oliver and asks him to parry. Amon is delighted with his students' results and is very glad that mana is banned from use in competitions. This is a competition of pure skill, and there is no chance that Chloe will lose. However, what happens next greatly frightens and shocks our hero. Looking at Oliver, he realizes that this crook is trying to use a forbidden technique, and the headmistress notices that Mr. Eamon has suddenly disappeared from the stands. At that very moment, Anariel hears strange sounds in the arena and is horrified. Our hero jumped out in the midst of the competition and grabbed student Bestrick by the throat. His energy and attitude are so harsh, it's as if he's ready to tear Oliver apart. All this time, the student is afraid to move and suffers severe pain. Benjamin stands up for Oliver and shouts loudly that the teacher interfered with the competition. However, the inspector states that Bestrick's student attempted to use the aura blades. This is a very dangerous weapon that is capable of taking lives and few can see it. Oliver is disqualified for using the aura blade in the competition. Therefore, the winner of this competition is Amanite Academy. After this, Amon releases the student's throat, and he cannot understand how the teacher saw his aura. At this time, our hero approaches Chloe and asks if everything is okay with her. Fortunately, the girl is unharmed, and Anariel gets a unique chance to gloat over Benjamin. He never thought that he would have to face the humiliation of losing to Ammonite. And our hero admires the work of the headmistress and waits for her to make her opponent cry. However, at this point, Anariel suggests ending the tournament with a deeper friendship between the teachers. Amon tries to stay calm and hopes that the competition will be in magic or fencing. In that case, it won't be him who will have to take the rap, but Marion or Lazybones. Suddenly, instead of our hero's colleagues, a black-haired teacher is called into the arena. Thus, Amon is put forward to compete against Alfred, who is the fencing teacher in Bestrick. Amon tries to prove that he is a refined scholar and should not fight with swords. However, just now, his movements did not at all resemble the skills of a simple history teacher. Alfred declares that our hero is blatantly lying, as expected from Ammonite Academy with such a headmistress. Hearing these words, our hero cannot restrain himself and attacks his enemy. Anariel is shocked that the teacher was angry because of the insults directed at her. But in reality, Amon is furious at being compared to a stupid elf. Meanwhile, Alfred is just waiting for the moment when he can actually show off all his talents. However, the fencing teacher doesn't even have time to raise his hand before he finds himself on the ground with a huge bump on the top of his head. After this, the inspector announces that Amanite Academy wins the teaching competition. All this time, Alfred is trying to remember how the horse ended up on the ground. It turns out that when he was just about to attack, the enemy's fist had already fallen on him, and at that moment, the fencing teacher felt a strange sensation. It seemed to him as if Eamon had murderous intent. Alfred had never experienced such energy and sensation before. Remembering the last minutes before the blow, the teacher begins to feel horror. In fear, he jumps up from the ground and runs away from the arena as fast as he can. Bestrick's director is very angry and even intends to cut Alfred's salary after this. And Anariel continues to smirk at Benjamin and reports that his teacher ran away with his tail between his legs. At the same time, Director Bestrick reminds that not long ago, Amanite was on the verge of closure, and all this was the result of the headmistress's love for gambling. After this, Benjamin approaches our hero and offers him a job at his academy. Bestrick Academy is currently the best educational institution in the Empire, and Ammonite is barely holding back from completely failing. Our hero even has tears in his eyes because of how attached he has become to his place of work. However, he cannot refuse Benjamin's offer and gladly accepts the new job. He also asks to transfer his students to Bestrick Academy, but Eamon doesn't take the teachers with him and calls them complete crap. Lenya tries to tease our hero with her attractiveness and asks him not to leave his wife, and Marion and her deputy unleash a ton of indignation on the potato grower. After this, Ammon invites Benjamin to leave this unpretentious place. But before that, the director decides to find out if Anariel has anything to say. The girl's ears start shaking, and she says that all these slippery tricks were not set up for nothing. Apparently, this is the reason why she turned Benjamin down when he confessed his love to her. After such a loud statement, all the spectators' mouths drop open in shock. Instead of refuting these words, Benjamin simply remains silent. Aman thinks and realizes that something clearly bad is happening. Unlike the headmistress, who appears relaxed, Benjamin behaves differently. All this time, there was an uneasy atmosphere coming from the Bestrick Academy. It's like a loser clinging to his last chance. 30 years ago, Benjamin confessed his love to the headmistress in front of the academy gates. Then he got drunk and threw a tantrum, demanding that Anariel start dating him. After this, the man suddenly began singing about his love in the pub. Thanks to Benjamin, the girl now has enough memories to last her for the next century. She also told him many times that he was simply not her type, and now he's trying to involve her teachers in all this, and he's being very mean. Aman feels like his place at Bestrick Academy is slipping away from under him, and tries to save the situation. He asks Benjamin not to give in to provocations and to remain calm. Suddenly, the director asks if our hero has any feelings for Anariel. It is obvious that Benjamin perceived Eamon as his rival, and Anariel tries to remind our hero of his promises regarding the future of the academy. At this point, Benjamin's head is completely torn apart by jealousy. After this, he informs Eamon that he is no longer his director. Benjamin takes Anariel's hand and tells her that he is now a different person. The headmistress pronounces the name of her admirer, and tears appear in her eyes. Benjamin considers this a good sign and promises to dedicate the rest of his life to the girl. At this moment, something inexplicable happens, and Anariel attacks the man. No one expected to see such behavior from the headmistress of the academy. After this, the girl sits on Benjamin and again refuses him. Thus, the director of the Bestrick Academy lost consciousness from shock due to a broken heart, and thus, Ammonite Academy wins the exchange competition. Realizing his failure, Eamon decides to return to his previous job. However, no one is going to accept the traitor back so easily. The teachers leave our hero and go off to celebrate their victory, and students are asking whether they now need to transfer anywhere. Aman tries to explain that he just wanted to socialize the students. Of course, the Ammonite Academy is wonderful too, but they could find more connections in Bestrick. And Anariel is already running towards our hero, as she decided that he intentionally became a bad guy in order to take revenge on Bestrick. Aman is delighted with the headmistress's reasoning, who, without knowing it, came up with an excuse for our hero. She believes that the teacher did all this for the sake of the academy, and there was no way he could betray them. After this, the headmistress asks how Eamon is preparing for the exam to obtain a certificate. Anariel wants to promote the teacher to a training manager, and to do this, he needs to improve his qualifications. Aman wonders if he just needs to get a certificate to become a training director. Thus, our hero gets the opportunity to rise to one of the highest levels of the academy hierarchy. Blinded by power, our hero decides to obtain this certificate by any means necessary. But the next day after the exchange meeting did not promise to be calm again. Near the gates of the academy, Reinwald meets a man whom he is very surprised to see. Not long before this, the guest made his final decision. He turned out to be a high-ranking master of the sword and magic of the 8 circles named Caius Ardzia Ammonite. Of all the educational institutions, he chose the Ammonite Academy for himself. Caius decided to put an end to the grievances after listening to the Emperor and young Drake. The teacher's attitude towards prioritizing students clearly shows what kind of teacher one should be. The Emperor still doesn't want to cross paths with the Drake family, but he can't burden future generations with his grievances. Therefore, His Highness decides to respect his son's mood and does not intend to stop him. However, the Emperor had one condition, because of which Renevalt barely recognized the prince. Caius cast foul magic on himself and changed his appearance. This was the Emperor's request to hide the prince's identity and his talents. Reinwald is very surprised that the man decided to become a teacher. After this, the swordmaster escorts the new teacher to the headmistress's office. The prince's name is Kai, from the house of Viscount Stroh, and he intends to take a job at the academy. No one except Renevalt was able to see who was really hiding behind the mask. Anariel decides that Kai heard about Ammonite after rumors of victory, but the prince was not even aware of this news. Meanwhile, Aman decides to ask what subject the new teacher would like to teach. Kai replies that he is ready to take on any discipline, and thereby invites himself to overtime. At this time, the headmistress reports that right now many teaching positions are empty. However, this does not frighten Kai at all, but on the contrary, it gives him an opportunity for growth. Anariel decides that the new candidate is ideal for them and gives the man the contract. No one even bothers to test his skills, as the academy is experiencing a severe shortage of teachers. Amon offers his help and promises to fill in the gaps he will be missing together with Kai. The prince is incredibly happy with such a good-natured attitude towards him. He shakes Amon's hand and says he looks forward to working with them. Now Kai is finally sure that Mr. Drake is a great talent, and our hero is only glad that he will have someone to shift his responsibilities onto. From this point on, Anariel suggests following the example of Amon, who will soon be appointed head of the faculty. Kai is very surprised that at such a young age, Amon will already receive such a position. After this, our hero asks what item the man likes the most. Since Kai cannot teach magic and fencing, he chooses history. But Amon says that this is his subject, and the teacher happily agrees to mathematics. After this, the young trainee goes to watch lessons from other teachers. Amon left the teacher alone because he supposedly needed to prepare for certification. While Kai is waiting for his fencing instructor, the academy students come to meet him. He immediately informs the children that he will teach them mathematics. The students introduce themselves to the teacher and state their names, and then show where their fencing teacher is. Kai turns his head and can't believe his eyes. He doesn't understand why the teacher crawls on the ground like a caterpillar. Meanwhile, Len sees an unfamiliar face and tries to find out who is standing in front of her. Kai introduces himself as the new math teacher, and he and the instructor have a nice introduction. After this, the newcomer begins to observe the girl's lesson. Lenya begins the lesson, and the young man's eyes widen in surprise. At this time, the instructor teaches Chloe to feel every blow. But Kai doesn't understand how this amateur activity can be called a lesson. He approaches the instructor and asks why she is deviating from the curriculum. Lenny explains that Boris decided to become a magician, and he only needs fencing for general development. However, Kai still doesn't understand how one can skip physical training, and Raymond has his own fencing school and his own training methods. But Kai continues to insist that the program recommended by the Imperial Ministry must be followed. Since the trainee is a nobleman and doesn't know what size to cut potatoes for planting, Lenny advises him to learn what is needed. At the same time, she wonders if Kai has already met teacher Amon. She advises the intern to avoid this trash after what happened yesterday. Lenny talks about the incident at the competition, and Kai writes everything down in his notebook. She continues to slander Amon and make backstabbing remarks and gets a 5 out of 100 for teaching. After some time, evening comes and Kai finishes his observations. Our hero meets him near the academy and asks how his first day went. And Kai doesn't even know how to say that he listened to insults towards the teacher all day. After this, the intern decides that there is no point in telling him about it. At this point, Amon wonders if the Elder Slows had cursed him again. Kai can't believe that the teacher figured everything out so easily. Meanwhile, Amon says that he himself is to blame for this situation. The prince is already completely no longer able to understand what is happening in this academy. He knows better than anyone that Amon is an outstanding leader and has achieved this position through his own hard work. Kai hopes that at least the magic teacher won't slander him. He knocks on Marion's office door and says he's come to watch the lesson. Kai knows Mr. Ramdam as a nobleman who fought in the Great War. He is a graduate of a famous magic tower and has extensive experience in the army. The prince thought Marion should be a judge of character, but even he showered Amon with insults. However, should a person standing in front of a class while drunk say this? Marion also decided to tell about yesterday's incident, and Kai decides to find out the whole truth from the students. Chloe remembers the teacher's attitude and realizes that he was hardly pretending, but she tells Kai that Amon cares about the students more than anyone else. The intern starts exclaiming that he knew it, and Chloe decides that the new teacher is kind of weird. By the end of the magic lesson, Marion had accumulated a pile of empty bottles, but despite his drunkenness and slander against Amon, everything went well. Even though the teacher deviated from the curriculum, there was logic in his lesson. For Boris, as a future magician, he places emphasis on theory. And for Chloe and Ray, who dream of becoming knights, he emphasizes practice and defense against magical attacks. At this time, Marion decides to ask if the newcomer is going to hit him, since he is already used to this from Amon. Watching everything that happens at the academy, everything becomes clear to Kai. Such incompetent teachers will envy the incomparable Drake. And in his notebook, Kai gives Marion 2 points for suitability for teaching out of 100 for drunkenness. The last lesson left is history, which our hero teaches. Amon tells about Emperor Amonis I, who founded the empire. Kai is delighted with the lecture, which glorifies His Highness. Moreover, the teacher follows the official program recommended by the empire. In Kai's mind, all the students are listening to the teacher with enthusiasm, although in reality, everyone is thinking about their own things. He finds it unfair that such a brilliant teacher is suffering. The prince even decides to use the seal to resolve this situation. However, he remembers that he cannot act rashly, and it is better to continue to hide his identity. But if Amon suddenly wants to, The prince will be ready to fight injustice. Kai gives our hero 100 out of 100 for teaching, and the teacher feels goosebumps run through his body. So, a week has already passed since the prince's arrival at the academy. Eamon decided to take the certificate exam, so he studied diligently all the time. With such an effort, he is confident that he should cope with it perfectly. The other teachers didn't speak to our hero for several days, but fortunately, at least the headmistress didn't bother the teacher with all sorts of little things. After preparation, Eamon decides to take a break and hears someone's footsteps. Our hero turns around and sees Lenya and Marion in front of him. He wonders what brought his colleagues here at such a late hour. The teachers brought with them treats in the form of a popular drink and desserts. Aman carefully examines the gifts and thinks that they must be poisoned. Our hero doesn't understand what has suddenly come over his colleagues. He looks closely at Lenny's face and notices that she doesn't look well. The girl must have been very tired, although it seemed like she always had such dark circles under her eyes. At this moment, Lenny hits our hero in the leg, and Eamon recognizes the instructor's standard behavior. After this, Marion says that they came to make peace. Lenny apologizes for ignoring her and feels her legs giving way. To straighten up, she lets go of our hero's hand, and he falls sharply to the floor. At this point, the colleagues say goodbye to the teacher and offer to be friends again. Aman remains lying on the floor and does not understand what is happening at all. He doesn't believe that the two of them changed so much just because they understood his intentions during the exchange fight. At this point, our hero decides that the teachers are trying to appease the future head of the department. This realization pleases Eamon so much that he is no longer afraid to try the dessert. The teacher now finally understands what it means to have power in his own hands. Meanwhile, Instructor Lenya finds every step very difficult. Who would have thought that someone worse than a history teacher would appear? But Aman will certainly recognize the true nature of this newcomer. The next day was supposed to be crucial for receiving the Level 2 teaching certificate. If Aman fails, he will regret it for the next 6 months. But if everything goes according to plan, he will definitely pass with flying colors. However, our hero is nervous, since it is not only these Helligan teachers who have suddenly improved. This morning, the headmistress also said that they had not received a single letter for a week, and the students really asked Eamon to come to class tomorrow. Our hero does not understand what happened during his absence. Meanwhile, the wait for the exam dragged on so long that it was already evening. Many of the teachers in line had already failed it several times, and Eamon had only started preparing a week ago. However, our hero decides to just wait and consoles himself in every possible way. After all, just a little while longer and a long-awaited bright future awaits him. Aman laughed so hard that people thought it was thunder. After this, our hero runs away and goes to the academy cafeteria. Aman took for himself a juicy sausage, which he had been dreaming about all day. While our hero is enjoying the juicy food, another teacher joins him. Kai looks like a devoted dog who is delighted with his owner. He asks permission to sit next to the senior teacher and places his plate on the table. The next few minutes pass in silence as Aman enjoys the succulent meat. After this, he decides to ask Kai about the job, since he will soon become the head of the department and wants to hear the teacher's opinion. The newcomer replies that he has something to say, and Eamon prepares to listen to him. Our hero believes that modern teachers are too slow-witted, but from Kai, he even begins to feel passive aggression. Aman explains that only a week has passed, and the newcomer will definitely get used to it. After this, our hero asks permission to come to Kai's lesson, and he considers it an honor. Suddenly, Eamon decides to ask if the teacher is going to eat his sausage, and the newbie explains that he just wants to save it for later. Kai leaves our hero no choice, and Eamon takes the sausage from his plate. While the teacher is enjoying the food, the newcomer's face changes dramatically. He hides a notebook behind his back in which he gave Eamon minus 700 points for eating his sausage. The next day, the first thing our hero did was go to a fencing lesson. Aman can't believe his eyes after he sees what's happening during training. This lazy girl runs around the playground singing the national anthem. And all this time, Kai is urging the instructor and demanding that she sing louder. It turns out that the newbie threatened lazy girl with a report to the Ministry of Education and forced her to study. Aman can't believe that Kai would resort to such methods. Meanwhile, lazy girl hopes that the history teacher will save her from such treatment. But instead of saving him, our hero suggests that the newbie add sandbags to his running. Aman is surprised that this guy is doing his job so well. After this, children appear on the playground, and our hero notices that they are somehow sad. But when the lesson started, Aman finally understood why everyone was acting so strange. All the students were forced to pick up wooden swords and begin training. Instead of the usual individual methods, each student studied according to a program. Aman cannot believe that he is seeing all this with his own eyes, and that he is not imagining things. The lazy woman took on the task of teaching all the students and doesn't give them a chance to breathe. At first, everything may seem to be going perfectly, but Eamon senses something is clearly wrong. Meanwhile, The students' shouts fill the entire training ground. The trajectories of the wooden swords move in sync with these cries. This could be observed during a peaceful lesson at the academy, but not in this case. Amon can't get over the mess that has arisen during his absence. Our hero analyzes the situation and is ready to grab his head from what is happening. He doesn't understand why Raymond was introduced to the field family training. Boris shouldn't be training with everyone, but Kai thinks he needs physical training. Amon grabs Lenny and demands to know why she forced the child to study, if they take into account everyone's abilities. At this point, Kai explains that this approach is completely wrong. Students should be on equal terms and receive the same education. The newcomer also explains that, according to rumors, Amon was the initiator of this division, but he doesn't believe it, since the teacher follows the imperial program more than anyone else. A man like the elder could not have proposed such a disastrous plan. After all these words, Amon can no longer stand it and begins to get angry. He then approaches Raymond and tells him that he can train at his usual pace, and Boris should rest and read a book on magic in the shade. Amon suggests that the older Lenny take a sleeping bag so as not to teach Chloe in this state. The fencing instructor can't believe he's hearing these words from our hero. Amon has risen in her ranking and finally considers his colleagues as comrades. While everyone is happy to return to their normal pace of life, Kai looks at the teacher with suspicion. Suddenly, the prince decides to grab Amon's hand and pull him towards himself. Kai demands that our hero explain his incomprehensible behavior. The senior teacher's face changes, and he asks permission to ask the newcomer the same thing. Kai continues to hold Amon's hand and explains that he is for fairness in education. If we provide equal opportunities to all students, then it will be right. At this point, Amon loses his temper and suggests that the newcomer teach the eagle to jump and the frog to fly. He adds that education should be fair, not equal. But Kai insists and says that only the Empire's curriculum can ensure the future. In this case, Amon invites the newcomer to have some fun. After this, all the students begin to watch with interest what the teachers are going to do. Our hero explains the rules, which require hitting each other with a wooden sword once. Amon is confident that with a beginner's skills, this will not be difficult to do. But the prince doesn't understand how the teacher found out about his hidden magical power. However, our hero adds that he cannot use the aura, since he is an ordinary person. To ensure a fair fight, the same applies to the use of magic. Kai thinks this is nonsense, but this is exactly the kind of equal education system he proposed just recently. For example, Boris is very far behind Chloe and Raymond in fencing. However, the newcomer forced him to train with them at the same level. So using magic and the sword's aura in a duel would be unfair. Kai accepts the elder's conditions, and the teacher invites him to attack first. After this, the newcomer pounces on our hero and promises that he will regret it. Amon stands motionless and waits for the blow, since the conditions of the battle do not allow dodging, and Kai at this time cannot stop thinking and getting angry. The elder never told him about work and was always busy. He also stole his sausage and left him alone for a whole week. At this moment, all the students and teachers flinch from the scream. Our hero clutches his shoulder, which appears to have been dislocated after the newcomer's blow. Now, our hero has even more motivation to teach the snotty boy a lesson. Amon jumps up and even forgets about his bruised shoulder. It's our hero's turn to strike, which he delivers with enormous force. Kai grabs his shoulder and feels sparks of pain running through his body. Amon inquires about the newcomer's condition and explains that he only touched it lightly. After this, it is Kai's turn, and now he intends to hit even harder. Amon stands motionless and waits for the newcomer to attack him. This time, the prince decides to attack his rival with special force. However, something suddenly stops the new teacher. Chloe stood up for her teacher and prevented Kai from hitting Amon. The newcomer explains to the girl that the lesson is not over yet, and he is doing this for them. In that case, she doesn't understand why Kai doesn't take the teacher's side. Chloe has always learned the Field family's fencing techniques and doesn't like others. She has always trained at her own pace, but now she has to stop because of other students. Having made a compelling argument, Chloe asks the new teacher not to change the curriculum. At first glance, justice and honesty seem to Kai to be the same terms, but in reality, justice does not tolerate bias, and honesty involves subjective judgment. Amon explains to the newcomer that all of this is very important when working with students. Therefore, they must guide students in the right direction, rather than try to make them all the same. This is why education must be fair. And Kai has been wrong all this time. He became accustomed to the imperial education system and his horizons became narrow. But to become a wise ruler like his father, he needs to learn to understand people. After this realization, Kai kneels down and thanks the elder. He is delighted with what a wonderful lesson Amon taught. Our hero hopes that the newcomer will not dare to challenge him again. Kai pretends that his ear is itchy, But in reality, he now understands the feelings of the elder Marion. Meanwhile, the magic teacher has a reminder about abstaining from alcohol hanging in his office. The newcomer with his innovations managed to reach him too. But fortunately, this is his last lesson for today. When someone suddenly changes their behavior, the other person unconsciously begins to worry about them. This applies to situations when Lenny starts running across the field or Marion stops drinking. However, this time, Aman is even surprised by the teaching of magic while sober. He tries to find out from Boris why the lesson is going so smoothly and boringly. At this moment, Marion is reading about a potion created to maximize the effectiveness of magic. In the picture in the textbook, he sees a bottle and stops for a moment. Marion mistakes it for alcohol and begins licking the tasteless page. Even Eamon is shocked by what is happening to the magic instructor. He turns to the younger one and asks if this is his doing. Kai replies that according to the ministry's regulations, a teacher shouldn't behave provocatively, and immediately gets a slap on the head for it. The newcomer tries to justify himself and explains that the difference in curricula is not a reason to let drunkenness go unpunished. However, Aman reports that Marion cannot give lectures while sober. He's going to go and talk to a colleague while the kids do their self-study. While Eamon was walking to the magic teacher, he managed to stick the paper to his tongue. At this moment, the students cover their ears from the loud bang and screams. Marion has a feeling of déjà vu, even though he didn't drink and didn't do anything bad to our hero. So the magic teacher again finds himself in the hands of Eamon, who drags him somewhere. After some time, our hero takes Marion to a quiet place and gives him a bottle of alcohol. At first, the magic teacher couldn't even believe that he was being offered a drink. He is ready to burst into tears from how grateful he is to Eamon for saving him from a sober life. Marion picks up the bottle and hopes that it is definitely not poisoned. After this, he attaches himself to the neck and drinks the contents. The magic teacher feels much happier in his usual drunken state. However, he doesn't know what to do with Kai, who promised to report him to the ministry. Our hero replies that nothing can be done about the fact that Marion can only teach when drunk. The teacher agrees with Eamon and adds that alcohol is the best means for quality lectures. After this, Marion thinks and decides to have a frank talk with our hero. He tells him that he is actually thinking about leaving the academy. After all, there is now a new teacher, and it will be better if he gives way to the younger ones. Aman thinks this is complete nonsense, and Marion probably only thought about it because of the ban on alcohol. He decides to talk to the teacher and reminds him of his words about how he was going to live in the academy as long as there were students in it. However, Marion doesn't even remember this, as he was drunk at the time. And Aman continues to say that as long as there is at least one student listening to the teacher, he will continue the lecture, and the role of the teacher ends only when the student graduates from the academy. Moreover, thanks to Marion, our hero learned to accept things that are different from him, because a real teacher can give valuable advice not only to students, but also to colleagues. After this speech, our hero extends his hand to Marion and waits for his reaction. The teacher's eyes were filled with incredible gratitude that Eamon had such an opinion of him. In response, he hands our hero a bottle and invites them to drink together. After this, Aman calms down and realizes that everything is now fine. Suddenly, he breaks Marion's bottle and announces that it is time for them to return to class. Finally, after a week of abstinence from alcohol, the magic teacher gave a lecture that will go down in history. Even Kai became more loyal and stopped imposing his rules. After a hard day, our hero, as always, goes to the canteen. There, he meets Kai again and asks if he has already gotten used to the academy. The newbie replies that the food here is very tasty, but there is something else. He points at our hero and says that he is the head of the department. Aman is very pleased to hear such flattery from his younger brother. At this moment, other teachers appear in the cafeteria, having heard the newcomer's conversation. Our hero is very surprised that his colleagues did not know about his appointment. It turns out that the gift of alcohol and snacks was due to the newcomer's innovations. Aman explains to the teachers that his position has not yet been officially approved, but Kai asks him not to be modest, since everything is almost decided. However, our hero does not want publicity, as he might be hated out of envy. At the same time, Lini and Marion did not even think about envy, and only dreamed about their desires. After this, the magic teacher, instead of congratulations, asks to accept his condolences. Aman doesn't understand the meaning of these words, and then Marion reminds him of his duties as a manager. The whole point is that such a position implies promoting projects for the department. Aman was so blinded by the sweet power that he completely failed to take into account the most important thing. Being a department head means helping with higher-level tasks. He will have to participate in the headmistress's unsuccessful investments and improving the quality of food for the deputy. In any case, Our hero decides to stop these two at any cost. At this time, Anariel is calmly filling out paperwork in her office. The elf is pleased with the work and believes that this should be enough. Suddenly, Eamon bursts into the office and runs towards the headmistress's desk. With one powerful movement, he sweeps away all the documents stacked in a pile. Anariel tries to understand what the teacher is up to and why he is looking at the papers. Amon goes through every document to find anything about the snail race. After a long search, a strange paper catches his eye. Our hero looks closely at the document and cannot believe his eyes. Then he looks through the rest of the papers, and his ardor gradually subsides. Amon doesn't understand why all the documents are in such perfect order. Is Anariel really done betting and planning to bankrupt the academy? The girl explains that it is only in Eamon's imagination that she is sitting around in a chair. That may be true, but she also does her job properly. Obviously, the headmistress was offended and was trying to find out what brought the teacher to her office. Amon explains that once he receives the certificate, the responsibilities of the manager will fall on his shoulders. He is afraid that he will not be able to cope with this volume at once, since he is, after all, a simple teacher. So he had an interesting proposal for the headmistress. Eamon reports that he would like to take over as head of the department right now. After all, if an ordinary teacher is suddenly promoted, problems may arise. Our hero is confident that if he keeps the situation under control, everything will be fine. And this has already worked on Kai. Anariel doesn't believe that Eamon is serious about taking over as manager, and the teacher begins to worry that the headmistress will not agree to his proposal. However, the girl is very happy that Eamon is so devoted to the academy and responds to our hero with a positive decision. As expected, everything went smoothly for Eamon and according to his plan. But Anariel adds that there is little work now and she copes with everything herself. However, in the future, she will not be able to devote so much time to small details, and they will fall on the shoulders of the deputy and the head. Amon understands the headmistress and decides to deal with the deputy in this case. With the official resumption of the academy's work, a meeting on financial issues was held. After this, it was decided to divide the funds in half, and the director would use them for the future and the deputy for the present. But immediately after this, Brezel gets a good beating from our hero. Using her position, she sent out a request for support for a squad to exterminate wyverns and harvest their meat. The royal family's funds must have amounted to a significant sum, and Bresla managed to spend half of it. Lying on the floor with a huge bump, the deputy doesn't even feel remorse. Amon explains that spending all of the academy's money on supporting a wyvern extermination squad is not normal. However, Bresla continues to insist that they make excellent pilaf. Realizing that words won't convince this elf, Amon stabs her in the neck. The deputy falls to the floor, and our hero tries to find a catch in the contract. There must be something that will help him return the money to the academy. He is interested in the fact that the contract was signed with the Silver Sword Squad. He is famous for his achievements during the Great War and his victories over many monsters. But these mercenaries can't read at all, and simply scribbled the contract. The hastily formed detachment looked for a way to earn money and began its movement in the commercial city of Amur. The contract mentions Count de Blay, who supports these mercenaries. After this, Amon looks closely at the contract again. He then tells the deputy that she must go with him. Our hero is going to go to the office of these mercenaries and resolve everything on the spot. The next day, Eamon heads to the Silver Sword's first thing. He informs the men that the Wyvern King is dangerous and asks them to cancel the request. But the leader of the mercenary squad named Mate has no idea what this weirdo is talking about. He starts laughing loudly and explains that Eamon knows very little about their squad. However, our hero heard about many achievements and victories over monsters, and yet, the squad leader doubts that the teacher even has an idea of who the Wyvern King is. Then Eamon reveals that he grew up in the Arma Mountains, and Mate recalls that the place is teeming with monsters. And our hero warns that the Wyvern King is very dangerous and is no less powerful than the Elder Dragon. At that moment, the man even splashed a sip of beer out of his mouth from laughter. After all, no one has seen the Elder Dragon, and it is only a mythical creature from fairy tales. Mate had never heard such excuses for terminating a contract. However, the leader still agrees to terminate the contract with the academy. But they have already spent more than half of the amount on purchasing supplies and will not be able to get all the money back. When Mate shows our hero the amount to be returned, his eyes pop out of his head. He hits the incompetent deputy who caused all the assets to go down the drain. After this, Eamon decides to inquire whether the squad is really ready to die in a fight with the King of Wyverns. The leader explains that they hunted dozens of cursed dragons, but Eamon insists that they are mere prey compared to the Wyvern King, as these monsters capture dragons every day. If the teacher is so worried, then Mate suggests that he go with them. Our hero believes that the leader is right, since if they die, They will not see any money. The party plans to set out tonight and set up camp near the Wyvern King's nest. Amon agrees to Mate's proposal and takes his deputy with him. And the leader at this time warns the newcomers so that they don't regret it later. After all, this will be a rather dangerous journey and not everyone can handle it. As Mate promised, the entire squad was ready to set out that night. Silver Sword takes the flag with him and quickly moves towards the Wyvern King's lair. Already at the very beginning of the journey, mercenaries begin to attack their opponents. On the way to their goal, many monsters appear in front of the squad, and since it's next to the Wyvern King's nest, they can't get past the normal ones. But Eamon is determined to quickly sort this out and get his money back. This is precisely why our hero teamed up with the mercenaries to help them capture the Wyvern. Together with Bresla, they went hunting to replenish the fund with money. But since these monsters see well at night, the squad set out in the evening to reach the lair before dawn. However, at some point, the deputy wanted to eat again. Amon is surprised by her passion for food, as they only ate 10 minutes ago. Bresla gets angry and explains that such a portion is not enough even for one person. Meanwhile, our hero wonders why they are walking so slowly. Mate explains that with their unique mobility, they will reach the destination in half a day. The leader understands that these two do not value their squad at all, and he intends to show them his full strength. Eventually, Eamon and the deputy ended up walking behind everyone. Our hero tries to persuade the elf to go faster, but she has no strength from hunger. Amon tries to get the girl angry and says that she turned out to be weaker than the director. Bresla loses her temper and demands that she not be compared to Anario. After this, the dark elf takes off and rushes ahead of the squad at the speed of light. Amon asks to wait for him, and in a matter of seconds catches up with his deputy. Together with Bresla, they are significantly ahead of the mercenary squad. Our hero tells the elf that she is a pretty good runner. Even though the dark elves are the people of the night, Amon is still confident that he will be faster. Our hero pulls ahead, and the deputy realizes that she is too hungry. She is completely out of strength and can no longer run. Bresla falls to the ground and finally stops moving his body. At this time, the squad leader is informed that the clients are nowhere to be seen. Mate decides that they went home because they were tired and asks not to look for them. After this, one of the armored mercenaries lowers his spear to the ground. The weapon hits something and makes a strange screaming sound. At that very moment, the squad discovers Bresla, who is sleeping in the middle of the road. Meanwhile, the wyverns fly calmly around their nest. Amon arrived at their lair first and had already discovered the eggs. This nest of the Wyvern King reminds him of a huge watchtower. Our hero becomes blinded by wealth again, as any part of these monsters is very expensive. In Arma, wyverns are used to craft weapons and equipment, but there it quickly breaks down due to the large number of monsters. And in the city, the weapons are bought up at a good price. At first, Amon decides to deal with ordinary wyverns in order to minimize losses. And already, the first individual with a huge mouth flies towards our hero. Amon puts his fist out and prepares to attack the monster with his bare hands. With great force, the simple teacher attacks the huge wyvern in the head. The other monsters start laughing, and Amon promises to get to them. At the same second, our hero jumps up and attacks the next wyvern. His blows are so powerful that the insidious monsters cannot resist. After a short time, a bunch of wyverns end up on the ground. Amon begins shouting to the remaining individuals and suggests that they attack first. However, his head just can't wrap itself around what's happening at this moment. Instead of attacking, the wyverns continued to simply stare at him. Were the monsters really so scared of him that they even decided to fly away? Amon starts screaming, unhappy that he only killed 3 wyverns. However, even after these provocations, the monsters have no intention of returning, and our hero's scream turns out to be so loud that it reaches across all the mountains. Even Mate hears a strange cry and decides that they are already close to the wyvern's lair. One of the mercenaries suggests taking a break in this case and takes out some rice balls. Sensing food, the deputy pounces on the unfortunate man. Just now she couldn't get up, and now she's furiously trying to bite off the mercenary's hand. The man asks to let him go, as he does not look like a rice ball at all. And all this time, Eamon is immersed in thoughts about what he did wrong. Wyverns are usually very aggressive and attack people indiscriminately. So why did he only manage to catch 3, while the rest flew away? At this moment, the entire squad reaches the nest and is surprised to meet Eamon there. Mate thought the teacher had returned home, but he simply walked ahead. The captain is shocked by the speed of a simple guy who doesn't even look like a swordsman. At the same time, Mate notices that Eamon defeated 3 strong wyverns with his bare hands. After this, the squad leader announces that they will set up camp and recuperate until dawn. And Eamon is interested in the deputy, who was tied up and placed on a stretcher. Mate explains that he had no choice. as she was trying to eat one of the squad members. After this, all the mercenaries decide to rest and wait for the Wyvern King near his nest. As morning approached, our hero and the captain began to wait for the monster to appear. They sat like that until the evening. But the Wyvern King never showed up. By the evening, Amon even decided that the monsters had moved their nest. But the wait was not in vain. Finally, the Wyvern King appears in the sky and flies towards the squad. Its huge claws can easily kill several people at once. Suddenly, the Wyvern King grabs Amon by the jacket and tries to drag him away. While all the mercenaries are staring at the monster with their mouths open, the teacher asks them to do at least something. Mate starts to grin as his time has finally come. Now he has the opportunity to prove that the Silver Sword Squad is the best in the Empire. The man grabs his spear and immediately sets off to save Amon. With one deft movement, he grabs our hero by the jacket and pulls him out of the Wyvern's clutches. Amon ends up on the ground, and Mate asks everyone to remain calm. After all, such a dangerous hunt can easily be entrusted only to his squad. After this, he gives the order to the mercenaries to attack the monster, and Bresla begins to desire this delicious meat even more. At this moment, the entire squad pounces on the long-awaited prey, and the Wyvern King flies towards the humans who dared to come into his lair. Mate swings his spear and prepares to attack the monster. However, a simple human tool is shattered into splinters in the king's teeth. The captain can't believe his spear was broken so easily. Amon isn't surprised at all, as wyvern teeth make high-quality shields. At this moment, other individuals appear and grab the members of the squad. As punishment for not listening to him, Amon decides to simply watch for a little while longer and not interfere. But the most important thing for him now is that this elf wakes up. The deputy sleeps so soundly that it seems as if she has died. Suddenly, Bresla opens her eyes and starts screaming about wyvern oil. She is already beginning to smell his delicious scent and is trying to free herself. After several attempts, the rope finally gives in and breaks into pieces. The deputy frees himself and starts laughing as if he's going crazy. Then she raises her hand and says some kind of spell. The elf says that the Great Duke will come to the Shadowed Land when the sun sets. Amon continues to watch Bresla and realizes that she has definitely gone crazy. At this moment, the deputy's wavy hair begins to flutter in the wind, and under her feet, a dark energy appears, similar to tree roots. Suddenly, sunny weather gives way to a thick and dark night. Now Eamon is shocked by what is happening and does not understand why it suddenly became dark. Meanwhile, Bresla continues to transform into something terrible. After this, she says that the Great Duke of the Night has come. Amon looks closely at the deputy and her dark aura. The teacher is surprised to realize that the elf has used black magic and has changed beyond recognition. Meanwhile, the squad captain finally loses his advantage in the battle with the Wyvern King. Even with his specially made sword, he cannot defeat the monster. The Wyvern King turned out to be truly dangerous and impossible to even scratch. The powerful dragon drake will seem like just prey in front of this monster. Now Mate realizes he should have listened to that man. The captain was already prepared to meet his death. But when he opened his eyes, he saw something amazing. The massive Wyvern King finds himself trapped in magical chains. The monster screams furiously and cannot escape from these shackles. At this moment, our hero appears from above with an axe, with which he attacks the wyvern. Amon's powerful blow sends a thick cloud of dust into the sky. His weapon cannot withstand such an onslaught and breaks into pieces. But judging by our hero's reaction, his attack was unsuccessful. The Wyvern King proved to be incredibly tough, and only a small dent appeared on his head from the blow. Seeing the captain lying on the ground, Amon says that he should have listened to him. After this, he asks the deputy to bind the wyvern again with black magic. Bresla extends his hand and recites the Grand Duke's spell again. A circle of magical black smoke begins to form beneath her feet. The deputy masterfully creates an energy ball from which chains are born. They tie up the Wyvern King again, rendering him immobile. Bresla tightens the chains more and more, and oil begins to ooze from the monster's body. The deputy is incredibly happy with the wyvern's cries and asks for even more oil. After this, one of the long-awaited drops falls directly into her mouth. Bresla feels a unique taste for which she is ready to do anything. The elf demands more oil and attacks the wyvern. At this moment, Amon tries to shout to her, as the magic suddenly dissipated. Bresla completely forgot about her spell, and now there is nothing left in her head except oil. Meanwhile, Amon is horrified that the wyvern is about to destroy his deputy. He decides not to waste precious time and sets off to save the elf. And at that moment, she is blinded by the excellent taste of the oil and does not notice the danger at all. A few seconds later, a huge crater forms in the ground. Luckily, Amon managed to save his deputy and dodge the wyvern's attack. After this, He carefully places the deputy on the ground and asks her to be careful. He puts his arm around the elf's waist and explains that he was very worried. However, at that very moment, his kindness was replaced by a scream because he was worried about the life of the Wyvern King. Suddenly, the monster again decides to attack the people with its powerful tail, and Bresla loses consciousness. Amon realizes that he has no time to rest and decides to borrow the captain's sword. After this, he raises his blade into the sky, and the tip of the blade begins to gleam in the moonlight. Our hero loudly declares to the Wyvern King that he is the only one left. However, lying on the ground in fear, Mate asks not to forget about him. At this moment, the Wyvern King lets out a loud and piercing cry. After this, reinforcements of wyverns appear and fly towards the leader. Amon decides that this is a great opportunity to catch everyone and make a fortune. A huge flock of wyverns with sharp fangs pounces on our hero, but Aemon is ready to meet them with his sword and is really looking forward to when they fly closer. Our hero jumps into the air and swings his weapon. However, all the wyverns fly past and none of them attack him. Amon is stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The teacher looks back and notices that all the wyverns are flying away again. He even forgets that he is in the air and loses his balance. After this, our hero falls to the ground and realizes that he is still alive. He rubs his bruised head and doesn't understand what the pillow is doing there. Then Aemon looks down and sees a huge Raymond doll there. This terrible face can only be seen in a terrible nightmare. Out of fear, our hero jumps off the pillow and runs away. After this, he finds a quiet, calm place and applies a bandage to the bruise. At this moment, a man appears who frightens our hero with his unexpected presence. A man with a Raymond doll on his shoulder asks if his teacher recognizes him. After this, the stranger explains that he is Raymond's patron. Amon immediately remembers that this is the same man from the exhibition. The rug on which our hero fell was also left by this man for his collection. But the man is interested in what the teacher was doing here and how he ended up here. Amon explains that he came here on a contract to supply wyvern oil, but they all run away from him. The Lord starts laughing and says that the guy knows nothing at all about these monsters. Wyverns are certainly aggressive animals, but in a pack with a king, their behavior changes and they become withdrawn. Therefore, attacking the king now is the most useless undertaking. After this, Amon realizes that he has deprived himself of the chance to hit the jackpot with his own hands. He begins to grieve over the fact that the money flew away from him so easily. Meanwhile, a flock of wyverns flies carefree and enjoys life, and the Lord discovers that many mercenaries have died on the battlefield. He knew it was a dangerous mission, but he didn't think many would die. At this moment, the captain appears in front of him and he takes him for a ghost. Then the rest of the mercenaries rise from the ground and explain that the wyverns were just playing with them. The Lord reports that he went to help the squad, as they did not return by the appointed time. Mate apologizes to the man for the failed mission and asks how he can make amends. My Lord replies that this is unnecessary, and the main thing is that everyone remained alive. But since it comes down to it, he decides to list all the squad's misdeeds. The mercenaries failed the mission, did not fulfill the order of the man from the academy, and now must pay the penalty. However, the squad is completely out of money, and Aemon realizes that because of them, he wasted his time. Fortunately, the Lord generously offers to pay the penalty and return the deposit from his own pocket. Hearing that mercenaries were more valuable to him than money, the entire squad could not contain their emotions. After this, Amon decides to bring the deputy to his senses and tell her the good news. Having heard about the deposit and the penalty, Bresla begins to come to his senses. But first, she's interested in wyvern oil again to make fried rice. After everything that happened, Amon can barely contain his emotions. He then pounces on the deputy to knock this nonsense out of his head. In the end, Aemon saved the academy, preserving its budget, and everything returned to normal. One day, Lenny felt like she was too late at training. Her father and brothers told her not to focus on her skills, but her family pride won't let her stop. Although before becoming a swordmaster, a little rest wouldn't hurt. Lenny wraps herself in her sleeping bag and realizes that this is the best place to sleep. However, someone's piercing scream immediately awakens the instructor. Even Marion, who drinks calmly, spits alcohol out of his mouth. And Kai felt the full force of the horror piercing his body from the loud scream. Even Reinwald, who was standing at the gates of the academy, was taken aback by the sudden cry. The entire academy was alarmed by the noise that disturbed the general peace. Teachers gathered together to learn about what happened, but no one is sure that this strange sound could have been made by a person. It looked more like a monster, but they don't live in these parts. Then the teachers notice that Aemon is missing from them and go to his room. There they find their colleague unconscious and with a letter in his hands. Marion comes to the conclusion that it was because of him that Aemon lost consciousness. After this, The magic instructor carefully reads what is written. He informs the teachers that Eamon has failed his teaching license exam. Kai is sure that his favorite could not have failed the exam for a first-class license and decides to look at the letter with his own eyes. In the end, he realizes that this is the first time he has seen a loser who failed such an easy exam. At this moment, Eamon comes to his senses and does not understand why there are so many people in his room. At first, our hero decides that he was having a nightmare. But then he sees his letter. He begins to scold Marion for reading it without permission. The magic instructor never gives him the paper back and tells him that the teacher has failed the teaching aptitude section. The first question was what a teacher should do if a student made a serious mistake. Amon responded that he needed to be scolded. But Lenny explained that the answer should be formal. Marion is ready to burst out laughing and adds that the right thing to do would be to stabilize the situation and gently explain the mistakes. At this moment, the headmistress appears in Amon's room and asks if everything is okay with him. Anariel had overheard that the teacher had failed his certificate exam. However, she explains that the academy's head teacher is not needed urgently, and there is still time. But Amon always called the elf a fool, and she decides not to miss the chance and show who is really stupid here. Our hero doesn't even have anything to say in response to this, since the headmistress is indeed right. This fact affects Amon so much that his emotions flare up like a fiery flame. The teacher loses consciousness after experiencing the most intense stress of his entire teaching career. The next day, during history class, Kai decided to tell the children some bad news. He wipes his tears with a handkerchief and explains that he is very sorry to say this. It turns out that from this day on, the history teacher will not be able to teach lessons for now. Thus, 3 days passed, during which Eamon's subject was temporarily taught by a newcomer. Raymond is very unhappy that the new teacher doesn't even give them cookies. He constantly forces the children to memorize something and does not even provide recess. Ray loudly announces that Kai is not cool at all. And at that very moment, the teacher appears. The boy immediately tries to apologize for his words and explains that it was just a joke. But Kai doesn't even think about being offended and explains that the history teacher is still sick. After this, he invites the children to begin the lesson and open their textbooks. However, the boys decide that such torment can no longer continue, and they need to help teacher Eamon recover faster. During the break, Chloe offers to visit our ailing hero. Ray thinks it's a good idea and thinks that the teacher will immediately get better after seeing him. And Boris suggests taking some kind of gift with you so as not to go empty-handed. The boys take coins out of their pockets and realize that their budget is very tight. At this point, Chloe saves the day and reveals that she has money. She shows the boys a bag of gold coins that she was given for participating in the competition. However, Ray also won money, and now everyone is wondering why he doesn't show it. The boy explains that his grandfather threw them into the river because gold, in his opinion, is a luxury for a swordsman. The guys don't even have anything to say in response to this, and they just sympathize with their comrade. And Chloe explains that she won't spend money on a gift for now. After all, first the girl is going to increase the amount for teacher Eamon. After some time, the children go in search of our hero's room. After this, they stop near the door and closely observe the situation. There is a magic teacher nearby, who for some reason is sitting on the floor. The boys approach Marion and say that they wanted to visit their teacher and give him a gift, but the man asks not to go to Eamon, since he failed the exam and the instructor teased him about it. Since our hero is still not himself, Chloe decides to ask him what he likes. Marion beats her chest and announces that she doesn't know about the teacher's preferences. However, he is sure that what is important to Eamon is not the price of the gift, but the expression of feelings. After these words, the children understand that the instructor really knows nothing about his colleague, and Marion was convinced that he had actually said something cool. After some time, the students and their instructor came to the fighting arena for some reason. While Marion orders drinks, Chloe thinks that bringing him here was a good idea. Without an escort, they simply wouldn't be allowed in here, and the teacher won't say anything to anyone about the drink. It was a perfect plan. And now the girl plans to put money on the line just like Eamon did last time. At first, the girl invites Ray to try his hand, but the boy can't tear himself away from food. Boris hasn't trained with a sword for a long time and asks Chloe to do everything herself. After this, the boy turns away from his friend with a clear conscience. However, at this moment, Chloe tells Boris that he was just scared. The guy was clearly touched by these words and explained that he had nothing to fear. But if Boris is really not afraid, then the girl suggests that he go first. In fact, the guy was just lucky last time, and today he won't be able to beat such people. While Boris is immersed in his worries, Chloe is already demanding an answer from him. She states that the boy has only 3 seconds to think, and Boris understands that he has no choice. After this, Chloe goes to place a bet and gives 1 gold coin for her friend. The administrator sees a child in front of her and asks who she came here with. Chloe points to Marion and explains that her uncle is drunk and asked her to place a bet. The man recognizes Lord Ramdam, and the name Boris also seems familiar to him. It turns out that the entire trio is blacklisted at the arena, and their appearance must be reported immediately to management. The administrator tries not to show it and feels that it will be fun. After this, he informs the master that Marion, Chloe, and Boris are here again. The owner decides to put on an interesting show and sends Dexon to fight. He orders him to show everything he is capable of, but Dexon wants to avoid a duel with Boris. The fighter explains that this is not just a brat, but a notorious family destroyer. Last time, the boy hit Eggshaker in the groin so hard that now he won't have any chance of family happiness. And Dexon really dreams of a beautiful wife and a cute child. Meanwhile, the host announces the start of the special match and asks the audience to take their seats. All the guests in the arena are surprised when they see Dexon, famous for his one-hit victories. The participants go out to battle, and Raymond faces off against a powerful fixer. Dexon is going to show this boy what happens to those who interfere in the affairs of adults. Ray notices that his opponent has drawn his sword and asks permission to use this weapon as well. Normally, the use of blades is prohibited, but in this special match, different rules apply. Seeing the aura of the little boy, Dexon can't believe that he is a sword master. The enemy flees the arena in fear and does not understand why modern children are so dangerous. Raymond wins before the match even starts, and the kid's money doubles. Chloe bet 10 gold coins on Ray, and the odds of the famous fixer winning were 4-1. While Marion runs for another drink, the boys start thinking about a gift for the teacher. Boris is the first to put forward his idea and suggests buying a history textbook. Chloe puts her hand on her friend's shoulder and explains that she's starting to worry about him. The girl asks Boris to imagine himself as a farmer who is given a sack of potatoes when he is sick. She explains that it is impossible to give a gift related to work, and the boy has another idea. At this point, Chloe interrupts Boris and adds that the gift must be expensive. After all, value is important to adults, and it's not for nothing that they tried to earn more money. And Marion decides to put in her word and says that there is simply no better gift than alcohol. Chloe asks the teacher to step aside and decides to ask Raymond's opinion. Seeing how the boy offered to give her his doll, the girl begins to worry that at this rate the academy will simply collapse. After this, she decides to take matters into her own hands and explains that they have no choice. Chloe invites the kids along to teach them an interesting trick. Meanwhile, Teacher Amon finds himself in the Imperial Palace. His Highness praises the hero for his service to the Academy and for achieving excellent results. As a reward, the Emperor intends to award the teacher a new title. From now on, he should sound like a blockhead and all his colleagues start laughing. While Amon asks everyone to be quiet, someone from behind places a hand on his shoulder. It turns out to be Anariel, who clearly doesn't want to miss the chance to make fun of her. At this moment, our hero wakes up in his bed, sweating coldly with horror. However, gradually Amon begins to realize that it was just a dream. Suddenly, our hero hears a knock on the door and wonders who has come to see him. After this, students appear in the room and ask permission to enter. The children give the teacher a gift and explain that it is for his speedy recovery. Ray explains that he was the one wrapping the gift, but the horrible doll on the package makes that clear. After this, Amon asks if he can open it right now. Once our hero gets permission, he can't believe his eyes. After all, inside there is a premium pen, the cheapest model of which costs 30 gold pieces. Its feather is said to be so strong that it can rival the tooth of a young wyvern. Amon really liked the children's gift, and he decides to hug them all. After a while, the students leave, and our hero decides to try out the gift. Now he is convinced that one should only trust those students whom he personally trained. However, while Amon was writing with the golden horizon, his pen suddenly broke. The teacher just can't comprehend that such a durable pen could get damaged. After this, he notices that the design on it is written in ink, not engraved. Amon begins to tremble with the realization that it is a fake. It turns out that the students just wanted to make fun of him and deliberately gave him a fake. This shocks our hero so much that he almost loses consciousness again. Meanwhile, the entire academy is just waiting for Amon to get better. Kai didn't think that the elder would be upset for so long, but he also can't change his result. While the prince was thinking about how to help the teacher, someone loudly asked why he was sitting there. Reinwald appears in front of him and asks why he is sighing so heavily. Kai explains that he is worried about Amon, who has not left his room for several days. He thinks the students like him more than their previous teacher, but Reinwald could hear how tired they were of the newcomer. After this, they, together with the swordmaster, come up with a plan to get Amon back on his feet. Ray's grandfather recalls that our hero was delighted when he offered to become his apprentice. In that case, it would be a good idea for the crown prince to teach Amon Reinwald's fencing techniques. After all, a teacher is a kind of scientist who always strives to gain new knowledge. However, The swordmaster asks not to tell Amon that this is his fencing technique. He explains that he simply doesn't want to burden his elder with unnecessary worries. But in reality, Reinwald was just waiting for a chance to get closer to Eamon. After this, Kai first goes to the elder to offer him training. He explains that life doesn't end with some exam. Our hero tries to appear polite and asks Kai to just leave. The newbie finds himself outside the door and doesn't understand what he did wrong. In the corridor, Reinwald meets him and asks the guy not to be upset and to give Eamon time. However, Kai was ready to cry with happiness as the elder smiled at him. He thanks the Lord for the method, which actually worked. The next day, the children bring the teacher a new pen and ask for forgiveness. They explain that it's all the trading company's fault. But Eamon keeps imagining everyone making fun of him. The teacher can't seem to come to his senses, despite the children's efforts. After this, Reinwald appears in the room and says that Eamon has a letter. But our hero continues to not react to anything and looks like a mannequin from the outside. Reinwald places the package on the floor, and Eamon hears an interesting sound. He decides to look at what they brought him and sees a mountain of gold. At this moment, his colleagues burst into the room and demand that he hand over the coins. The teacher clutches the bag of gold to himself and explains that one cannot steal from a sick person. And Marion reports that this is a reward from the Imperial Ministry, and Eamon was supposed to read the letter. Our hero opens the envelope and sees the results of the evaluation of Amonis's teachers. Could it have been during the experience exchange competition? Amon doesn't even finish reading the letter and immediately crumples it up. And Lenny and Marion demand that the money be given to them, since the reward is intended for all teachers. However, in the letter, gold coins were given only to Eamon for a good training program. He shows this to his colleagues and explains that they don't deserve this money. But the teachers threaten that the letter clearly states that the reward must be divided equally. Otherwise, evil will certainly follow. Now, our hero is completely crushed by the fact that 200 gold coins have been taken from him. However, he recalls that the letter mentioned another award. Amon finds a pocket watch engraved with the imperial symbol, which looks quite expensive. He decides to hang the gift on his belt and keep it carefully. At this moment, Kai appears at the door and asks permission to enter. At first, Eamon did not want to let the newcomer in, as he thought that he also came for money. But he remembered that Kai was not yet officially employed and offered 3 gold coins as a kind gesture. The newbie freezes in shock, and then Eamon offers to add 5 more coins. Kai happily accepts the gift and considers the elder so caring that he is willing to share the bean. After this, the newcomer turns around and says that he is happy about the improvement in the teacher's well-being. At some point, he says that this new pocket watch suits his mentor very well. From these words, Eamon begins to feel as if Kai himself gave them to him. It would seem that from that day on, the situation at the academy returned to normal. Our hero continues to admire the watch and lift his spirits. The more he looks at the award, the more he likes it. Moreover, he was able to protect 95 coins from these demons. And Anariel asks if our hero is going home for the summer holidays. She asks Amon not to be angry for being a fool and promises to deliver him with the help of her magic. However, the teacher informs that this time he will go home alone. But Anariel is worried that while the teacher is away, the academy will turn into a restaurant. After this, Amon leaves to sort things out with his deputy a little. The teacher begins to speak so loudly that Bresla covers her sensitive ears. It seems that in his absence, she wanted to order premium ingredients and expand the dining room. But if the deputy promises to behave well, he will bring her 3 sacks of potatoes from home. Bresla is already starting to salivate in anticipation of this taste. After this, they shake hands and seal their agreement. After some time, Amon informs the headmistress that he spoke with the deputy, and there is nothing more to worry about. Anariel thanks the teacher for his concern and opens a portal to his house. Before leaving, she adds that she will open the portal again in a week. Who would have thought that Amon would care so much about the academy? In this case, she also cannot lose, and is going to surprise our hero with a business presentation. Meanwhile, our hero finally finds himself in his native land. The mother is very surprised by the arrival of her son, who must resolve matters at work. Amon explains that he is on vacation and discovers his axe in his mother's hands. The woman reports that it has become a little dull, and there are much fewer monsters. However, at that moment a noise is heard, and the teacher realizes that the monsters have returned again, and precisely at his arrival. The mother invites her son to move over and takes his axe into his hands. After this, Amon goes outside and finds the monster dead. Next to them, he sees a young man and a little girl and understands that everything is already over. The young man, bearing signs of a struggle with the monster, turns around and calls out Eamon's name. This guy turns out to be our hero's brother, Aim Drake. Eamon apologizes to him for not coming last time, but Aim is not offended and invites him to come in and eat, since he is now free and no longer works. Amy's younger sister also adds that they were fired from the foot of the mountain. Amon is sure that the reason for the dismissal lies in the girl's difficult character. Amy reports that her older brother worked in a textile shop, and she worked in a fruit shop. Sometimes the boss gave her fruit to eat, but she ate so much that the boss fired her. Amon realizes that the shop owner knew Aim's boss, and that's why he was fired too. Seeing the brothers whispering among themselves, Amy begins to get indignant. After this, the girl gets hit on the head for stealing food. Then the brother and sister start arguing, and Aim tries to calm them down and go into the house. But at that moment, the boys hear the sound of falling stones on the border. However, they should only react to the approach of the ancient drake. And in the house itself, there is a commotion due to the terrible noise. Amon's father becomes ill because they have just restored the potato field. One can only hope that this is not an ancient drake. However, Amy had already managed to check everything, and that same dragon returned again for someone else's potatoes. Mother sends Eamon to the field to protect her farm. Our hero is worried that his axe won't be able to withstand such an onslaught twice. However, he decides to take a risk to buy some time. Amon strikes the drake with all his might, causing a crack to form on his axe. The teacher can't get over the realization that his favorite weapon is broken. He nicknamed him Eamon No. 2 and tried to protect him all his life. And now his favorite axe is reduced to splinters, and he really wants to take revenge on the monster. Our hero attacks the ancient drake with his fists, even though the drake didn't even do anything with his weapon. But at the moment of the attack, Amon hears someone calling his name. An elder appears before the teacher and gives him a gift. An unusual object flies towards our hero, who doesn't even understand what this gift is for. Then Amon remembers that last time the elder promised to prepare a gift for his arrival. Could it be that Castlerag had prepared this powerful sword especially for him? Amon grabs the weapon in his hands and feels its weight become too heavy. The elder explains to our hero that this sword is made of adamant. It is an extremely heavy yet durable material. Amon decides that this sword might work and attacks the drake again. While the potato thief is calmly devouring the entire field, our hero deals a crushing blow. The attack is so powerful that it resembles an explosion. All the residents watch what is happening on the field with surprise. Even Eamon's parents froze in anticipation of what would happen next. The ancient drake remained alive, but tears of pain flowed from his eyes. After a strong blow, his strong and valuable scales cracked and a wound appeared on his body. Amon is incredibly happy that the monster's armor turned out to be vulnerable to his new weapon. Now, with such a sword, he can easily defeat the drake. And after that, the monster will become an excellent fertilizer for the potato field. Just as Eamon was about to attack, the elder stood up to protect the dragon. He asks our hero to stop and not attack the drake. The elder explains to the teacher that the dragon is also a living creature, but Amon is outraged that they must now let go of the one who plundered the field. To this, the elder replies that the dragon did this for the sake of survival. However, our hero explains that people also grow potatoes for survival and attacks the monster again. Castlerag stops the guy and promises that the drake will not return here again. Amon decides to go to meet the elder and agrees not to touch the monster. The man thanks our hero and turns to the ancient drake. The elder slams his fist on the ground and demands that the dragon leave and never return. But the monster starts to argue, because he doesn't want to leave the potato field at all. Then Castlerag threatens that if the drake comes here again, he will have to eat dirt instead of potatoes. Although reluctantly, the monster cannot go against the word of such a powerful dragon. Drake leaves the lands of people, and the elder sadly explains that the monster had its own reasons for stealing. As expected of Castlerag, he again read Amon's thoughts about what reasons the drake might have. After this, he invites our hero to take a walk and talk about everything. The elder explains that the ancient drakes were driven out by dragons, and over time lost their minds, becoming monsters. The cub they saw recently lost its mother in its early teens. The elder found him crying bitterly after his mother's death, and maybe that's why he listens to him. Now Castlerag doesn't want the ancient drake to die, but he can't re-educate him. Besides, he is now keeping an eye on some of the Amaranth family, and that's why he plans to send him to Amonis Academy. Our hero can't believe that the elder wants to send a dragon to the academy, and Castlerag is confident that only in this institution will the dragon be able to receive a decent education. Moreover, in Ammonite, there are not only people, but also elves. Therefore, nothing terrible will happen if a dragon in human form is trained there. Amon thinks about it and realizes that this young dragon can destroy the academy. However, This development of events arouses his genuine interest, so he tells the elder that the academy would be very happy to accept the dragon. But our hero also adds that education at the institution is not free. The elder understands that we are talking about human money and snaps his finger. At this point, he reveals that he does not have a hobby of collecting people's coins, so Castlerag gives Amon a boulder of gold and asks if it is enough. Our hero pretends that this is just enough to get even more gold. The elder snaps his finger again to add the tuition fee. After this, several more gold nuggets appear in the clearing. Having received a mountain of precious metals, Amon promises to take full responsibility for accepting the student. While the elder and the teacher are talking, Amy watches them closely from behind the bushes. That same night, Amon feels a good feeling in his house. Now he has an adamantine sword, an ancient drake scale, and a mountain of gold. At last, his lands had wealth to put aside. Suddenly, the lid of the chest opens in front of Amon, and Amy appears from it. Our hero is very scared and demands that his sister go to bed. However, the girl advises her brother to do the same, and not sit in his father's office at night. After that, she changes the subject and says that she came to say something. But Amon decides not to even listen to his sister, and immediately refuses her. Amy finally decides to voice her request, and declares that she wants to study at the academy. And our hero, with a cold face, replies that it would be better to find another place for Amy. The girl decides not to give up and does not understand why she cannot study where her brother works. After hearing that he doesn't want to accept another pig, Amy decides to hit Amon. The teacher manages to say that he was just joking and that he really doesn't want his sister to get hurt. However, Amy hoped to get good grades since her brother works as a teacher. Amon is even surprised that his sister has managed to become so smart, and Amy promises to study well and not cause trouble for our hero. The girl is even ready to pretend that she doesn't know the teacher, but our hero remembers that Amy had never really put much effort into her studies before, and yet, an academy diploma will indeed give her more options for future development. Therefore, Amon decides to agree and ask his parents for permission. After this, our hero remembers the golden dragon, who will also study. Maybe with students like these, there's still hope for Amonis Academy. Amy's admission was easily approved by her parents, as it was better than being unemployed. Throughout his vacation, Amon helped around the house and overall had a good time. But the day came for the end of the rest and a return to work. However, for some reason, the gates of the academy were locked. Moreover, no one came to pick up our hero, and he had to ask the elder for help. For some reason, this situation seems familiar to Amon and gives him bad thoughts. After this, a man appears near the gate and recognizes the thief. But our hero explains that he is not a thief, but a teacher at this academy. After this, he decides to ask why the gates of the institution are closed. At this moment, Amon was overcome by a strange feeling, as if the worker was about to say something bad. As the teacher thought, the head of the academy invested all the money in investments, and now she is bankrupt. The first thing Amon decides to do is go to the headmistress's office. He almost breaks down the doors when he bursts into the elf's room. The teacher demands that the copperhead explain what she got them into again. Anariel hands Amon a piece of paper and asks him to look at it. The girl explains that this is the business she invested in. Amon reads the document and realizes that it refers to the Royal Mango Farm. The headmistress apologizes for the mistake and hands the teacher another paper with a plan for the development of the Bell Slime Wasteland. It is as remote as the Arma Mountains and also inhabited by monsters, but the fertile soil gives it great potential for development, and the royal family was among the investors. Antonio told the headmistress that success was guaranteed, and she invested the academy's operating funds into it. However, this project failed because a meteorite fell to the ground. The Imperial Legion was completely destroyed, and the wasteland became unsuitable for agriculture. When news of the failure arrived, representatives of the Merchant Guild immediately rushed in and carried away all valuables. They did this because, in addition to the funds, Anariel invested money that she borrowed from these merchants. At this moment, Amon raises his hand over the headmistress's head, and she tearfully asks him not to hit her. But our hero had no intention of punishing the elf, but only wanted to support her. He asks Anariel to calm down, as the director of the academy should not panic. The girl never expected that the teacher would be so kind to her. For a moment, something like compassion even awakens in our hero, but he immediately realizes that this scene looks too stupid. After this, Amon asks where the others are and learns that Marion was summoned to the Magic Tower, and Sir Reinwald was suddenly summoned as one of the 4 great knights. Professor Sloth took all the students to the Fit Estate for the holidays. Meanwhile, Kai also did not linger and left on urgent business. The deputy director said that if there are no cooks, she will return when everything gets better. Amon understands that there are 2 weeks left until the end of the holidays, and that he needs to somehow restore the academy's work. He tries to think of some way out, but the situation is too dire. At this point, Anariel turns to the professor to put an end to it. The headmistress takes Amon's contract and thanks him for his enormous work. But since it's all over now, she terminates this contract without penalty. Suddenly, our hero stops her and asks the girl not to rush into a divorce. During this difficult period for the academy, he came up with an idea. The first thing Eamon decides to do is use the gold nugget. He brings it to the head of the merchant guild named Delmans to repay the debt. However, before this, Eamon explains that this is security for the repayment of the debt. After the failure of the development project, the guild must have decided that the academy had no funds. But as they can see, Amonis has enough money, and this gold will be used as collateral. Eamon promises to return the required amount in just a week after the business plan is developed. Having reached an agreement with the head of the guild, our hero leaves and is glad that he has gained a little time. Anariel is worried about Eamon's personal funds, and Eamon explains that he needs to make sure his business plan is successful. For this, he will need the strength of the headmistress and her desire to help. After that, they go to the destroyed royal mango farm. Since early morning, the earth has been dug here, and elven magic has been used. Amon asks the headmistress not to dry out the worms and to keep them moist, and at that moment, he himself thinks that it was worth helping Anariel. In this way, they work together to cultivate a field that was destroyed after natural disasters. But the farmer can't imagine how they will restore the land at this rate. Several months have passed since the farm was destroyed by the flood. It all happened because of that damn elf and her spell. The farm owner promised himself to kill her if he saw her again, and she suddenly appeared. After this, the man attacked the headmistress with his scythe. Together with Eamon, they barely escaped the enraged farmer. But then the emotions subsided, and our hero explained that they were going to restore the farm. However, the owner asks not to make him laugh, as the flood has turned the land into a swamp. He doesn't even have the money to hire workers, since he invested all the money into expanding the farm. After this, Eamon asks the man if he has any seeds left, and he shows him several seedlings that he managed to save. This turns out to be good news, as the flood mixed the soil and made it fertile. Therefore, if you cultivate the land correctly, the quality of the soil will be better than before. Amon then decides to plant the seedlings, and the farmer wonders how he can hold them up when they weigh tens of kilograms. Our hero plans to plant another 15 plants and plants the first of them. All the work is eventually completed, and Eamon hopes that his plan will work. A week later, the farm owner can't believe his eyes. The royal mango farm has fully recovered and the plants are growing lushly. The head of the merchant guild is very surprised that this is the same bankrupt land. It is clear that the owner is not particularly happy with this man's visit, since he only comes when everything is going well for them. Amon explains that it was he who helped restore the wetlands. In exchange, the farmer agreed to give him 20%, 10 of which he would give to the head of the guild. The man is very surprised, because with such profit from mangoes, it is possible to enter new markets. They shake hands with Amon and agree to pay off the debt. Thus, the life of the academy was again extended and the crisis passed. Now, our hero intends to bring his colleagues back to work. Even late at night, he does not sleep to prepare letters. One of them ends up on the desk of the head of the fields, and also Lenya's father, but he clutches this letter in his hand, because he will not allow Drake to touch his beloved daughter. This time, the man has no intention of simply letting our hero go. Meanwhile, the summer holidays are coming to an end, and the academy remains empty. It got to the point where Amonis became even more abandoned than usual. Amon decides to check his mailbox and feels that there won't be any good news there. 2 days have already passed, and no one has responded to his letters. Our hero, in a bad mood, goes to the headmistress's office and declares that this is all simply disgusting. While Anariel continues to recuperate from the farm's drained strength, Amon announces that he told everyone to return by the end of the holidays. But for now, they can use the time wisely and find someone. This is Bresla, to whom it is impossible to send a letter, since it is not even known where to send it. Not long before this, the headmistress tried to defend the history of her academy. While the workers were taking out all the valuables, she ran into the deputy. Anariel told Bresla about the critical situation and the bankruptcy of the academy. Now the deputy understood where all the cooks had suddenly disappeared to. However, instead of helping in a difficult situation, the elf began to pack her suitcases. Anariel tried to stop her, but she wasn't ready to do anything without food. So Bresla left the academy in an unknown direction. And now the headmistress has to spend her energy searching for her. Seeing that the girl has become ill, Amon suggests conducting an investigation on his own. However, Anariel asks not to worry, and explains that she is ready to burn to the ground if it helps her get to the deputy. Suddenly, the elf finds the location of Bresla in the south of the Amur. Amon had never been in these overgrown and dense forests before. If he is not careful, he risks wasting too much time. While our hero is searching, A strange smell hits his nose. Aman smelled the aroma of meat and decided that the deputy was somewhere nearby. In front of him, he sees a woman sitting by the fire and decides that it is Bresla. He tries to make a cutlet out of her, but instead of a substitute, it turns out to be an old man. Aman was almost scared to death and immediately removed his fist from the stranger. Our hero apologizes and explains that he came from far away for the sake of an acquaintance. While the old man eats his meat, he asks if he has seen the dark elf. To Aman's surprise, his grandfather saw an unfamiliar dark elf nearby. Of course, he is not sure if this is the girl the teacher is looking for. The old man points his finger into the dense jungle and says that in that direction he can find her. Aman thanks the man, and after that there is an awkward pause between them. Our hero is still in no hurry to leave and asks the old man for a piece of meat. The man never shared his game, and meanwhile, a downpour began in the forest. Our hero decides to take refuge in a cave and wait out the bad weather there. He feels a strange sensation as he smells meat again. At this moment, a picture appears before Amen of the deputy eating roast boar. He is shocked by her appearance and the fact that he met her so suddenly in the cave. Meanwhile, Bresla looks warily at the man and continues to eat her meat. Amen starts to get angry and wants to hit the elf for dropping out of the academy, but she starts screaming like a wild animal. And the teacher remembers the headmistress's warning. Both Anariel and the old man asked him to be careful, as she could be overly cruel. At that moment, a wild, dark elf attacks Aman with a knife. The teacher still can't believe such a drastic change in the deputy's behavior. It is obvious that she has returned to her primitive state and is no longer the same as she was before. Fortunately, our hero was prepared for possible developments. Aman takes something out of his pocket and throws it to the side to distract the elf. This item turns out to be a potato, which the deputy loves so much. The elf immediately runs for new food that was grown by people. As soon as she takes a bite of the potato, strange things start to happen to her. The elf seems to lose her mind and even drops the potato from her hands. After this, she begins to speak in human language and clutches her sore head. She has a lot of thoughts, and Amen asks her to try to remember everything. Bresla returns to precious moments shared with potatoes. After this, her eyes open and she doesn't want anything else except this food. Reason gradually returns to the deputy, and she already hears Aman's voice. Our hero tries to make sure that the elf has actually come to her senses. At this moment, the deputy says our hero's name and her memory returns. She thanks Amen for pulling her out of her primal state. Finally, our hero can breathe a sigh of relief and do what he intended to do. He grabs the first bone he comes across and pounces on the elf, who is trying to escape. As a result, the deputy was successfully captured and punished for leaving the academy at a difficult moment. After this, Aman returns her to her workplace and discusses the situation with Anariel. The headmistress reports that the elves are regressing without outside influence. Bresla even managed to catch a cold while walking around the forest half naked. And Anariel is surprised that the deputy returned to her roots in just a couple of weeks. After this, the headmistress gives Amen a letter from Lenny, which is unpleasant to read due to its excessive vanilla nature. In it, the instructor asks for help bringing materials for the academy and visiting her home. Amen immediately throws the letter in the trash, as Lenny would never write such a response. It's an obvious trap to lure our hero into their mansion. After this, he remembers the children who must now be shedding tears for him. After all, the children are now at the Fields estate with lazy bones. Meanwhile, the students eat cookies and feel that life is good. Instead of remembering Amen, they dream of eternal vacation. Only Chloe sits by the window and understands that these two are hopeless. After some time, our hero received another letter and decided to set out on a journey. It mentioned that Boris and Ray had never swung a sword or read a single textbook. This message was written by Chloe, who misses her teacher very much and asks him to come to the estate. Only the student forced our hero to return to this God-cursed place. Thus, the teacher finds himself at the main entrance to the Fields house. At least the misunderstandings about the wedding and other things were resolved last time. He hopes that the 13 swords will not give him such a cold reception this time. However, the first thing the leader does when meeting Aman is to cut off his head. The sons grab the teacher by the arms and lead him to the execution of the sentence. Meanwhile, the kids enjoy various sweets and cakes. Chloe suggests that her friends take a break and review what they learned last semester. However, the boys' appetite makes them stay and live in this estate. Even Boris gained a fair amount of weight while he was gorging on chocolate. Chloe doesn't know what to do and already doubts that her friends will adjust to the academy after this lifestyle. When a person reaches a high position, he begins to think that it belongs to him. That is why the higher a person climbs, the more painful his fall. But these idiots don't listen. And if they were in the academy, they would have gotten it in the neck already. Chloe has no more arguments left to reason with the boys. Now, all hope lies only in teacher Amen, whom she is eagerly awaiting. Meanwhile, Our hero is trying by all means to avoid beheading. But the leader decided that Aemon had insulted his daughter, and now he still dared to make excuses. However, the teacher explains that he has not seen Lenya for several weeks. The man demands not to play the fool and shows our hero the letter. This is the message Aemon sent to Lazybones a few weeks ago. In it, he hoped that Chloe had surpassed her in fencing and called Lenny's skills pathetic. At that fateful moment, Amon realized that this was definitely the end for him. He wrote this letter to provoke Lenny into responding, but it fell into the hands of her father. Aemon decides to take one last chance and explains that these words were meant to honor the beauty of the elder. Luckily, at that moment, Lazybones' voice is heard behind our hero. The girl woke up from the noise and decided to find out what was going on, but her father and brothers cannot answer her, as they are blinded by her beauty. Amon explains to his colleague that Chloe and Lenny asked him to come to the estate. In her letter, the girl indicated that she needed help with sponsorship materials. Lenny realizes that her father is involved here, having intercepted the letter and answered for his daughter. She asks the head to give her the envelope and asks him not to do it again. The elder heard that Aemon wrote her a letter praising her beauty. Anticipating flattering words, the girl eagerly unfolds the paper. After this, the instructor becomes enraged, and our hero justifies himself by saying that she did not respond to regular letters. This time, Lenny decides to forgive her colleague and sticks the sword next to him. The girl explains that she wants to show the teacher something interesting. At this moment, the sword begins to emit a fiery aura and shine brightly. Lazybones has finally become a master of the sword, and Chloe will never surpass her in fencing. Amon realizes that even Ray, who has become a master swordsman, will soon surpass her as a student. But he speaks flattering words to Lazybones and praises him for the work he has done. The eldest one bought it, and after that, the teacher asks where all the children are. Lately, Lenny hasn't even checked them, and as a result, the students have become lax. The girl decides to take Amon to the children, and after what she sees, their eyes are ready to pop out of their heads. This is the first time our hero sees Boris eating cookies so greedily, and Raymond drinks lemonade, which no longer fits in his mouth. These little jerks have gotten so fat that their clothes are falling apart. Amon starts yelling at the degenerates who didn't take care of themselves and spat on discipline. The boys are very surprised by the arrival of the teacher, who is informed that they had turned into pigs. The first thing they look at is Chloe, who has disrupted their desired life. At this point, Aemon starts yelling even louder and chases the children to the training ground. After this, he turns around and decides to look at the students' sweets. His attention is drawn to chocolates, which he never ate as a child. When he asked his mother for a chocolate bar, she asked him not to disturb her and cleaned the axe. And my father generally believed that chocolate was brown cakes in the stable. At the same time, these brats were eating here like crazy, and Amon decided to try it too. He takes one piece and feels something wonderful on his tongue. The chocolate seems so delicious to him that he is ready to eat the whole box. While our hero is throwing sweets at himself, Lenny suggests that he go to the training ground. Only after remembering his students does Aemon finally take his eyes off the chocolate. And Boris and Raymond have completely fallen apart and lost their shape. It was as if all the lessons and training they had gone through had simply vanished. Amon doesn't understand what suddenly happened to the students during the holidays. Lenny heard that Aemon now had a great future ahead of him, and there was no point in putting pressure on the guys. Our hero doesn't understand what we're talking about, since all this time he's been doing nothing but plowing. And Lenny explains that Aemon will soon become Master Reinveldt's apprentice. Meanwhile, Reinveldt himself receives a letter from our hero. In it, he reads that Aemon finally decided to become his disciple. To bring back the teachers who had left, the teacher wrote letters full of sincerity and enticingness. And the consequences of these messages grew incredibly with each passing day. Our hero actually sent a letter to Reinveldt, but he doesn't remember anything about his training. Just in case, Amon strains his memory to understand the essence of what is happening. The letter definitely didn't contain anything about apprenticeship, and he only asked for a couple of tips on fencing. And Lenny reports that Lord Reinveldt asks Aemon to accompany him to the meeting of the 4 Great Knights. Her father was also attending the meeting, so she kindly mentioned that her colleague would be joining. She congratulates the younger one and gives him a chocolate bar as a gift. If Amon becomes a disciple, he will never eat such a dessert again in his life, so he stuffs himself with candy to get his fill of chocolate. The 4 Great Knights are the pillars that symbolize the indestructible role of the Empire. Each of them is a monster whose strength exceeds that of an entire military unit. For this event, our hero had to go to the Imperial Palace Annex. He can already imagine how stifling the atmosphere at this meeting could be. In front of him, Amon sees elderly people discussing their grandchildren. The teacher is reminded of the evening gatherings of old people in his native village. At this moment, Reinwald appears and introduces his new student to everyone. At this point, Amon reveals that he dreams of getting a title and loves money as well as power. While his elders praise the young man for his commanding voice and fighting spirit, Reinwald tries to pull himself together. He can't believe that Amon's desire to learn was a lie. But our hero explains that he only wanted to strengthen his body through sword training, not to study. After this, Amon decides to add that things like fencing don't interest him at all, but stops himself in time. He already imagined how, for belittling the cause to which the knights had dedicated their entire lives, they would want to get at his throat. Therefore, the teacher says that he loves fencing very much and that it is a noble path. And the elders decide to inquire whether this young man is at the proper level for training. At that moment, the swordmaster throws the cup and Amon cuts it into 2 parts with his sword. Even the head of the fields did not expect to see such unrivaled talent. No one noticed the swing of the sword, but the target was already cut in half even without using aura. After this, all the other knights began to ask to give Amon as their apprentice. They even begin to argue over who is more worthy of becoming the young man's teacher. At this point, Amon sits comfortably in the chair and crosses his legs. He asks the gentleman not to quarrel and offers to listen to all options. Reinwald promises to show Amon a wonderful place in the mountains to collect herbs, and Lenya's father suggests doing what he couldn't do last time. He promises to give his only daughter to our hero as a wife. All 2 options are immediately rejected, and the old man talks about his demon sword style that gave birth to Redmane. Redmane is a loyal vassal of the 4th Emperor and a legendary swordsman who slew a dragon. And the old man explains that the more you immerse yourself in the demonic style, the more it corrupts you with madness. Amon sees that this old man is truly not himself, as he has pulled out all his teeth and put in dentures. This proposal is also rejected, and the last night remains. The aunt heard that the young man loved wealth and power, and that she herself was from the Pandorian family. This family is the most powerful in the empire, and there are rumors that they will soon be able to rule the Grand Duchy. If Amon becomes her disciple, she will give him a mountain, and there he will be able to collect herbs. And if the young man really wants marriage, then her granddaughter has just reached the right age. And with their family style of swordsmanship, you won't have to go crazy and pull out your teeth. Anticipating wealth and power, Amon immediately agrees to become his aunt's apprentice. After these words, the old woman takes out a sword and points the blade at our hero's throat. She asks him to swear to dedicate his life to the way of the sword and train under her guidance. Amon recites all the words of the oath, and from that moment on, becomes a disciple of the Pandorians. As proof of acceptance, the old woman gives him her sword, and the young man sincerely thanks her. At this moment, the emperor appears, who again sees Amon before him. He is enraged that this runt calls Lady Diana his teacher, and is even ready to die because of this. While everyone tries to calm the emperor, Amon feels that his dream may not come true again. His Highness becomes so ill that he loses consciousness. As night falls, the situation in the imperial palace calms down, but our hero was so upset by what happened that he had to resort to alcohol. Deeply depressed, he lies down on his bed and wonders why this always happens in his life. Reinwald tried to calm him down after the Pandorian family chose the side of the throne. Amon comes to the conclusion that as long as the emperor rules, he will not be able to rise. That is why he wanted to raise a worthy disciple, so that at least he would rise. Meanwhile, the students even felt a chill after Amon remembered them. And our hero gets up from his bed because he felt an ominous aura. The teacher notices that it comes from a letter lying on the table. Our hero opens the envelope and sees that Marion promises not to leave a single mark on him upon his return. In his letter, Amon asked the drunk old man when he would answer him. Has alcoholism and dementia really caught up with him and are preventing him from reading and writing? At the very end, the teacher announced that he had drunk the liquor that Marion had hidden in his room. This completely infuriated the elder. But at that moment, he was informed that he had a guest. The elf from the magic tower calls the visitor some Amon, and Marion immediately takes off. The magician thinks that the man has fallen apart so much because he hasn't had a drink for a long time. Meanwhile, Marion is running as fast as she can towards Amon to finish him off. The Mage Towers are a sanctuary for scholars exploring the boundaries of magic. The Ingress Tower, to which Marion belonged, was known for its pro-imperial stance and ban on alcohol. Our hero finds himself in this place for the first time, and everything here seems unknown to him. At this moment, Marion enters the room, already tired of waiting for the embodiment of his revenge. Before Amon can say how much he misses his colleague, fire magic flies at him. Marion is furious that the teacher dared to drink his precious liquor. Our hero tries to explain that the letter was provocative and that he had never seen the all-night party. However, why then does the teacher know the name of Marion's liqueur? Here, Amon decides to confess and says that he only drank half of the bottle, so there's still half left. But what's more important is our hero's gift. Amon brought in something of interest to Marion, disguised as a club. As soon as the teacher opens it, The senior immediately starts drooling over the alcohol floating inside. Marion thanks our hero and he immediately takes the alcohol back. He waves his baton in front of the teacher's eyes and offers to make a deal first. Aman asks the elder to forget that he drank half of his liquor. But if Marion doesn't agree, he can just pour all the alcohol on the floor. Our hero starts the countdown, and the elder promises to forget about everything. In this case, Aemon also asks for forgiveness for his actions and gives the Lord the alcohol. At this moment, a magician appears in the room, who learned that Marion's guest is from the Drake family. However, a very unpleasant picture immediately appears before his eyes. Marion had already managed to get drunk on wine and was caught in the act by the Tower Master. The magician reports that Ramdam looks quite pleased and that he should follow him. This invitation also concerns the dear guest, and Aemon understands that this is definitely the end for him. After this, the Tower Master explains that the magical art is a dangerous and complex matter. This is why Tower Mages practice abstinence in order to practice in a calm state. But despite this, Marion dared to drink alcohol right in the sacred magic tower. While the teachers begin to shift the blame onto each other, the master decides to stop their argument. He explains that he prefers silence and would appreciate it if they acknowledged his presence. After this, the master explains that Marion is no longer a member of the tower, and Aemon Drake must have known that alcohol was prohibited here. Our hero offers a sincere apology, although he went to all sorts of lengths to smuggle in the booze. However, the Tower Master decides to forgive Aman since he is here for the first time. But before letting Drake go, the magician asks if he knows a man named Kaim. Kaim Drake is our hero's father, and he recently suggested improvements to the magic circle, but then disappeared. This was undoubtedly a first-class discovery, so it was reported to the Emperor. Despite the significance of the discovery, Kaim never received any reward, and Aemon decides that if the master of the magic tower himself knows his father, then he is close to glory. However, the magician professor did not even think of continuing this topic, and decided to discuss another issue. Aman sits down on a chair and understands that this is apparently his fate, and there will be no promotion for his father. After this, the master raises the issue of the failed project to develop the Bellslime Wasteland. This is where the copper-headed elf invested all the funds and almost destroyed the academy. And the master adds that because of the meteorite, the entire Imperial Corps was destroyed along with the elite magicians. The Emperor was shocked by such a huge loss of military power and fell ill. Only a few years have passed since the end of the Great War, and the entire continent lives under a century-old non-aggression agreement. But if the empire that founded the agreement falters, spies can infiltrate it. Since it is impossible to get into the palace, spies will target educational institutions. After such a dialogue, the teachers begin to wonder whether a spy could have infiltrated their academy. Logically speaking, Amonis has only 3 students and 7 employees. There are much better places to spy, so Marion decides to relax and catch up on all the drinking. Although it took a long time, almost everyone returned to the academy. All that remains is to find the arrogant junior who dared to leave during the internship period. While Aman is lost in thought, he doesn't even notice how he collides with a huge man. The man turns his head and our hero recognizes him as the newcomer, Kai. During this time, the younger one managed to fill his belly so much that he became unrecognizable. In fact, the prince spent the entire summer on state affairs while his father was bedridden. To relieve stress, he resorted to his binge-eating method and gained weight. Aman decides to support his colleague as best he can, but the latter only develops a strong desire to hit him. All this time, the prince could not even answer the teacher's letters, since he had no time for this nonsense. But he explains to the elder that he was simply swamped with family matters. At least Aemon is happy that Kai has returned to the academy. At this moment, both teachers hear conversations between the headmistress and an unknown person. Kai and Aman turn around and see the man who has been appointed as the new teacher. Our hero is wary, as too many newcomers have been appearing in Amonis lately. He remembers the words of the Tower Master, who warned him about spies. However, our hero understands that he cannot accuse someone without evidence, so he decides to just get to know the new teacher, whose name is Fies. The colleagues shake hands and Face adds that he is also a senior. Meanwhile, his aura begins to grow, and Aman decides that this guy needs to be kept an eye on. After this, a loud cry of surprise is heard in the courtyard of the academy. Aman tries to shut the headmistress up so that no one hears the conversation about possible spies in the academy. Anariel explains that Professor Fies has been teaching in the Kingdom of Ozran for 9 years, but our hero is convinced that a person with ambition can easily lie. After this, he begins to praise the delicious apples and learns that Faze brought them. He spits everything out of his mouth and starts yelling at the headmistress for taking bribes. Aman even thinks that the headmistress was bitten by Bresla, since she decided to hire a teacher for apples. After this, our hero calms down and realizes that the fruits are indeed delicious. What's done is done, and all that remains is to watch this professor. After some time, Face decides to talk to the teacher and offers him a drink. Our hero quickly agrees to this proposal, as the professor promises to pay for everything. Face communicates with Amon very politely, and our hero meets a normal person for the first time at the academy. After this, he even offers to show the newcomer the city he is visiting for the first time. It seems Face was able to achieve his goal, and thanks Amon for his help. At first, the professor thought it was easy, but the situation quickly changed. Amon led the man to a place where strength and muscle mattered above all else. Now, Face is no longer so confident in his plan to win over the teacher. Our hero brought the professor to the fights, and today there is a lot of activity here. Amon sits down at the table and says that there are good drinks and snacks here. Face begins to think that this guy brought him here to assert his dominance. Meanwhile, our hero is preparing to empty a plate of seafood. He knew that one should never judge a person by their first impression. Until now, all his colleagues at the academy were rare eccentrics, but Face is not like that, because he is quite polite with Amon, even though he is much older than him. Besides, he looks like a person you can trust. He must have a lot of experience working with students, and you can learn a lot of new things from him. Meanwhile, Face decides from the expression on Amon's face that he has figured out his espionage and is thinking of killing him right now. However, such disturbances cannot be caused on the very first day. Amon had clearly brought him to this place to try and pressure him into opening up. After this, Face asks if the teacher knows anything about his past. Not long ago, he asked for asylum in the Amonis Empire, as the situation in his kingdom was dire. The man believes that Amon does not understand why the professor suddenly started talking about the political situation in Osran and who he is anyway. But in reality, our hero only gets irritated when listening to such conversations. Moreover, he decides not to follow the professor's lead just because he pays. Amon thinks about drinking just a couple of glasses and taking his leave, until he sees a bottle of Amur's people in front of him. This is the fourth most famous liqueur from the trading city of Amur, and incredibly expensive. This gesture immediately disposes Amon so much that he is ready to talk even about politics. But for a while, he suggests forgetting about sad things and enjoying a drink. Meanwhile, Face decides that the teacher is trying to get him drunk and extract information from him. He doesn't plan to give up so easily and plans to mix lies with the truth to confuse his colleague. And at this moment, Amon is only thinking about how delicious and expensive this drink is. The teachers take full glasses of liqueur in their hands and clink them. After a while, a large number of empty bottles accumulate at their table. The professor is ready to collapse, and Amon looks like he hasn't even drunk. Since our hero doesn't have to pay for anything, he decides to enjoy the delicious wine to his heart's content. After this, he gets up from the table and suggests moving on to the second round. Amon even decides to pay for everything himself, and Face is already sure that they are trying to get him drunk. But he continues not to back down, and plans to make his move when the teacher becomes completely drunk. However, the spy's eyes are bulging from the bill, which exceeds half of the operation's budget. Now he is determined to get at least some benefit from it. The people of Amur turned out to be a very tasty thing, but not worth Amon himself paying for it. So, for the second stage, he decides to choose something simpler. Face considers the teacher a bastard, since he brought him to some kind of bug-infested place. There, Amon meets Marion, who is already quite drunk, and the professor is pleasantly surprised that this alcoholic is also a teacher. After all, in this state of affairs, he will be able to obtain twice as much information. After this, Face again begins his song about the kingdom and its sad state. Amon is already starting to get angry, as he has been listening to this stupid story all evening. Our hero suggests that the professor not repeat himself and tell something more interesting. At this point, Face starts yelling and demands that the idiots shut up so he can finish. After this, the professor tries to calm himself down in order to complete his plan. He informs his colleagues that the chaos in his kingdom was caused by a spy. Face is counting on the fact that most spies never say this word. If anyone raises this issue, they are either crazy or innocent people. Now the professor is firmly confident that he will not be suspected of anything. However, at this moment, Amon loudly declares that he knows the spy. He points his finger at the professor and says that he has suspected him for a long time. Face already thought that he had been exposed, but our hero explains that he is talking about Kai. The professor remembers the boy they saw in the morning, and Amon is sure that a spy is always someone suspicious, and nothing is known about him. All this time, Kai was in an unknown place and doing an unknown thing, which means he is suitable for the role of a spy. While the younger one is suspected of spying, he runs around the academy with great zeal. Greenwald notices a man who is awake in the middle of the night and asks what he is doing there. Kai explains that he was doing exercises and asks the master the same question. He replies that old people need less time to sleep and tells about the new teacher. He is said to be from the Faden family, which resides in the kingdom of Osran. Hearing about this family, the prince immediately remembers their only heir, who is already dead. Meanwhile, the real spy enjoys the suspicions of Eamon and Marion. The teachers are already quite drunk and continue to blame poor Kai. Marion already realized that something was wrong with the newcomer when he forbade him to drink. But when the magic teacher calls his last name, Face experiences a strong shock. He realizes that in front of him is a war hero, also known as the Crimson Demon. Hearing this vile nickname, Marion points a shard of a bottle at the professor's throat. But Face doesn't understand when he managed to end up behind, and why the Crimson Demon works as a teacher. Did that idiot Eamon really lead him to this man on purpose? Now the spy has no choice and only one last chance. He puts on an innocent face and explains that the title of Crimson Demon was created to honor Marion's achievements. Even such a simple citizen as Face heard many stories about his exploits. While the professor tries to flatter Ramdan, he hopes it will work. The spy's plan works, and Marion invites the professor to have a drink together. And Face is already barely holding back from spilling his guts and is trying to give up alcohol. However, Marion and Eamon continue to persuade the spy, and he gives in under their pressure. Face thought that one more bottle wouldn't change anything, but the swill turned out to be too strong. As a result, the alcohol did not linger in the man's stomach and came out as a rainbow. The teachers barely managed to jump aside to avoid getting dirty. Marion reports that the professor should have warned about his weak constitution. Next time, he should just tell you that he can't drink anymore. While the teachers are leading the drunk Fies, they meet Kai on the way. The spy realizes that it was this guy who was suspected of deception instead of him. Seeing Kai in front of him, our hero begins to shout furiously at him. Amon points his finger at his colleague and demands to know why this spy infiltrated the academy. Face is glad of this internal conflict, which makes his work much easier. After this, our hero decides to hit the spy, but misses and attacks the professor. The blow is so strong that the deceiver flies back several meters. Before he even falls, Face tries to understand where this teacher gets so much strength from. After this, all three look with fear at the professor, who is lying on the ground. The man stuck his head in the sand, and it seems as if he will soon blossom like a flower. The next day, Face approaches the director to submit his resignation. Anariel is surprised that the professor made such a decision in just one day. But Face points his finger at Eamon and explains that he is like a tiger in a cage that could bite at any moment. The headmistress turns to our hero and warns him that next time he will say goodbye to his position as head. So now he has to stand head down until he gets permission to get up. After this, Anariel signs his resignation letter and apologizes to Face. The professor promises to pay the penalty for breaking the contract, but suddenly remembers an important detail. Yesterday he drank all the money and now he doesn't have enough money to pay. Therefore, he asks the headmistress to reduce the fine, but she flatly refuses. The desperate situation makes the spy think that Amon deliberately left him penniless, so he tries to force him to stay at the academy to find evidence of his guilt. And Anariel is very glad that the professor cannot afford to pay the fine and will continue to work. A new teacher has been hired and is to be given the task of teaching science. This means that the academy will now cover the core educational program. If the academy returns to its former glory, the esteemed dragon will be satisfied, and the sister will have a solid diploma. However, Anariel decides to prevent such beating situations in the future. Professor Feist kindly agreed to forget about what happened, but no one will be able to cover for Amon a second time. Our hero is even surprised to see the elf so serious. But whatever happens there, it is now important to focus on restoring the academy. Meanwhile, Face understands that he will only be able to pay the fine in a month or two. Although the academy is in decline, there is certainly some useful information to be found here. At this moment, the spy meets with another teacher of the institution. It turns out to be Kai, who decides to get to know the newcomer better. Face is surprised, because just yesterday the teacher looked much wider and bigger. This guy is really suspicious, and it's no coincidence that his colleagues mistook him for a spy. He must be Feist's competitor, and even if he is good at disguise, he will definitely fail on small things. After this, the professor decides to ask where the math teacher is from. Spies usually avoid identifying themselves as residents of the country they infiltrate, but Kai called himself an Imperial. In this case, Feist decides to dig deeper and states that Amanus is known as a wise ruler. He himself is from a provincial city in the kingdom of Osran, and only recently asked for asylum in the Empire. Therefore, Face asks Kai to tell him about the great achievements of the Emperor. The math teacher is wary of the professor but still tells him some stories about the emperor. In particular, how the continent was saved from a decade of conflict thanks to the ruler. Face is already waiting for Kai to finally shut up and does not understand why he praises the emperor so much. It turns out that he is either a fanatic or someone trying to prove his loyalty. If you look at Kai from the outside, he just chats away whatever comes to mind. Maybe he really is a spy, but only sent on his first mission. After listening to stories for a long time, Face gets tired and decides to take a step back for a while. He thanks the teacher for the fascinating conversation and gives Kai some handmade candies. The young man happily accepts the gift, and after that, the spy leaves. As long as Face keeps an eye on the troubled Amon, everything should be fine. Meanwhile, Kai seemed to have begun to suspect something about the professor. The prince waits for the moment when Face disappears completely from sight. After this, he throws the bag containing the candies on the ground. Kai gets up from the bench and becomes immersed in his thoughts about what happened. Now, the prince is absolutely sure that a spy has infiltrated the academy. The following events unfold in the library in the middle of the night. There are a lot of books and papers on the floor that should provide at least some information. But the spy doesn't understand why there isn't a single confidential document among all this. Does he really have no choice but to get information from people? At this moment, Kai comes to the library and finds the professor digging in the archives. The teacher is clearly not in a friendly mood and demands to know what Face is doing here. The professor begins to laugh nervously and announces that he has decided to learn more about the academy. Kai replies that Face must be very experienced in his field since he got in here in the middle of the night. The spy visibly tenses and realizes that something is definitely wrong with this guy. After this, two knights grab the spy by the arms and do not allow him to move. Face asks Kai to explain what all this means, because he just wanted to study history. However, the professor said that he belonged to the Faden family from the kingdom of Asura. Using the name of a dying family is a sound idea, but the real Face is long dead. The spy tries to get out of it and explains that he is simply a distant relative with the same name. However, this was not the only thing that gave away the professor, who had listened so attentively to the story about the empire. Only a man from the kingdom of Marundel is capable of enduring this boring serenade and smoothly transitioning the discussion. The spy understands that he has been exposed, and now, he has only one way out. So he needs to bite the poison capsule in his tooth and commit suicide. The poison takes effect immediately, and the spy falls to the floor dead. But he remains satisfied that he has fulfilled his duty to the kingdom to the end. However, the prince will not let the spy get away so easily and uses healing magic. At that very moment, life returns to the body of the failed spy. While he is recovering from the shock, Kai warns him not to try to escape. He just needs to be an obedient boy who will do whatever he is told. After this, under cover of night, the knights take the professor away from the academy. And the next day, the headmistress puts out flyers recruiting students. Amon and Anariel's eyes light up at the upcoming path to success. Out of joy, our hero blurted out something unnecessary and said that this was the path to his personal success. But to justify himself, he came up with the idea that he considered himself part of the academy. At this moment, Kai bursts into the office and announces that Professor Faiz turned out to be a spy. However, seeing the huge pile of papers, the newcomer was momentarily taken aback. Amon asks a colleague to help spread all this and adopt useful experience. However, Kai reports that Professor Faiz has been arrested, and the academy is now unable to function properly. Amon believes that the younger one accused the man in order to avoid suspicion himself, but Kai merely handed the spy over to the knightly Goliaths, and he quickly confessed to everything. Now there is a vacancy at the academy again, and Eamon doesn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Anariel pounces on the basket of bribes given to her by the spy. Together with Eamon, they begin throwing enemy apples, and Kai tries to calm them down. After all, Reinvelt is right under the windows, and his colleagues are trying to throw fruit at him. Even though Eamon's dream failed, Kai offers him a great idea. Meanwhile, one of the knightly Goliaths is faced with the shout of his superiors. A commander named Tomato accuses a subordinate of the fact that all the paperwork should be taken to the vice captain, and not to him. However, the knight explains that investigators insist on his participation. The commander demands that he forget about it and get lost. But the young man mentally wishes that he would step in shit on the way home. Meanwhile, Tomato is thinking that because of the spy, he has to work instead of resting. That same day, a lot of people gather in the main square, and one boy notices a suspicious uncle. The knight commander also decides to take a walk and yawns from boredom. He thinks about drinking alcohol, and at that moment, he meets a woman he knows. It turns out that she is Len Fid, who went out into the city with her children. Tomato thinks she's arrogant just because she works as a teacher and turns her nose up at him, as if that changes the fact that she's just the discarded daughter of her family. Since the commander is in a bad mood, He decides that this is an excellent opportunity to unwind. A man sneaks up behind an instructor and immediately gets punched in the face. Lenny hears some suspicious noise from behind and turns around. She thought she felt a familiar aura. And meanwhile, the commander had already been dragged around the corner. Having come to his senses, Tomato wonders who dared to hit him. The man takes off his black hood and declares that he is Leanie's brother. Also, from this day on, he is appointed as the new commander of the Goliath Knights. Meanwhile, the children and their instructor head to the training arena. Lenny already thinks that she brought too much chocolate from home, since the boys eat it even on the run. She decides to treat Eamon, since last time he was crazy about it. Besides, this should help her to work less next semester. At this moment, Lenny sees some leaflet and decides to read it. On the day when the long summer came to an end, a light breeze blew and many paper airplanes appeared in the sky. Nobody understood what it was, but the children really wanted to catch at least one. There were so many airplanes that even Marion was distracted from his drink. And Reinfeldt was very angry, because he would have to clean up the whole area after them. And the instigator of all this turned out to be Kai, who suggested throwing out all the leaflets in this way. One of the planes even flew into the golden dragon's face. He muttered discontentedly that these were some strange birds. So, unnoticed, the time came for the start of a new semester at the academy. The students remained the same as last year, and the teaching staff, along with Eamon, still consists of weirdos. Our hero is surprised that the security guard decided to stand up along with all the teachers, but Reinfeldt explains that he too can stand on this stage. Moreover, after the incident with the spy, he became the head of security. Reinfeldt's salary has now even been raised by 3 whole silver coins. However, one person is still missing from the academy staff. Everyone is waiting for the headmistress and can't believe their eyes when the gates open. Even children are surprised by the spectacle that lies before them. First, wandering minstrels come forward and play musical instruments. Aman hopes it wasn't the headmistress who hired them for the opening ceremony. Anariel walks to the stage in heels and thanks everyone for waiting. And the musicians continue to play, accompanying the headmistress. After this, the girl goes up on stage and begins the opening ceremony of the new semester. However, our hero is very angry at the long-eared one, who spent money on musicians. Once the ceremony is over, he intends to have a proper talk with the elf. As our hero had planned, he taught the headmistress a little lesson. He even gave her a bump and scolded her for hiring an orchestra for the sake of 3 students. Anariel tries to justify herself and explains that the academy has always done it this way. At this time, the sound of breaking glass is heard in the office, and a dragon flies into it at high speed. Aman and the headmistress try to cover themselves with their hands and immediately forget about their differences. After this, the dragon places his huge paw on the floor and begins to speak. He asks the elf if this is really the Amonis Academy. The headmistress is so afraid of dragons that she begins to stutter. Meanwhile, he is trying to understand what is going on with this girl. As expected, Anariel simply fainted at the sight of the dragon. After this, the unexpected guest calls himself Lastionel and announces that from this day on, he will study at the academy. Aman greets the dragon warmly and explains what Elder Castlerag told him about him. Lastionel reports that the elder is a distant relative of his family, and the teacher cannot understand his speech. After this, Aman decides to ask why he is in dragon form, although he should be in human form. After some time, our hero tries to bring the headmistress to her senses. He asks the girl to wake up and tells her that the dragon is no longer here. To finally awaken Anariel, Aman also announces that he is ready to forgive the money wasted on the ceremony. It works, and the teacher can finally introduce the new student to the headmistress. The young man with golden hair asks for forgiveness and explains that he did not mean to frighten anyone. He decides to introduce himself to the headmistress and calls himself Lastionel. Anariel is very surprised, as dragons are usually arrogant and cruel, but this one is in human form and even hid his energy. The headmistress is very glad that such an attentive dragon exists in the world. After this, Lastionel turns to Aman and informs him that he was supposed to pay for his tuition. Our hero takes gold coins out of his pocket and hands them to the headmistress. Aman is very glad that he showed himself well in front of the dragons and received the rest of the gold. Lastionel notices the remaining coins and wonders why they aren't also used to pay for his tuition. Aman tries to get out of it and explains that this is money for clothing and food for the student. However, the dragon can live without food and creates clothes using magic, so he demands that the remaining gold be given to him. Our hero can't believe that the student is showing his dragon energy at such a moment. He understands that it will not be easy for Lastionel, but gives him the rest of the gold. But what happens next seems simply unthinkable to our hero. The dragon begins to eat the gold and declares that it is not very pure. After this, He remembers the ingots that the elder gave and asks to give them to him. And Eamon remembers that the dragon had just said that he could do without food. The boy explains that he can eat whatever he wants and that he especially likes gold. Then he extends his hands to the teacher and asks him to give him the remaining ingots. A childhood memory of what he wanted to become flashed before Eamon's eyes. As a child, he was reading a book, and then he was asked this question. After looking at the illustration, Eamon replied that he wanted to become a dragon slayer. Right now, our hero would really like to make this dream come true. Aman kneels before the student and says that he wanted to use the remaining money as payment for his sister's education. However, the dragon continues to stand his ground, as this gold was intended for him. Therefore, our hero has no choice but to give up the ingots. Aman understands that he will not receive pity from the dragon and takes out the gold. The student takes what is rightfully his and looks back at the dejected teacher. After this, the dragon announces that he is ready to give our hero part of the gold. Aman was very happy, but only until he saw the size of the ingot he was given. Only a small piece remained of that huge boulder. Luckily, Aman left the other ingot at home, and if the dragon wants to take it, he will still become a killer. At this moment, our hero hears Reinvelt calling him. A man reports that he found a child unconscious on the street. When the teacher saw his child, everything inside him broke. His exhausted sister lay on the ground, not moving at all. At some point, the girl opens her eyes and says her brother's name. Amy starts crying and warns our hero that it is dangerous. After this, Eamon returns to the academy and brings his sister there. The first thing he does is take the girl to the dining room and fill her up with a ton of food. Our hero is very surprised by his sister's appetite. The girl doesn't just eat, she devours food in huge portions. Eamon was worried about Amy because she didn't show up for the ceremony and was eventually found on the street. But as it turned out, the girl called her hunger the danger, since she had been running non-stop since yesterday. Our hero starts yelling at his sister for getting exhausted so quickly. Anyway, he asks Amy to try harder now that she is studying at the academy. The girl reminds her brother that he must give her good grades and asks him not to advertise their relationship. However, Aman explains that the headmistress already knows that she is his sister. Amy asks not to spread the secret, at least among the students, but Chloe immediately reveals this secret. The girl doesn't even understand how the student could have found out about this. And the next day after the ceremony, the first lesson of the new semester begins. Eamon introduces Amy to everyone and explains that she is now a student at the academy. After this, he invites the girl to tell him about herself, and he goes off to get some study materials. Amy says that she wants to get along with the students, and she is looking for some aristocrat to get closer to. Ray is the first to generously respond to her wish for friendship. He extends his doll's hand to greet the new girl, but Amy begins to think the boy is strange and does not understand what is on his mind. Ignoring Ray, she decides to take a closer look at the rest of the kids in the class. The girl glances at Chloe, who looks like an aristocrat. Amy decides to sit down next to her and starts a casual conversation. Chloe reveals that she is from the kingdom of Aaron, which was recently captured. Everything becomes clear to Amy. And at that moment, the student loudly slams her textbook shut. After this, Chloe wonders if the girl is Professor Eamon's younger sister. Amy tries to stay calm, but she doesn't understand how the student figured everything out. After all, she looks like her mother, and Eamon looks like his father, and you can't come to such a conclusion based on appearance alone. Amy decides to play dumb and says she has no idea what they're talking about. And Chloe explains to the girl that she is behaving exactly like a professor. Amy has never been insulted like this before, because she is sure that she is different from this idiot. She explains that she is not Aman's sister, and that she saw him for the first time today. But after this, Chloe remains confident in her assumption. However, Ray doesn't think that Amy is Eamon's sister just because they act the same. Then Chloe reports that she was very attracted to the smell. Boris begins to blush with embarrassment and asks the girl not to say such rude things. In shock, he even drops his book with a romantic plot, which he tried to disguise as a textbook on magic. And Chloe keeps insisting that Amy and the professors smell the same. The girl was from the kingdom of Aaron and grew up in rather harsh conditions. Therefore, her sense of smell was noticeably superior to that of ordinary people. Ray decides that Chloe has completely lost her mind, and he needs to be careful not to end up like that. At this point, Lastianel decides to support the girl and says that Amy and Eamon really do smell the same. Chloe is thrilled to meet a like-minded person who explains that he can sense it because he is a dragon. After these words, each student decides that he is the only normal person here. Meanwhile, a teacher's meeting is taking place in the headmistress's office. Anariel reports that she has officially requested subsidies from the Ministry of Finance. But first, they need results from the students' practical training. Therefore, the headmistress decided that each child should be assigned a chaperone. Aman immediately remembers that Chloe and Ray are skilled with a sword. Therefore, these students should not have problems with practice. And the very existence of Lastianel is a cruel death for his enemies. Amy and her twin swords were great at cutting up monsters back home. However, one can say about Boris that he is simply a good boy. Aman tells the headmistress that he is worried about this student. After all, he only teaches the theory of magic, and it is unknown how he will react to danger. Marion starts yelling at the teacher because Boris spends days and nights studying magic. Aman realizes that Ramdam has a special connection to the boy, as he is the only one interested in his subject. He decides to apologize to his colleague so as not to anger him even more. After this, Aman decides to become Chloe's mentor. But Lenny also lays claim to the girl. The instructor explains that she is the one teaching her fencing, and it would be better if Chloe were under her mentorship. Now these two, who once wanted to get married, are like parents fighting for custody of their child. After this, Aman decides to give up and takes Ray. But this student is not given to him either. Kai states that the boy values him very highly, and therefore it would be fair if he became his mentor. The younger one is sure that he and Ray even have similar names, and the student will feel more comfortable with him. However, Eamon does not share his colleague's opinion regarding respect, as he saw images of Kai in the boy's notebook. But he decides not to destroy his colleague's illusions and gives him Ray. In this case, our hero is left to choose between Amy and Lastianel. Knowing his sister, Eamon assumes that she will decide to raid or rob some dungeon for valuables, and Lastianel will try to eat all the gold that comes his way. And if you bring these two together, an explosion is sure to occur. In the end, Eamon refers to the fact that he is a history teacher, and therefore refuses to participate. After all, this is a non-combat specialty, and scientists do not fight at all. And Anariel explains to our hero that the spoils of the expedition are divided between the students and the teachers. After this, Aman immediately takes back his words and studies the tasks for the children. The teacher becomes furious when he sees a complexity that will simply ruin the students. He is angry at the elf who decided to send the children to the ogre colony and the undead cave. Even veteran mercenaries would die on missions like these. And Anariel clearly took what the others refused. However, the headmistress explains that if they succeed, it will strengthen the academy's position. After all, these requests were passed on to them only because they believe in the abilities of the teachers. Thus, the team was formed and set off to the Buga Mountains, where the ogres live. Students have to spend a lot of time and effort to climb to the top, and Eamon is already completely exhaling and thinking that it would be easier to give up all of this. But if he gets the trophies and completes the tasks, then unprecedented glory awaits him. Dreams of treasure clearly give our hero the strength to continue climbing the mountains. However, one of the stones breaks off and the teacher flies straight down. At this moment, someone's hand manages to grab our hero. Lastianel tries to restrain Amy, who has caught the professor, who is always in the clouds. Aman is incredibly happy about his rescue, and his sister starts screaming for him to finally crawl up. After this, all three find themselves at the top, and our hero remains alive. However, even more impassable and difficult routes await them ahead. Halfway through the journey, the students and the professor were completely exhausted, and yet they managed to reach the signpost and survive. Meanwhile, a serene and calm atmosphere reigns at the academy. Anariel even becomes interested in how Professor Eamon is doing. She hopes that nothing happens to him and that the practice goes well. The girl recalls a conversation about how no matter how good the teachers are, the students have not yet reached that level. But if this doesn't pose much of a danger to someone, then the tasks are not bad. Moreover, the students under Amon's tutelage are very strong, and ogres and undead will not be a problem for them. Anariel was pleased with this answer and was once again convinced that no one was better suited for the role of manager than our hero. At this moment, the headmistress's ball requests communication from the head of the Adventure Guild. The girl is informed that there are some problems with the task in the Buga Mountains, where the students have gone, and Amy had already worn out her feet while climbing these mountains. Together with the professor, the students decide to stop and catch their breath. Eamon asks the children to gather, as the real test is about to begin. Amy knew her brother was very resilient, but not that resilient. At this moment, our hero sees a village, next to which a colony of ogres has appeared. But for some reason, she looks so peaceful, as if nothing happened here. Aman remembers how the cruel ogres always tried to invade their lands. These are cruel creatures that trampled potatoes and ate people. Our hero hopes that there are still living inhabitants left in this village, and Amy begins to sniff and smells the scent of ogres and more. After this, the boys look out from the bushes and see a monster in front of them. Aman pounces on an ogre to show his students how to properly gut a monster. He kicks him in the head and makes him spit out the man he ate. Our hero doesn't stop there and continues to beat the ogre. together. At this moment, a man appears from behind and points a sword at Aman. The teacher sees the Goliath Knight symbol on his cloak and doesn't understand what's going on. The stranger calls Amon crazy because he attacked the ogre. Meanwhile, the monster runs away and shows the middle finger to our hero. At that moment, the knight turns around and recognizes Amon, who is trying to seduce his sister Lenny. He points a sword at the teacher and promises that he will regret it. But our hero tries to justify himself and says that Lenny came to him herself. After this, the knight commander calms down and explains that he is patrolling a problematic region near the Amur. His cute little sister works in this city, and he, as an older brother, decided to personally protect her. One way or another, they are ordered to protect the trading city of Amur, and it is very peaceful. Aman suggests slaughtering the remaining ogres to resolve the situation in the surrounding areas as well. However, the knight's commander explains that they will not do this. After all, the most important thing for them now is to maintain peace and harmony with the ogres. After this, everyone is shocked when they see the right hand of the ogre chieftain named Ugarak. At the same time, the huge monster smiles sweetly and says that he loves people. He even extends his hand to our hero and offers to be friends. At this time, Anariel receives a message that the ogres have a leader who wants to make peace with the people. Sometimes you actually come across intelligent monsters, and the headmistress is very glad that no one was hurt. But the real problem is the request to destroy the undead in the cave. Rumor has it that even the elite orders of knights who went to that village disappeared without a trace. Anariel wanted to tell Professor Amon about this, but the interference from the dragon student was too strong, so the headmistress can only hope that the teacher will be okay when he meets the undead. And at this time, our hero begins to have real problems. Neither Amon nor his students suspected the danger that awaited them. For now, they are sleeping soundly, and clearly not of their own free will. As part of their academic practice, the teacher and his students had recently visited the ogre lair in the Buga Mountains. However, thanks to the appearance of the ogre lord, humans and monsters have now achieved harmony. Aman can't believe that these monsters are now plowing instead of oxen. If things continue like this, what will the bulls themselves do? Aman explains that the ogre is still a monster, and it is unknown when they will decide to attack. Besides, if you kill these monsters, you can make good money. Brother of Sloth explains that the big shots of the empire thought so too at first, but the ogre leader united hundreds of tribes. Moreover, even the bread that our hero is now eating was made by these monsters. In this case, Amon decides to move on to the next task at Zorg's estate. The children had hardly had time to rest from this journey when the teacher suggested that they run an even longer distance. Zorg's estate is famous for its silk production and an economic turnover comparable to that of a major city. But in the mountains near the estate, there was a lair of the undead. The shards will clearly not negotiate with people, and they can definitely be destroyed. This time, Aman hopes that they will have great success. However, the teacher notices that the children have become somewhat lazy and have fallen apart after a short run. His sister starts to get upset because they ran the distance 5 times faster than usual. In any case, he advises the children to catch their breath and draws attention to the local resident. He greets a man who did not expect to meet anyone and was scared. Aman introduces himself and his students to the villager and explains that he is here because of the undead in the mountains. After this, the man's expression changes and he asks to follow him. He takes our hero to the village elder, who was not expecting such important guests. Their lord views the territory only as a source of income. After this, the elder offers Amon traditional local tea. He advises guests to relax and take a little break from the road. This tea is prepared according to a secret recipe from dried leaves. The elder is glad that the guests liked everything, and Amon suggests starting to deal with the undead. The man explains that to do this, they simply need to follow the path leading into the mountains. However, before that, he advises to have a good rest and set off on the journey tomorrow. Aman tries to refuse, but he suddenly feels very sleepy. After this, our hero finally loses consciousness and falls to the floor, and the headman orders his subordinate to search the guests. The man is very pleased with his cunning plan, which has clearly succeeded. Now these stupid puppies are fast asleep and have no idea that they might not wake up. However, the villain did not suspect that one student would still open his eyes. When the room becomes empty, Lastianel rises from the floor. The boy sees those same cups of tea in front of him and decides to sniff. Lastianel realizes that this tea smells strongly of poison. At that moment, he hears a sharp sound from behind, as if someone was vomiting. The dragon turns around and sees Amon and Amy, who have woken up and almost vomited while lying down. The boy was surprised that people also have a natural resistance to poisons. That same night, our hero and his students set off on their journey to the cave. Aman begins to feel dizzy, although, according to Lastianel's calculations, this poison should have knocked people out cold. Meanwhile, the path seems strange, as it looks too well groomed for an undead lair. There are even wheel tracks there, and Eamon suggests that an evil necromancer is exploiting people. Our hero is very pleased with his version, in which the inhabitants have to transport food and drink to the mountains in carts. Meanwhile, Amy continues to feel like she's throwing up and thinks someone just spat in her tea. The girl explains that she feels very unwell and promises to catch up with the guys a little later. And at this moment, the evil headman is already chasing the guests by following their footprints. At this time, Amon and Lastianel find themselves at the site of the undead's lair. The teacher asks the dragon if he can control his mana in human form. Lastianel replies that this is possible. And at that moment, a strange sound is heard from the cave. The first skeleton in iron armor appears in front of our hero. Eamon is very happy about this meeting and the opportunity to earn some extra money. However, at that very second, he freezes in place from the surprise that arose. Before our hero's eyes, a whole factory workshop opens up, where the undead work. All the skeletons are sitting at their machines and for some reason sewing silk. At this moment, one exhausted young man wonders if these people were really sent by the village elder. Amon replies something like that, and the stranger promises to work even harder. Our hero finds out that this guy is a necromancer. With the help of his magic, he makes the skeletons work. Now all the pieces of the puzzle come together in the teacher's head. A good road, cart tracks, and the undead at work. It turns out that the necromancer works for the village elder and is afraid of being spanked by him. At this moment, a piercing human scream is heard from behind. Eamon turns around and sees Amy dragging a body. The girl tells her brother that someone got a shiv from her in the kidney. This whole village is a bunch of crazy freaks who produce silk using skeletons. Amy also found several guys with swords hiding in ambush at the entrance to the cave. After this, she points a dagger at the headman and demands that he fulfill his promise. From this day on, the man gives his word that he will cancel the contract with the necromancer and refuse the precious silk. Amon no longer understands what is happening, since first the ogres made peace, and now the undead are in slavery. Our hero can already imagine his money flying away from him. He was so eager to get rich on these assignments that what was happening completely knocked the ground out from under his feet. While all the people are going crazy in their own way, Lastianel doesn't understand what's happening. The latest events horrify him and make him think that the human world is very scary. Now the first dawn breaks at Zorg's estate with evil defeated, and Amy shared with her brother that she managed to persuade the headman by simple intimidation. At this time, in the village of Baraban, all evil spirits are defeated by a strong woman. She hurried here after hearing about the lich's appearance, but everything turned out to be much simpler. A lich is child's play in the face of one who has mastered the sword to such a level. After this, the grandmother turns to her granddaughter and tells her that all that remains is to find her a job. At this time, Amon and his students are trying to recover from the events that have taken place. Amy even suggests going back since they haven't completed a single task, but Eamon believes that the adventures are just beginning, and that all that remains is to deal with the lich's army. They go to the village of Baraban and find that all the evil spirits have already been destroyed. Amy informs her brother that their adventure is apparently over. Amon clutches his head, as some bastard has interfered with them again. At this moment, he is met by Diana Pendorian, who is one of the 4 knights of the Empire. She was just returning from a battle with the lich's army when she heard about the attack on this village. Amon explains to the woman that he is also here for this reason, albeit late. Diana notices that the teacher is angry because she defeated the entire army. She suggests going to the undead or ogres, but they were first on our hero's list. After this, the granddaughter informs her grandmother that all the trophies have been collected and they can go home. Diana decides to introduce Amon to a girl named Fiora Pendorian. Our hero is glad to meet him, as he is the only normal person who is different from the weirdos from the academy. After this, Diana inquires about Amon's affairs, and Eamon explains that they are barely holding on. They only need one teacher to function properly. After this, Diana and her granddaughter leave and promise to see each other again, and Eamon turns to the students and tells them that it's time for them to go too. However, the guys were so exhausted that they simply fell asleep on the go. Our hero takes the children and says that he is very disappointed in them. His sister and the dragon turned out to be such weaklings that they couldn't cope with the load. Lastianel is okay, he is a child, but Amy has become too weak. Amon and her sister start arguing, and the teacher promises that the girl will run 1,000 laps every day. Afterwards, they meet Chloe and ask how her expedition went. The girl reports that everything went well, and she even became an expert. Amon is surprised that Chloe skipped 1 level of swordsmanship and immediately reached the next result. The girl learned a lot on this expedition after numerous training sessions, and Lenny hugs the girl and explains that this is proof of her teaching skills. At this moment, Amon hears Kai start swearing at Raymond. He compares the boy to Chloe, who has already reached the expert level, while he is just a sword master. Eamon is outraged by this behavior and gives Kai a strong slap in the face. He then asks Ray not to listen to the teacher and calls the student a good boy. And Lenny notices that Marion and Boris are still not among them. Not long before, the magic teacher and his student visited the cave. There was a magic circle drawn there that needed to be activated. Boris applies all his knowledge and begins to influence the circle. However, no matter how hard the boy tried, nothing worked for him. Marion tells the student that he is very sorry that this happened. All this happened only because he screwed up as his teacher. Marion understands that magic depends largely on innate talent. He himself reached the first circle after just a few weeks of training, but Boris still hasn't demonstrated any abilities, and the instructor suggests that he return. The hardest part of mastering magic is reaching the first circle. Boris's theory and calculations are excellent, but due to a lack of mana, he cannot bring all this to life. Marion can't help him in any way and decides to simply support him. After this, the professor meets Eamon, whom he did not expect to see. Lenny told our hero about the difficulties with Boris, but he decides not to raise the topic. Aman would very much like to help a student who is completely depressed due to failure. All this time, the boy diligently studied the theory and drew magic circles. And now Boris thinks that he has absolutely no talent for magic. Besides, he has no home or family to return to. The boy thought he had finally found his way, but he only ran to the edge of the cliff. At the same time, all his friends had already achieved high results. Apparently, magic has always been the preserve of aristocrats, and it is foolish to think that a peasant could follow this path. Boris believes that nothing will happen to a worthless person like him. At that moment, he hears a knock on the door and the voice of his teacher, Eamon. Our hero places several sacks on the floor and explains that they are potatoes. Boris clearly didn't expect such a sudden gift from the teacher. After this, the boy asks if the professor has a knife to peel potatoes for him. However, Eamon explains that this should not be done, and Boris decides to remove the soil from the bags. But the professor asks the boy to calm down, since he did not call him for this. Boris starts to cry because he can no longer offer anything that he could do. At this moment, our hero calmly asks the boy to get ready. After all, there is nothing that Boris cannot do, since a bright future awaits him. And now he can take advantage of the moment and just eat some potatoes. Eamon asks the boy to eat it 3 times a day for a whole week. The next day, classes begin again, and one of them comes to an end. Chloe decides to use the break time to talk to Boris. She goes out into the yard with the boy and doubts whether she should say this. She then reports that Boris smells like Professor Eamon's potatoes. Is he really doing some secret training without his girlfriend? After a while, Boris begins to feel as if his mother is calling him to eat. The boy sits down at the table in his house and is unpleasantly surprised. For lunch, he again has boiled potatoes, which he eats day after day. Mom is unhappy that her son is making faces at the table. Boris explains that for years he has been eating nothing but potatoes. At this point, the mother becomes Professor Eamon and suggests that the boy eat raw potatoes for variety. After this, Boris comes to his senses and realizes that he is simply in the academy cafeteria. But on his table, there are still boiled potatoes and nothing else. Eamon asks the student to chew faster, as soon the deputy will come and eat all the potatoes. Moreover, the chef prepared various recipes especially for the boy. Our hero asks the boy to imagine that instead of potatoes, he is eating meat. Come to think of it, Boris has been eating potatoes for a whole week now, and should at least feel something. To test the boy's strength, Aman invites him to go into the dungeon. After this, they find themselves near a sign that leads to the dungeon of the First Circle Magicians. Marion noticed that something was happening to Boris, but he didn't understand what it was connected with. Aman suggests simply watching, and the professor decides to create the illusion of a monster. Boris will have to cast the spell and not worry too much. Although the boy is not yet mentally ready, Marion nevertheless begins the spell. He pours the remaining wine onto the magic circle to create a monster. At this moment, black smoke begins to appear from the ground, forming a silhouette. After this, monsters appear who love alcoholic drinks. Boris covers his nose from the fumes, which smell just like Professor Marion. Aman decides to support the boy and tells him that he will succeed. While the monster attacks Boris with his bottle, the teacher asks him to believe in the power of potatoes. The boy closes his eyes and decides to listen to the words of our hero. He strains to force the magic circle to activate. After this, Boris produces a stunning magic arrow and directs it at the monsters. Even Marion didn't expect the student to display such stunning strength. After all, the magic arrow is a first circle spell. Boris clenches his fist and hears that he has succeeded. He is so happy about his success that he still can't believe it. The student has finally reached the first circle and is ready to kiss his mentor. Marion is already opening her arms to congratulate Boris. However, the boy passes by him as he was clearly about to thank someone else. Boris falls at Eamon's feet and is glad that thanks to him he was able to use magic. Marion is angry that the damned Eamon stole from him the student he invested so much in. After this, the professor hears that Boris hopes to no longer eat potatoes. The boy just used first circle magic with the force of third circle magic. That is, he became like Eamon, who grew up on these potatoes. And Marion also wanted to eat them. Meanwhile, a man appears in the dungeon and patrols this place. He heard some noise and was no longer happy that he was not allowed to rest. At this moment, a picture appears before him of Marion strangling a teacher who does not give him potatoes. He explains that this dungeon is only designed for the first circle, and these villains have destroyed everything here. After this, the teachers had to pay for the damages caused. It's not for nothing that they say that if you're unlucky in everything. However, Amy also grew up on this potato, but she is not strong at all. Amon explains that her swordsmanship is terrible and her magic skills are atrocious. At this point, Amy decides to admit that she did it on purpose. After all, a student who starts out poorly and gradually develops is much more interesting. Amon realizes that this makes sense, and he no longer worries about Ray, since he knows that he will not drown. He also doesn't worry about Chloe and Boris, who are having trouble with something. Still, Eamon believes it's time for his sister to start showing her abilities. He even decides to lie that other teachers notice her slow pace of learning. The girl promises to try harder, and our hero is confident that one day she will understand his intentions. But Amy believes that she is doomed, since this is indeed her true ability. She decides to ask others for advice on how to better remember subjects. Boris offers her magic scrolls and a tonic for insomnia, and Chloe an iron core for a heavier sword. And Ray takes out his doll and asks if the girl has any questions for him. But she turns to Lastianel, who tells her that he is the best in his studies only because he is a dragon. After this, the fencing instructor announces that today the children will have self-study. Amy realizes that it seems she has no other choice. She decides to do things her own way and takes out her fan to attack. After this, she stands over Professor Lenny, who is sleeping peacefully in her bag. Meanwhile, the students begin training on dummies in full swing, and Amy uses her fan to achieve the desired result. The girl simply waves it over the professor and asks how the wind is. Lenny is delighted with the student's actions and calls her very good. Amy knew it would work, and the fencing instructor would no longer dare to complain about her. During a magic lesson, the girl also decides to use this trick and gives the professor a bottle of wine. And in math class, Amy raised her hand to ask Professor Kai to explain the problem again. After these steps, the girl manages to create a good impression of herself in front of all the teachers. After some time, she meets her brother and doesn't know what to expect from him. But Amon praises his sister because the teachers speak well of her. After this, M decides to ask his brother what his secret is to being so smart since childhood. After all, he became a history teacher at the academy, although no one taught him this at home. Amon explains that this only looks like an achievement at first glance. In fact, the family lands and title will go to the eldest Aim, and he and his sister will have to cope and live in this world on their own. Therefore, Amon tried to do everything in his power for the sake of the future. He studied the theory of magic until he remembered everything his father taught him. After this, he explains to his sister that hard work always pays off. Amon then says goodbye to Amy as he needs to prepare for class, and the girl decides that she should try to start studying after all. After this, the professor ends the next lesson and asks to remember the material covered. Before the students leave, he notices their unity. They all became very close and found common topics for conversation. Even Chloe got along with his sister, and they have a lot of fun together. But in fact, the girl decided to make friends with Amy, since she is a relative of Professor Eamon. Meanwhile, the boys also don't believe that they are really friends. That's why Ray is very happy that he has a real friend in the form of a doll. At this time, Lastianel wonders if people really project themselves onto dolls that look like them. Boris even grabs his head, as he has to communicate with a dragon and a guy who talks to dolls. It was an ordinary day when the boy thought that he was the only normal student at the academy. After some time, Kai comes into the teacher's room to see Professor Eamon. He reports that the headmistress asked him to come to her office. After this, Amon learns the incredible news that they have a new teacher. He runs as fast as he can to the headmistress's office and is happy that they will now have a full complement of teachers. This way, they can begin recruiting new students, which was interrupted by the spy. In a matter of seconds, our hero finds himself in the headmistress's office and asks to see the teacher. At that moment, he sees a girl in front of him who is chewing a flower because of a terrible desire to smoke. Amon learns that this is the same granddaughter of Diana, who behaved more civilized last time. Anariel greets our hero, and he notices that he and his deputy look somewhat sad. The headmistress has serious doubts about whether they should hire this teacher, so she called Eamon to get his opinion as the head of the department. The professor explains that he sees no problem with this girl, as he has already met her once. Anariel asks Amon to look at the future teacher again and repeat these words. Fiora at this time does not mince words because everything is not going the way she wants. Not long before this, her grandmother suggested that she get a job at the academy. After all, my granddaughter has always had a talent for science, and Amonis is an excellent place for this. But Fiora is outraged that her grandmother sent a letter of recommendation without even consulting her. But Diana continues to insist on her own, and expresses a desire for her granddaughter to become friends with Professor Eamon. But the girl refuses to work at the doomed academy, and wants to make her own decisions in her life. However, the grandmother explains that Amonis has a great future, and she wants to do everything in her power for her granddaughter. Fiora tries to support her grandmother and is confident that she will last another 100 years as a swordmaster. Diana decides to manipulate tears and the fact that working at the academy is her last wish for her granddaughter. Fiora promised to go to the interview, and the headmistress offered her to start working tomorrow. The girl was stunned by such an offer and didn't even have time to refuse. And the headmistress has already accepted the new teacher into the ranks of the academy. Although she only came for an interview, Fiora decides it would be a shame on her family if she turned down the job once she was hired. In that case, she decided to make it so that they would simply want to fire her. After this, the girl spits and gets saliva on her dress. Then she starts swearing because she ruined an expensive dress. She is terribly ashamed of behaving like this, so one can only hope that she will be fired quickly. Although such behavior may affect her family's reputation, no one will believe it. At this time, Eamon decides that in front of Diana, his granddaughter tries to behave civilly. Our hero makes an attempt to befriend Fiora and extends his hand to her, but instead of a warm welcome, he receives a strong bite from her. Fiora can't wait to finally get fired. At this point, Eamon declares that they will not be able to work with this girl. However, Anariel says that she still wants to hire this teacher. At that moment, not only Eamon was in shock, but also Fiora herself, who had staged this performance. Our hero tries to dissuade the headmistress, since the entire teaching staff is already worthless. Fiora heard these words and was hurt that Eamon thought she was so stupid. However, this is the only way to return home and not work at this academy. While Eamon tries to convey common sense to Anariel, she clings to the girl's origins in the Pandorian family. Even the deputy agrees to hire Fiora, as she likes her straightforwardness. To irritate Amon, she adds that this lady is exactly what the academy needs. Bresla sniffs the girl and she begins to like the smell of menthol cigarettes. At this point, Fiora gives in and explains that she is not actually a bully. In this case, the headmistress is even more ready to take her. And then the girl has one last trump card left. She explains that she is a heavy smoker and puffs on a cigar. Even though it seems disgusting, Fiora has no other choice. Since Anariel is against smoking on the academy grounds, this should work. But the headmistress says that experienced teachers need to guide Fiora on the right path. She decides to entrust this to Professor Eamon, who is clearly not thrilled with the copper-headed elf's idea. After this, Anariel puts a seal and hires the girl. Thus, Fiore failed to achieve his dismissal. The girl no longer had any hope of returning home. However, she is not the only one who is worried about the current situation. Together with Eamon, they really want to go home and escape from this academy. The next day, Eamon teaches a lesson to the children, but they are constantly distracted by extraneous sounds. While our hero is explaining the topic, someone keeps coughing. Fiora's throat was already starting to hurt from trying to imitate the hooligans who smoked and coughed. At this point, Eamon can no longer stand it and asks the girl to be quieter. She asks permission to spit, but the teacher refuses her permission. After the lesson ends, the elder Lenny notices strange behavior in our hero. Amon, meanwhile, is chewing flowers and reports that he has realized something. Lenny acts like an aristocrat, and he regrets that he did not notice her nobility. The instructor decides that Eamon decided to borrow money from her in this way. But in fact, it is because of the new teacher. She spits and complains all day long that she wants to smoke. However, during Lena's lesson, the girl behaved quietly and modestly, and Eamon explains that he is in fact acquainted with Diana Pandorian. She's taken in this little toothy fellow, and he'll be chopped to pieces if he tries to teach the girl a lesson. But the problem is that in Diana's presence, her granddaughter behaves very well. At this moment, Lenny begins to smile, as she clearly has something in mind. The next day, the girl gives another fencing lesson. In all this time, only Eamon saw Fiora as a hooligan, and Lenny behaves especially aloofly with the new teacher and does not pay attention to her. However, The instructor approaches Fiora and asks her not to hide her true nature. Diana's granddaughter is upset that she will have to pretend to be a hooligan here again to get fired. She thanks Lenny for her understanding and starts spitting. The instructor praises the girl for her sincerity and says that she likes to see Fiora like this. But in reality, Lenny did it in order to have connections in the Pandorian house. During the magic lesson, Marion first notices the new bully. He immediately offers her a drink to establish contact with the girl. Fiora gives up alcohol to anger the teacher and get him fired, explaining that it is her weakness. Marion is upset because he really hoped that the hooligans liked to drink. However, instead of getting angry, the teacher promises to help her become a real bully. At this point, Fiora can no longer stand it and snatches the bottle from Marion's hands. The drink turns out to be especially strong, and the teacher promises to find something to eat with it. Meanwhile, Eamon still can't stop thinking about Diana's granddaughter. In such an environment at the academy, he again wants to get out of here. At that moment, the elder Ramdam rushes past him at high speed. Aman decides to see where the teacher is rushing off to in such a hurry. Our hero looks into the teacher's room door and completely loses his temper. That bitch Fiora even went so far as to drink all of Marion's booze. Meanwhile, Eamon runs out of the flowers he was chewing on to relieve stress. Our hero turns to Kai and reports that Fiora is completely out of control. The boy almost gives himself away when he explains that Pandorian never behaved like that, so he promises to look after the girl, who is very ill from drinking alcohol. Seeing her, Kai begins to think that he didn't know Fiora very well. After this, Eamon's trust grew, since he was now personally convinced that the girl was dead drunk, and Fiora can't believe that she has reached such a level of dismissal. It looks like she'll have to confess everything and break the contract herself. Fiora goes to the director and explains that she is not a hooligan and is ready to pay a fine for breaking the contract. However, before this, the headmistress asks the girl to listen to a message from her father, Duke Pandorian. When she was still a child, she and her father often walked in the garden of the mansion. Then the Duke asked his daughter to always keep her word and honor her agreements, because the honor of an aristocrat depends on every word spoken. Father taught that it is the duty of every nobleman to bear responsibility until the very end. And now the Duke understands that his daughter has not yet reached the required level, but he hopes that the academy will definitely teach her wisdom. After this, the man asks him to forgive him and disconnects the connection. Since Fiora's father personally asked her to stay at the academy, the headmistress is looking forward to working with her. At this moment, the girl was completely stunned by the failed plan. She did so much to get fired, but in the end, she got hired. After this, the headmistress informs the teachers that Fiora's behavior was just an act. Marion is annoyed, as he was very happy to meet his drinking buddy, and Eamon is very glad that the girl turned out to be a normal person. But while he was thinking this, Fiora pounced on him and began to bite his head. Grandma sent her here because of this Amon, and now he is the root of all her troubles. And our hero starts screaming and explains to everyone that the girl is, after all, a bandit. He asks to remove her from him, but none of his colleagues sees the need for this. Now, Amanus Academy finally has 5 teachers. Our hero and the headmistress are discussing new brochures that are due to arrive in less than a week. During this time, Anariel asks Aman to finish the remaining work. The headmistress explains that fieldwork is currently the top priority. The exam involves clearing a dungeon of illusions, but the children should be able to handle it without any problems. For this reason, Anariel invites Eamon to go to his home, but our hero has a better idea and decides to visit the headmistress's homeland. Aman is confident that this will be a wonderful experience for teachers and students. After this, the teacher notices that the headmistress has actually thought about this option. She can't be given a chance to refuse, so Eamon decides to ask other teachers for their opinions. He offers Marion to try the excellent dew-based drink in Anariel's homeland, and Lenya's teacher entices him with the opportunity to sleep on the world tree. Even Kaya agrees to go and see this for the sake of the future of the Empire. Although Fiora is happy to visit the Kingdom of the Elves, she responds to Amon insolently, since no one asked her opinion anyway. Thus, our hero informs the headmistress that most of the teachers want to go to her homeland. Anariel realizes she has no choice and asks to organize field training at Eamon's home next time. Thus, after a short time, all members of the academy find themselves in the Kingdom of the Elves. Chloe looks with interest at what she sees for the first time in this place. She doesn't understand what kind of things are crawling on the tree, and Eamon calls them snails. After this, our hero asks Anariel why there are so many snails in the city. He clearly doesn't understand the aesthetics of the elves, but he is happy to visit this kingdom. Meanwhile, each of the teachers is preparing for why he came here, and the students still don't understand what they can do here for their education. They look with interest at everything in the kingdom they have found themselves in for the first time. Fiora, however, continues to be hostile towards Eamon and wonders why he is targeting her. Our hero never managed to understand why the girl hated him so much. Luckily, at this moment, the headmistress distracts everyone by clapping her hands. Anariel asks everyone to pay attention to her and shows her house. While she decides to start with the arrangement, Eamon notices the danger. Our hero rushes to the aid of the headmistress and asks her to be careful. At that moment, Anariel sees someone's powerful blow fly past her face. Some elf is angry at the headmistress for daring to return after running away from home and refusing marriage. She delivers a powerful blow to Anariel's head to punish her. However, judging by the state of the headmistress, the elf attacked someone else. At that moment, all the teachers froze in place in shock. The children also can't believe what they just saw. Even the elf herself understands that she missed and hit the wrong person. Professor Eamon finds himself on the ground, motionless. After a while, everything calms down and Lini finally fulfills her wish with sleep. And the elf begins to stare at our hero and think about something. Aman doesn't understand why this woman is looking at him like that. Then she tells Anariel that choosing a person as a partner will not be easy. But the headmistress explains to Mom that she and Eamon are not at that level yet. In any case, the woman is glad to see her daughter as 40 years have passed since their last meeting. Her father went to the Mother Forest 10 years ago and promised to return soon. Aman decides to take an interest and asks what this place is. Anariel explains that the High Elves live in the Mother Forest. This is a branch of elves who are born with incredible amounts of mana and a connection to spirits. Most likely, they are chosen by the World Tree, and the High Elves become the rulers of the kingdom. After this, Eamon suggests that Anariel's parents are High Elves. However, the girl explains that in their family, she is the only High Elf. Our hero cannot believe that the headmistress has such abilities. All this time, he imagined her as an ordinary, copper-headed elf. Besides, why is she running an academy and not an elf kingdom? Anariel explains that because of her young age, her father took the throne and she thought that Eamon knew about her abilities. After all, one exchange of glances should have been enough for the teacher to understand everything. Eamon asks not to say such a thing, as it may give the impression that they have a good relationship. Anariel thought that all the other teachers knew about her origins, but Marion was also hearing about it for the first time. The headmistress is shocked by this and decides to conduct a survey among the other teachers. She finds Lenny, who was also unaware that the headmistress was a High Elf. Only Kai knew about Anariel's origins, but he did not talk about it so as not to give himself away. After this, the headmistress felt unwanted and uninteresting. But Eamon extends his hand to the girl and explains that the academy is a place for study. So now everyone has learned something new about the headmistress and the elves during this trip. However, our hero begins to feel embarrassed when Anariel begins to look at him with such eyes. At this moment, children appear, riding on a fast unicorn. Along with them rushes a herd of animals, which the boys mistook for ordinary horses. Aman finds himself in the path of the unicorns and doesn't know where to go. At this moment, the horn of one of the animals appears right in front of his eyes. Luckily, our hero escaped with just a slight abrasion on his forehead, but he never knew that unicorns were so loving that they were ready to lick his. Anariel explains that the animals like the teacher, and the children are delighted with the entertainment. However, Eamon's sister shares her brother's feelings, as she had just washed her hair in the morning, which now ended up in the unicorn's mouth. After this, Anariel approaches Unico and says that she is very glad to see him. Now the headmistress finally looks like an elf who can talk to animals. At this moment, the girl tells Eamon that they need to go somewhere. There is a special all-star snail race today, and they must attend this event. The winner of the last race was Hannah, and a hero from 30 years ago will be participating with her. Aman decides to run away from the headmistress, as snail racing has been enough for him for a couple of lifetimes. Finally, our hero feels relieved, as he was able to go to a quiet place. There's clearly something wrong with these elves, because a normal person would never root for snail races like that. After this, Chloe informs the professor that there is some noise coming from the tree. He asks the girl not to look at this horror, but Boris finds something more interesting. The boy sees a twisted honey nut in front of him and asks permission to eat it. Eamon goes to meet the child and takes out Princess Anariel's guest token to buy 20 nuts. After all expenses are recorded on the headmistress's account, Boris can enjoy the treat. The boy is delighted with this taste, along with the rest of the students. However, Ray is more interested in the elven-style fried grasshopper legs. Our hero didn't think it was possible to eat a grasshopper until he saw this huge leg. He clearly wouldn't want to meet such a huge insect in his life. After this, the children happily switch their taste buds to the fried leg. Raymond feeds the grasshopper not only to himself, but also to his favorite doll. Aman also decided not to refuse such a delicacy, and is pleased with how their field training is going. At this moment, our hero begins to hear some noise nearby. He turns his head and sees the bully Fiora attacking the elf. Eamon asks her to calm down and behave like a human being for at least one day, but the girl explains that she cannot be calm when a war has begun in the Empire. After this, a newspaper containing information about this tragedy falls to the ground. Our hero is stunned by this news and cannot believe what is happening. So the fieldwork was interrupted, and the teachers who had returned to the academy gathered for an urgent meeting. The Empire was invaded by an army from the Gunther Islands, which consisted mainly of pirates. Since ancient times, they have set their sights on the fertile lands of the continent. Reinfeldt explains that no one took the pirates' declaration of war seriously, and the attack came as a surprise. Lenny never thought that the Island Alliance would have enough strength to fight the Empire. Kai explains that the pirates took advantage of the confusion caused by the failure of the Bellslime exploration, and their elite Kraken troops are quite strong and have a sword expert and above. Amon reports that a few Imperial soldiers could easily defeat this army. But the teacher is told that the pirates decided to attack anyway because the mother of the Krakens has appeared. Amon can't believe it, as she only appears in legends. After this, Reinfeldt informs the headmistress that he is leaving to fulfill his duty as a Knight of the Empire. He also adds that an emergency volunteer recruitment center has opened in the city. Reinfeldt hopes that his colleagues will not abandon the Empire in this difficult hour. Amon understands that teachers are not obliged to participate in the war, but he cannot ignore the situation either. At this point, Lenny announces that she is not going to go to war. At the same time, the girl tries not to show how much her hands are shaking. In this case, Kai decides to ask our hero's opinion about voluntary participation in the war. Trying to make money for him is a real war, and there is no point in retreating just because a real one has begun. It also gives you a small chance to make a name for yourself and advance in your career. Our hero firmly declares that he is going to war, and hears the sound of a fist hitting the table. Marion becomes very angry and tells her colleague that he is not going anywhere. For some reason, the magic teacher is categorically against Amon's sincere desire. Our hero decides to find out why he is suddenly trying to stop him. At this moment, a huge stream of magic is directed towards the teacher. Amon manages to dodge, and does not understand why Marion is so angry with him. After this, the elder explains that he knows the young man's strong desire to succeed in life. But the only time young men should go out onto the battlefield is when the enemy has a sword at his throat. Therefore, he asks our hero not to make the same mistake as the drunkard he sees in front of him. At this time, Fiora feels that the atmosphere has become tense, and the prince realizes that the consequences of the Great War still affect Marion. Amon thinks seriously about what the professor told him. However, after this, our hero explains that Marion is completely wrong. When the teacher was a child, his father brought him to a neighboring town. There, Amon first learned about the existence of delicious white bread. He had not seen it before, since he only had rye at home, and he hastened to share his discovery with his father. The child pointed out to the man the display case where the very same white bread was located, and then a nobleman's son passing by told them that they were beggars. That day, our hero's father bought him a loaf of white bread, and he still remembers its taste. Although Eamon can now afford this bread, he still does not want to limit himself to it. There is no enthusiasm or passion in it, but only calculation and the desire to achieve success. Marion listens to the teacher silently and does not say a word to him. After this, he also silently gets up and leaves the conference room. Amon doesn't understand what suddenly came over the magic instructor and why he's so unhappy about his departure to war. After this, a deathly silence falls over the entire hall, and an eerie atmosphere appears. Our hero decides to break this silence and asks why Marion left. At this moment, Lenny, with tears in her eyes, hands Eamon a box of chocolate. The teacher thanks the girl and says that he will still go to war, and he asks the headmistress Anariel to take care of the academy during this time. After this, Kai promises to help our hero in any way he can, but Eamon does not understand how the younger one can help him, and he remembers that he must hide his origin. After this, Bresla asks if it is time to finish the meeting and go eat. Anariel becomes furious and demands that his deputies stop talking like that. That same evening, Marion goes to a secluded place on the lakeshore. As always, he stocks up on bottles of alcohol and drinks straight from the bottle. Amon finds the professor, who has already managed to get quite drunk. Our hero notices that this drink looks more expensive than what he usually drinks, and Marion says that he can't drink any crap when they are about to go to war. After this, they both take a sip from the bottle and decide to talk. Marion informs that as a mage, he will serve with the battle mages, and Eamon will command the volunteers. The professor asks our hero to remember every face, Otherwise, he will later see images that have lost their shape, and this will happen to the teacher both in dreams and in reality. Aman now realizes that no one drinks alcohol for the taste, but Marion refutes this version and pats our hero on the back. The professor asks our hero to try to take care of himself. Aman thanks the elder and wishes him the same. After that, they decide to have another drink, and our hero promises to hit the professor even harder when they return. So 2 teachers from the academy went to war, and those who remained missed them terribly. Boris even decided to support Amy and promised that everything would be fine with the teacher. And Lenny even stopped hearing the students and became immersed in her thoughts. She worries about her brothers who also went to war. After this, the instructor ends the lesson and praises the children for their good work. And instead of a magic lesson, the kids have free time. There is no teacher in the classroom, and the children decide to do their own thing. But suddenly, Kai appears and asks the boys to sit down at their desks. Senior Ramdam and Amon are absent, so he will replace them in the magic and history lesson. Today, the teacher starts a topic that seems boring from the very beginning. This is a very long and boring lecture, capable of putting a mammoth to sleep. Meanwhile, our hero leads a whole squad of warriors. They are not accustomed to such a load and are afraid of dying before the battle even begins. But Aman explains that their opponents are the troops of the Mother of Krakens. However, the warriors are confident that the commander of the doomed academy will not be able to give them a future. At this moment, one of the knights rushes at full speed with urgent news. However, for a moment he freezes in place at the sight he sees. The knight sees a knife in the captain's hand, which he wants to use to cut the rope with the warriors. But the man asks not to waste time on this, since the commander is gathering all the captains. After this, everyone gathers at the camp organized by the Empire. The commander of the Combined Volunteer Detachment, Count Salmon, addresses the captains. There are a lot of leaflets lying on the ground in front of him, and stunning news is heard. The Count announces that from this day on, the war with the pirates is over. Previously, Amon had only 3 dreams of success in his life. His first dream was born in childhood, when he wanted to become a dragon slayer. But on his way, he met an elder who had no home and whose tribe was constantly hunted. Amon's second dream was to become a teacher and achieve success through his students. And the last time he wanted to become a war hero and achieve great things. However, this also did not come to fruition as the war ended. At this moment, one of the warriors approaches Amon and informs him that they are ready for the party. Who would have thought that Her Majesty's army would achieve such a triumph? It was she who taught the Emperor's swordsmanship and was the Grand Master. After the death of the Mother of the Krakens, the alliance of the Gunther Islands had no prospects. Even in this situation, each member of the Emperor's family strives to drink the blood of Amun. At first, His Majesty withheld the reward for the tournament and did not give the teacher any gold. Then he often got into fights and mocked our hero in every possible way. He even prevented him from becoming Diana's student and behaved like a little capricious child. Amun continues to chew on the Kraken mother's meat and cannot believe that all this is happening to him. He is ready to cry from resentment and sadness, which is immediately noticed by other warriors. They start laughing at our hero, who is very depressed. The warriors are amused by the fact that the captain used to boast that he was not afraid of anything, but he need not worry, as some warriors are also afraid of war. The knights advise Amon to let off steam and not hold back. After this, our hero begins to cry loudly, and the knights support him. But no one knows that any grief of Amon is connected with the Emperor, who does not allow him to achieve success. Meanwhile, Kai continues to replace our hero in history lessons. The children can't wait for Professor Amon to return to the academy. At this moment, our hero hears Kai's approaching footsteps. The door to the office opens, and the teacher will soon start the lesson. Our hero hears Kai giving his boring lectures again. While the younger one is telling the story, the children look in a completely different direction in surprise. They are so stunned by what is happening that they cannot utter a word. At this moment, the children notice the professor in a sleeping bag lying on the table. The children completely forget about the lecture and ask the returning teacher to tell them about the war. Aman reports that everything is over and he is completely fine. Even though the kids notice changes in the teacher's behavior, the most important thing is that he is alive. Meanwhile, our hero continues to give his meager lecture. At this moment, he stumbles upon information where Amonas XI was in a duel with a nobleman several times. Then he hit Count Drake without any serious reason, and as a result of the counterattack, both his legs and arms were seriously wounded. Aman saw this in his family chronicle and decides to deal with it. Meanwhile, a torrential rain begins to fall over the academy grounds. Anariel is not at all happy about this weather, as she had hoped that there would be no rain. Aman wonders if the headmistress is going somewhere, but the girl is worried that all their finished brochures will get wet. However, Amon is no longer at all happy with these leaflets, as he has realized his situation. After all, no matter how hard he tries, Nothing ever works out for him. Anariel has never seen the teacher so depressed and decides to help the future deputy head of the department. The headmistress sends Eamon to her home and creates a portal for this. Our hero doesn't even have time to do anything because the elf simply pushes him and leaves him no choice. Meanwhile, even the Arma Mountains are hit by heavy rain. His parents received a letter saying that Eamon had gone to war. Their son went to the battlefield without even hearing one piece of good news. At this moment, the spouses hear a knock on the door and do not understand who could come at such a late hour. The father decides to open the door and check who has come to visit them. At this moment, our hero appears before them, looking like a ghost. After this, Aman is once again convinced of how strong his mother is. Our hero scared them so much that they had to hit him. The parents thought their son was at war, but he reports that it is over. At this moment, Eamon decides to find out about the good news in the family. The man begins to talk about a small village near the Arma Mountains. The village of Eden is so small that the nobles are too lazy to take care of it. Therefore, the council periodically elects the city administration through a system of tribunes and people. The good news is that one millionaire has invested a lot of money in Eden. Aman is surprised that someone could just throw away a lot of money like that. After this, the father adds that they were assigned to look after this village. The parents are planning to send Aim there as their representative. At this moment, one strange eagle is watching this whole conversation. After this, he returns and flies to the imperial palace. The eagle lands on the prince's shoulder and conveys to him the information that everything went smoothly. He promised to help the elder Aman, and now, thanks to him, his family has received Eden. The prince hopes this will bring some joy to him and his loved ones. At this time, there is talk at Eamon's estate that something is wrong with the potatoes. The parents decide that the entire batch needs to be reviewed since their son is complaining. But our hero explains that after eating potatoes, everyone immediately becomes too active. So Eamon wondered if his parents knew anything about this effect. At this point, the father asks if their son has been stuffing the potatoes with anything. If you think about it, they initially started raising her precisely because of Eamon. At that time, only rye was grown in the fields. But the son read in a book that it would be better to grow rye and potatoes at the same time. Although Aman has forgotten about it now, he insisted on it strongly as a child. In any case, the father doubts the special properties of the potatoes bought in Eden. And yet, Aman still has some nagging doubts about the activity after eating this vegetable. But since he is at home, it is worth checking the information in the family chronicle. On his last visit, Aman didn't think much about it. But now he intends to find out about the problems his ancestors had with the emperor's family. When Emperor Amonis IV spoke of Drake's shortcomings, he called him an asshole. However, when Amonis was crown prince, he treated the duke with respect. And Amonis X said about Marquis Drake that he was a sweet child. But now he is constantly capricious. According to records, at least in their youth, Amun's ancestors were friends. There is probably still a chance to fix everything and end the cycle of feud between the families. The first thing our hero decides is that he needs to make friends with the crown prince. However, Aman did not take into account that it would be difficult for him to find such a person. Meanwhile, Kai is calmly walking around the academy grounds. Barely catching his breath, Reinfeldt catches up with him and reports that they are looking for the younger one. However, Aman is not looking for Kai's teacher, but for the real Crown Prince Caius. The first thing the prince thinks is that the Elder One found out that it was he who invested money in Eden. But Reinfeldt explains that most likely our hero simply wants to know more about the prince. The teacher asks everyone about his hobbies and interests, so he will be here soon. The prince remains calm, since with such a disguise, no one will recognize him. But healing the family feud might be even easier than he thought. At this time, our hero is very puzzled by something and cannot believe it. He asked all the teachers, but no one knew anything about the crown prince. Even the representative of the house did not give our hero any answer. Aman decides to question Kai, but is not sure that a man from a simple family will be able to tell anything. Meanwhile, the crown prince waited until the evening, but the eldest never came to him. The next morning, all the teachers go to the cafeteria. At breakfast, Eamon admires the excellent taste of the food. At that moment, Kai comes up to him, with bags under his eyes from lack of sleep visible. He tells the teacher that yesterday he asked everyone about the crown prince, but never approached him. Aman can't say it's because of Kai's family, so he replies that he just didn't want to bother him with trivial matters. After this, our hero felt that the atmosphere had changed greatly. Kai continues to get on Eamon's nerves because he asked Fiora, but didn't ask him anything. You might not be able to tell by his appearance, but the younger one's family is actually from the capital. However, Kai is interested in why the elders suddenly decided to find out about the prince. Aman explains that it is personal, but they both understand that they want to end the feud. After this, Kai reports that the prince rarely receives anyone and does not like excessive attention. He doesn't even particularly like anything, so he can't talk about his tastes. Having heard such answers, our hero does not understand why Kai came to him at all. But if the prince doesn't accept anyone, is it really impossible to meet him? At this moment, Amon is struck by lightning as he comes up with a way. Our hero starts laughing loudly, which scares Chloe as she passes by. Seeing the teacher's strange behavior, she decides that this has happened to him since the war. Meanwhile, events unfold in the imperial palace. Anariel comes to the empress, who she is very happy to see. Victoria thanks the girl for making this journey. All this time, she lacked her teleportation magic, which the empress constantly used. After this, Anariel inquires about the affairs of the emperor, who still loses his temper at the mention of Belslime. And recently, the Gunther Islands Alliance has also given them problems. So Victoria and the headmistress chatted non-stop for half an hour. And even after 3 hours, they still couldn't stop talking. Only after this did the ladies notice that they were not alone at the table. Eamon looked like a pale shadow who hadn't even been offered a seat. Seeing our hero's polite behavior, Victoria is very surprised since other drakes would have already lost their temper. In fact, Eamon wanted to use Anariel to see the prince, but the empress did not make things easier. After this, the headmistress herself said that she wanted to see Victoria's eldest son. Amon is surprised that Anariel asks this so point-blank. The headmistress explains that she has never met the prince, and Victoria understands that no one yet knows the truth. But seeing Amon's desire to see the prince, she understands that her son's desire to end the feud is achievable. After this, Victoria tells the guests that she will call the crown prince. Meanwhile, Caius calmly strolls around the palace in the guise of a teacher. Already approaching the exit, he begins to use transformation magic. In a matter of seconds, the prince changes his appearance and becomes himself. Not long before this, his mother called him for some reason, but did not tell him the reason. She promised to tell them everything during a personal meeting in the third palace. But after this, the crown prince feels genuine surprise. He sees Aemon in front of him and doesn't understand what he's doing here. Did he really want to see the prince so much that he even went all the way to the palace? Caius decides not to worry, since the elders should not recognize him in his own form. After this, the prince passes by Aemon, but he seems not to notice him. Then, our hero greets Caius as if he were an ordinary acquaintance. The whole point is that the teacher mistook the prince for the younger Kai. It was worth seeing Caius's expression at that moment when something truly incomprehensible began to happen. And Aemon is already absolutely sure that it is Kai in front of him, and he does not understand why he does not greet him. He wonders why the younger one ended up in the palace and in such clothes. Caius doesn't understand at all what's going on, but decides to play along with the teacher. He admits to being the younger Kai and wonders why Aemon was in the palace. Our hero explains that he came here on business for the headmistress and notices a strange detail. On Kai's chest, he sees the insignia of the imperial family. After this, Amon looks closely at the prince's face, and he already thinks that he has been seen through. However, our hero comes to the conclusion that Kai simply belongs to a family that serves the emperor. The prince is very pleased that Aemon is not very smart in some things, and decides not to reveal himself. He confirms the elder's assumptions and explains that his straw family serves the emperor. Amon begins to pat the prince on the back and tells him that he should have approached him immediately. At this point, Caius decides to ask if the elder has noticed any changes in his appearance. Our hero explains that he is the same as always, and the prince wants to use this to prevent his mother from revealing his identity. Kai turns away from the teacher and uses transformation magic again. Then he appears before our hero in the guise of a younger brother and asks what he looks like now. Amon doesn't understand why he's dirtying his face, and the prince realizes with horror that the magic didn't work on Drake from the very beginning. Meanwhile, in the queen's chambers, the ladies languish in anticipation. The empress decides that her son is delayed because he accidentally met young Drake. After this, Victoria begins to hear someone's footsteps and sees men in front of her. Kai, in his guise, bows and greets the empress. At this moment, Anariel does not understand what the professor is doing in the imperial palace. Victoria feels her son's aura, but is surprised that he came in a different guise. After this, Caius focuses his gaze on his mother and mentally asks her to listen. The prince asks the empress to play along with him using her aura. Victoria immediately understands everything and explains Kai's appearance as help for her son. The headmistress and Aemon decide that the prince is busy and offer to visit him themselves. Since they have come all this way and ended up in the palace, it is worth getting to know it better. Caius tries to buy time and invites the guests to explore the palace. And Victoria notices the fly in her mug and says the first thing that comes to mind. The empress explains that her son is now communicating with insects, and there are some difficulties here. Even Caius didn't expect his mother to come up with such an absurdity. And Victoria continues to tell how her son deals with larvae and poisonous insects every day. Kai decides to stand up for himself and replies that His Highness does not have such hobbies. Then Victoria declares that the young man is simply protecting the prince, since he himself loves insects. Kai tries to justify himself, and at that moment, the Empress agrees with him. She adds that the two recently switched their hobby to eating insects. While the Empress was carried away by her inventions, Aman understood why the flies had disappeared from the empire, and the prince himself turned completely pale until his mother finally admitted that it was a joke. Kai decides to leave this company and says that he will be better off with insects. Meanwhile, outside the palace window, it is gradually beginning to get dark. The guests say goodbye to the Empress and are very sorry that they did not see the prince. After that, they head to the main exit, where something strange is happening. Walking along the corridors, the headmistress hears a sound similar to the growling of an angry dog. It turns out that this sound was made by the Emperor himself when he smelled Drake. Having seen his target, Amonis immediately chased after our hero. Aman decided not to tempt fate and ran away from the Emperor at the first opportunity. After this, the headmistress creates a portal and returns to the academy. Our hero is happy to move and doesn't understand why the palace is always in such disarray. In fact, Eamon even lost his desire to date the prince who eats bugs. Even though Victoria called it a joke, there's still no smoke without fire. At this time, Kai stands outside the office door and eavesdrops on the entire conversation. He heard about the distribution of leaflets, and the first thing he did was volunteer to help. But Eamon remembers that last time he folded them into airplanes and threw them away. Besides, while distributing leaflets, Kai might get hungry and eat insects. While the younger one tries to justify himself and defend himself, Anariel asks everyone to calm down. Since distributing leaflets is a one-person job, it's worth earning the right. The headmistress takes out a dartboard and darts to determine the winner. Kai doesn't understand how to play this, and Anariel decides to show him clearly. But instead of hitting the target, the elf hits Kai's forehead with a dart. The headmistress explains that this also happens, and nothing can be done about it. Meanwhile, the leaves on the trees indicate that autumn is already in full swing. Reinfeldt tries to maintain order and takes on the fight against falling leaves. His swordsmanship skills come in very handy when cleaning up the area. In a matter of minutes, the leaves are arranged in neat piles. Suddenly, Reinfeldt's piece is broken by a foot that knocks down all the collected leaves. Several gangster-looking men demand that this guy get out of their way. At this time, events unfold in the Golden Road Merchants Guild. The branch manager, Delman, is very surprised by Mr. Eamon's actions. Judging by the number of leaflets, the teacher decided to leave the academy and take up printing. But Amon explains that he plans to distribute announcements throughout the north of the continent, and that the guild has connections there. And Delman explains that they already have plenty of their own worries and important matters. In that case, Amon reminds that he recently transferred 10% of the farm's shares to the guild. Our hero thought about giving the same amount, but Delman turned out to be too unfriendly. Hearing such a tempting offer, the guild leader immediately decides to discuss all the details. And Eamon adds that on the way here, he stopped by another guild and they promised to provide full support. Delman decides to clarify that they should receive 20% of the net profit from the mango farm. Our hero confirms his words, but before that, he needs to convince one dark elf. At this moment, the men freeze in place as they hear a loud noise. They look out the window and see a thick cloud of dust rising from the academy. At this time, the uninvited guests crowded around some man. The men were shocked that their strong captain was wounded. Reinfeldt explains that the youth have become completely brazen and are attacking a security guard of this level. The men immediately apologize for their captain's rudeness and explain that he is not really that bad. After this, the uninvited guests say that they are just tourists. They came to Amur and decided to visit the prestigious academy. Reinfeldt thinks that these abnormal people have completely perverted tastes. At this moment, the guard notices that someone is hiding behind the bushes. To avoid being caught, the saboteurs explain that some of their group have scattered. The men understand that this is not an ordinary security guard, and it is even more frightening to see teachers. At that moment, Reinfeldt suddenly jumps out in front of them and asks what they are discussing. Be that as it may, he asks the guests to put their passes around their necks and follow him. The saboteurs are very happy that they managed to get inside safely. No one at the academy yet suspects that they have let the Gunther Islands Alliance get close to them. Anariel politely greets the tourists and promises to give them a tour. And at this moment, men cannot take their eyes off her beauty. While Aman is away, Anariel decides to perform her duties perfectly. The first thing she does is take guests through the nooks and crannies that are not used. The saboteurs take advantage of this moment and plant a bomb in the academy. After this, they summarize the installed dynamites, which are supposed to blow up 7 buildings. There is only one last place left, which turns out to be a doll exhibition hall. When the saboteurs enter, They are enveloped in an incomparable horror. They start screaming frantically and fall into a real panic. One of the men even decides to throw something at this terrible doll. This item turns out to be the dynamite he was supposed to save. After this, a devastating and powerful explosion occurs in the building. The headmistress and the saboteurs manage to run outside and rush away from this place. Since things have come to this, the men decide not to delay any longer. One of them takes out a red button that activates the dynamites. After pressing it, terrible explosions occur throughout the academy. The noise is so loud that Eamon is already rushing to help. Having arrived at the scene of the tragedy, our hero cannot believe his eyes. Until recently, this academy was the most prestigious, but now it is drowning in fire. At this moment, our hero hears several children's voices. The students came running to the explosion and asked if their teacher was okay. Luckily, the dormitory was in another part of the building, and none of the children were hurt. However, for some, these explosions turned out to be an even greater tragedy. Ray almost lost consciousness when he saw the exhibition hall and the doll children burning. While the boys try to calm him down, Eamon takes an interest in the other teachers. At this moment, Marion, Lenny, and the deputy, who were not at the academy at the time of the explosion, appear, and Kai reports that there was no serious damage to classrooms or dormitories. However, this positive fact does not reassure the headmistress in the least. Aman hears her loud cry and realizes that Anariel is somehow involved in this tragedy. He starts yelling at the copper-headed elf and demands that she explain everything to him. The girl explains that guests came to the academy and called themselves tourists. Aman starts screaming even louder, because after the incident with the spy, no idiot would let tourists into the academy. However, at this moment, the guard Reinfeldt takes all the blame. Despite being one of the 4 knights of the Empire, he allowed this to happen. Even if he had 10 mouths to feed, he would have nothing to say in his own defense. Reinfeldt says he is ready to take full responsibility for what happened. In fact, this is indeed true, and the tragedy could have been avoided if the villains had not been allowed into the area. In addition, the staff must take into account the fact that there was a spy at the academy recently. The academy boasts a long history, but one mistake turned into a sea of fire. After this, Aman suggests getting rid of the root of the problem and replacing the head of security. Reinfeldt never expected that Mr. Drake would come up with such a thing. The Swordmaster realizes that there is no turning back for him, and his service at the academy is ending. At this point, Eamon asks the headmistress to say at least something. The girl agrees with the teacher, since ultimately all this is done for the sake of the academy. However, Ray stands up for his grandfather and asks him to forgive him. The boy explains that Reinfeldt works at the academy to pay for his studies. Every morning, he was the first to get up and worked harder than anyone else. He did make a mistake, but Ray asked his grandfather to forgive him at least once. If Reinfeldt is expelled, he will have to live far from the world and his friends. So the boy, with tears in his eyes, asks to give his grandfather a chance. However, Eamon explains to the child that he meant something completely different. Unfortunately, everyone around already realized that our hero was simply proposing to fire the security guard. The atmosphere begins to escalate, and teachers express their disagreement with this. Marion explains that they will not find such an experienced head of security anywhere else. But the final word in this situation remains only with the headmistress. Anariel says that Reinfeldt is not to blame, and he just needs to learn from his mistakes. Therefore, the headmistress suggests that the head of security continue to take care of them. It is impossible to convey the powerful emotional swings that Reinfeldt experienced at that moment. He is very grateful to the headmistress for the opportunity to continue working at the academy. Now his grandson will be able to study peacefully and continue to live here. However, after this situation, Reinfeldt harbored a grudge against Eamon. Our hero realizes that now he looks like a bad guy to everyone. He decides to justify himself and explains that he simply took on the role of a villain to test his attitude towards the master. And now he is very happy to see that they are all one team. However, none of the teachers really believe his outright lies. Completely ignoring Aman, everyone goes to eat and start cleaning. Even our hero's sister considers him heartless after this act. Aman tries to apologize to the master whose life he just almost ruined. Reinfeldt decides to generously forgive the teacher, but only with one request. He needs Eamon to agree to become his disciple. Our hero refuses, and the enraged master demands that he take at least one lesson from him. After a strong blow to the head, the teacher even needed ice. In this state, Eamon has to attend a management meeting, even though he is an ordinary teacher. Meanwhile, Master Reinfeldt went to get the workers after handing over the villains to the guards and cannot attend the meeting. After this, Anariel shows a plan of the buildings that were blown up. All these premises were not used, but without them, the Academy's area would become smaller and the Empire's support would be reduced. Upon hearing that funding will be cut in half, Eamon proposes rebuilding everything from scratch. He had just negotiated funding from the Merchant Guild if the Academy gave them another 10% of its income. At this point, Bresla's expression changes and he gets angry that Eamon is going to hand over 20% of the farm's profits. How could he transfer the shares without even consulting his deputy on this matter? Eamon explains that Bresla has nothing to do with the farm. The substitute is angry because some teacher is reaching for her mango. After this, she begins to call upon the Prince of the Night again. Luckily, Anariel shuts her up in time and asks her to stop. At this moment, Kai brings a guest from the Golden Road Guild. Bresla takes the mango he brought and demands that he leave immediately. Delman did not expect to encounter such a frankly cold reception, and Bresla starts screaming because the head of the guild wants to take another 10% of the shares from her. After this, Delman asks if the deputy has a share of the farm's profits. Amon replies that all the shares belong to the Academy. And then Bresla begins to threaten with his connections. Delman understands that the elf will not back down, but he also does not want to lose his extra 10%. In this case, he suggests that the deputies send mangoes personally every month. On the first of every month, they will send out a box containing her share. This way, the deputy will be able to get both the money and the mango. However, Bresla is only willing to agree to 10 boxes of royal mangoes. Delman is surprised by such a number, and understands that the deputy did not want to agree from the very beginning just because of the mango. The head of the guild agrees, and our hero and the headmistress feel ashamed of Bresla's behavior. After this, the elf goes to her office and fills out the paperwork. She then hands over the completed project for funding the Academy's restoration to Eamon. Our hero decides to check and sees that the document is drawn up very competently. Apparently, Bresla's brain only switches off when it comes to food. After this, the deputy tells Amon to get lost and empties his boxes of mangoes. Our hero leaves the office and finds Lastianel right in the corridor. The boy comes closer and explains that he has one thing to ask the teacher. He heard that our hero is now busy restoring the academy. Therefore, Lastianel asks to entrust him with the restoration work. The Golden Dragons are a race that are called the rulers of the continent, and among them, Lastianel considered himself a rising star of architecture. But first, Eamon asks the boy to demonstrate his skills. Lastianel activates his magic, and an ordinary stone begins to float in his hand. After this, a huge column appears that reaches up to the sky. Amon assessed the strength of the created column and inquired about the cost. Lastianel explains that there will be no costs if the existing debris is used. After this, Amon gives the boy the work plan to look over. Lastianel agrees to 70% of this amount in gold. Of the remaining 30%, Amon will have to give 10 to Bresla, and the rest will remain his. Meanwhile, Reinfeldt thanks Rommel for his time. He is the best architect of the Empire and a friend of the head of security of the Academy. Rommel assesses the situation and reports that Amonis is in terrible condition and that it will not be possible to reuse the wreckage. At this moment, Reinfeldt hears a familiar and recently unpleasant voice. After all, this is the same Eamon who tried to get him fired. After this, Reinfeldt introduces the teacher to his architect friend. Amon bows to such a guest and reports that he saw the Pampira lighthouse built by him. However, the unhealthy color of our hero's face seems strange to Reinfeldt. Amon had no idea that the poor old man knew such a person and decided to rely on Lastianel. The first thing our hero asks is whether Rommel is satisfied with the payment. The architect generously agrees to be paid only for the materials. But Eamon considers this unfair to him. While our hero tries to protect Rommel's reputation, the chief of security tries to shut him up. After this, Lastianel reports that the teacher has entrusted the restoration work to him. He even names the payment amount as 70%, and everything becomes clear to Reinfeldt. The swordmaster can no longer withstand such impudence and strikes Eamon with all his might. After all, he is such a young teacher, and he is already planning to appropriate someone else's work. Reinfeldt decides to punish Eamon for his greed and show him how useless money is. Our hero starts arguing with the master and gets into trouble again. At this time, Rommel and the dragon stand to the side and try not to catch the eye of these two. The architect switches to the boy and asks if he is ready to take on such a big project. After this, Lastianel shows the man the calculations, which he considers ideal. Rommel can't believe this boy did all this himself. But in fact, all the calculations were done by Bresla, whose ear even started itching at that moment. And Lastianel says that he can use the debris and they won't have to spend money on materials. But Rommel doesn't believe this, as all the stones are badly damaged. The boy decides to demonstrate how his magic works. After this, a huge building emerges from the destroyed rubble. Rommel's mouth fell open in surprise, and he couldn't understand how this could have happened. Lastianel explains that everything is very simple, since he is a dragon. He calls himself a proud descendant of the Amaranth clan of Golden Dragons, and the architect decides that the boy is not himself. But Rommel decides to ignore this, since most geniuses are eccentrics, and the boy's skills are quite real, if not for one small detail. The architect tells Lastyanel that this style was popular 500 years ago. If you think about it, the dragon hasn't left his cave for 400 years. It turns out that he is behind the times and does not know new technologies. While the builders are planning new buildings, Renvelt continues to punish Aemon. They didn't even notice how Rommel and the dragon had already planned all the buildings. At this time, new guests appear on the threshold of the Amonis Academy. The young man is very happy that, as the third son of a provincial nobleman, he will get into the academy. The men came here after distributing leaflets, but saw an ominous ghost school. They all decide that they have wasted their time and turn back. At that moment, Amon runs out after them and asks them to stop. People are shocked by the sudden appearance of a ghost in the ruins and run away with all their might. Following Amon is Reinvelt, who has not yet finished teaching our hero good manners. Seeing the beaten man and the demon-like master, the people began to flee even more quickly. Amon is disappointed because the new teachers did not like the state of the academy. Our hero can't wait for Lastyanel to restore the buildings. However, instead of building, the boy destroyed a perfectly good building. Amon decides to gently ask why he did it. The dragon explains that this is an outdated style and everything needs to be torn down to build anew. Moreover, decorating buildings with pure gold is currently in trend. Therefore, the boy assumes that he will have to use all the costs in the estimate. However, in this way, Amon loses his 20%. He is even more disappointed and doesn't even know why all this happened to him. At that moment, the sky above the academy was covered with thick, dark clouds. After this, our hero begins to feel raindrops falling on him. He finds himself on the ground near a destroyed building in a heavy downpour. After some time, the destroyed buildings were restored by Lastyanel and Rommel, and stability gradually began to return to the academy. One day, our hero ran into Fiora on school grounds. At first, he didn't pay any attention to her and simply walked past. However, at that very second, Amon decides to ask if this was really the girl's doing. He comes very close to her, and the atmosphere around becomes truly gloomy. At the academy, everyone treated Fiore with warmth and kindness. One day, she asked the children if they liked their lunch. They were delighted with the food and decided to ask the teacher's opinion in response. Not long before this, the deputy had been pestering Fiora and asking her about food. The girl said that everything was very tasty, but it was too much for her alone. Every time Fiora sits down at the table, Bresla sticks to her and doesn't let her eat properly. After this, the children finish their conversation with the teacher and go to their fencing lesson. The girl breathes a sigh of relief as she is finally alone. However, all this time our hero is watching her closely. After some time, Amon finds the girl sleeping on the table. Starting tomorrow, she officially starts work and should already be preparing for classes. Fiora explains that she is ready for everything and drives our hero away. After this, the girl begins to be overcome by obsessive thoughts. She is so confused that she can't figure out what she wants. Marion found a drinking buddy in her, and Lenny learned to sleep in a bag. Fiora didn't initially plan to become a teacher, but she feels more comfortable here than at home. After this, she meets Marion and decides to ask if he is preparing a curriculum. The magic teacher loudly explains that this is not necessary, since the teaching does not provide answers. After some time, Fiora goes into the forest and tries to find the elder sloth. At this moment, the fencing instructor is sleeping peacefully in his bag. Fiora's head is splitting, but she urgently needs to talk to 2 more people. However, the first thing Kai did was start scolding the girl for yawning in his lesson. Moreover, she did not pay attention to his activities and spat constantly. After pointing out Fiore Pandorian's shortcomings, Kai finally takes out the curriculum manual. The girl decides to study it carefully and goes to the academy garden. Even monkeys can master these basic academic programs. But Fiore still doesn't understand anything. At this moment, Amon appears from behind and calls the girl a monkey. She already starts to scold the teacher, but he explains that he saw the brochure. He also referred to it many times when preparing the curriculum. Amon hoped that Fiora would still be able to surpass the monkey, but it seems that the girl herself cannot cope, and our hero decides to help her. He gives her a syllabus for 4 lessons that need some editing. After this, Fiora becomes curious about why Amon did this, but before answering, our hero decides to ask a counter question. He wonders if Fiora is pretending to be a hooligan to avoid working at the academy. At this moment, the girl falls into a stupor and cannot answer anything. Judging by his colleague's reaction, Eamon realizes that he has guessed correctly. At this point, Fiora begins to beg the teacher to expel her. After this, our hero invites the girl to his place for a conversation. He brews her tea, to which he adds chamomile petals. Amon reports that at first glance, Diana's granddaughter did not seem like a hooligan to him, and if she really was like that, She would have been angry after he put together the curriculum, but Fiora explains that she didn't even think about pride, since Amon did all the work for her. Her grandmother simply told her to come for an interview, and the girl had no intention of working here at all. In this case, Amon decides to befriend Fiora and asks why she doesn't want to work here. The girl replies that the academy is in terrible condition, and it is strange to hire someone after the first interview. At that moment, Fiora remembers her grandmother's words, who advised her to become friends with Amon. And Amon explains that she hasn't taught classes on her own yet, and it's too early to judge her abilities. Besides, he himself believes that the teaching profession is not for him. In fact, he doesn't like either his management or his colleagues here. Amon advises Fiora to deal with the myth of the bully and promises that then the attitude towards her will change. Of course, every person would like to work in a prosperous place, but he himself wants to resolve the issue of the academy's decline and restore its former greatness. At that moment, Amon notices something rushing past him at great speed. Even Fiora closed her eyes in sudden fear. The first thing Amon does is examine the girl and ask if everything is okay with her. Then he turns around and demands an explanation from those who did this. Boris and Lastianel apologize and explain that they were just practicing magic. At this moment, Fiora evaluates our hero's attitude towards the academy. She doesn't know about the rest, but he seems to really care about this school. Maybe he really is a good person, and Fiora was wrong about him. After this, Amon again repeats that the academy is in a deplorable state, but he is working to change this and asks the girl to wait a little. At this moment, Fiora begins to feel that something strange is happening to her. For some reason, after the elder's words, her heart began to beat faster. But Amon doesn't understand why the girl doesn't react to his delightful speeches. After this, Fiora finally announces that she is willing to wait. She adds that even if it takes years or millennia, she will still wait. For Amon, it was a little strange, but the main thing was that the conversation went well. Meanwhile, events unfold in the Pandorian castle. Duke Raisbold, who is the head of the family, hopes that his daughter is doing well. The man is worried that Fiora might fall back into her bad habit. Meanwhile, the girl asks the headmistress to extend the introductory period. Fiora explains that she still has a lot to learn and wants to observe a little longer. Anariel considers this a wise idea and suggests studying with Professor Amon. After all, his appointment was the most valuable event during his time at the academy. After these words, Fiora's face changes, and she tells the headmistress that it's time for her to go. At this time, the professor himself enjoys the variety of dishes in the canteen. He is pleased to see that Fiora is actually a normal person. Just as Amon was about to relax, he heard a strange noise nearby. At this point, Bresla starts chasing Fiora and asks her to leave her some lunch. Our hero decides that he should not interfere in this situation. However, the deputy sees the meat on Amon's plate and switches to him. Together with Fiora, they find themselves trapped by the voracious Bresla. At this moment, Amon covers the girl with his body and throws his plate of food to the deputy. Bresla's attention shifts to the meat flying through the air. After this, Amon asks if Fiora is okay. He explains that the deputy may be intelligent, but when it comes to food, her brain fails. Our hero decides to talk about something else and asks how Fiora's first lessons went. But the girl says that she extended the introductory period because she needs to help a person she respects. After this, Fiora adds that this person is our hero. She kneels before Amon and extends her hands in respect. Fiora's gaze shows her determination to serve her teacher. And our hero decides that, as the eldest, he must discipline her. Amon says that in work there is no concept of wanting or not wanting, since you just need to do your job. Therefore, he demands that she cancel all extensions and start classes. After this, our hero watches Fiora's reaction and doesn't know if she will listen to him. The girl immediately agrees and promises to talk to the headmistress, and our hero asks her to wait. Amon doesn't understand where such changes in her behavior come from. It was as if she had gone mad, since she was ready to immediately fulfill his demands. Our hero decides to test the girl and asks her to sit at the table and eat. Fiora obeys Amon, and after that, he orders her to stop eating. Even after this, the girl turns out to be docile, and our hero begins to like it. He crosses his legs and feels completely satisfied with the situation. Amon is pleased with himself, as he considers himself a genius of discipline. 3 days later, Fiora is already serving our hero his favorite chamomile tea without question. Amon asks if the girl doesn't want to drink tea either, but she refuses and cites her schedule. Meanwhile, other teachers observe this situation and feel sorry for the girl. The moment they are most shocked is when Amon asks Fiora to bring him a handkerchief. Marion doesn't understand at all what happened to his drinking buddy, and Kai doesn't seem surprised by the behavior of the girl from the Pandorian family. This family has always been a faithful servant of the imperial dynasty. Their loyalty is passed down from generation to generation, and they tend to show blind devotion to those they respect. If the prince's father had known that in Fiora's case it was the elder Aemon who became the prince, he would have been shocked. Meanwhile, Kai simply watches as the girl closely monitors even the elder's diet. Even if we take into account that we are talking about the Pandorian family, this is still too much. Even Aemon himself feels that being a loyal subject is not quite what he dreamed of. It starts to feel burdensome when Fiora follows him everywhere. She not only follows him like a shadow, but also monitors all his actions. But if Aemon gives up all this, he will look like a bad guy. In any case, he doesn't know what this strange girl is thinking. The next day, the headmistress decided to invite Aemon to her place. But before letting our hero into the office, Fiora carefully wiped the door. Only after her hands began to shine did she allow Aemon to enter. After this, the headmistress reports that they have been sent compensation for the failure of the Bellslime Wasteland Development Project. But that's not all. And Anariel asks Amon to look at one more project. Fiora snatches the paper from the headmistress's hands and personally hands it to the headmistress. Our hero no longer pays attention to such things and begins to discuss the cultural festival with the elf. Anariel explains that this is a tradition and asks the teacher to read on. If the academy recognizes their achievements, they will be presented with a special additional award. Our hero agrees that with the grant to hold the festival, the students will have a good memory. After this, he asks Fiora for her opinion, and the girl replies that she supports Amon's opinion in everything. Anariel decides to discuss one more issue with the teacher, but Fiora immediately snatches the documents from her hands. She again hands the paper over to Aemon personally, even though no one asked her to do so. After this, our hero sees a project to invest in a strange black substance. Anariel says that if they receive additional funding, she will invest in this area. Amon disagrees with the headmistress's choice, as even he could have come up with a better name than oil. Anariel explains that if this liquid is processed, fuel can be obtained. Amon and the headmistress begin to argue, each presenting their own compelling arguments, and Fiora continues to observe the situation, and her expression changes. The headmistress insists and assures that such an investment is the best thing that can be done for the academy. At this moment, Fiora rests her foot on the chair Anariel is sitting on and calls her a big-eared person. The girl rudely demands that the headmistress stop there. She reports that Mr. Aemon has a lot of other problems. Anariel looks at Fiora in surprise and notices something strange in her eyes. This look definitely means that the girl hates her very much. But why did Teacher Fiora suddenly start looking at her with such contempt? At this moment, Aemon joins the situation and asks the girl to pay attention to him. He explains that she is wrong now and he will not tolerate disrespect towards the director. But Fiora doesn't agree with him, since the headmistress constantly invests money in bankrupt businesses. By doing this, she breaks the elder Amon's heart and puts the future of the academy in jeopardy. Moreover, there is a strange painting of a winning snail hanging in her office. Fiora demands that she be removed in order to maintain the academic atmosphere. It had been a long time since Aemon had heard anyone speak with normal logic, but the main thing in the academy is the hierarchy, which Fiora clearly does not adhere to. At this rate, the deputy director and then our hero could soon become an object of contempt. Amon decides to put an end to the insubordination and demands that Fiora stop such behavior. He explains that the authority of the academy director is not something that a teacher can neglect, and if Anariel promotes some ideas, then it means there is a deep meaning in it. After this, Fiora asks the headmistress for forgiveness and explains that she did not understand her intentions. Anariel also begins to apologize and says that she is also to blame. Amon sees how low the girls bow their heads to each other and offers them to sweep the floors with their hair. After this, our hero says goodbye to the headmistress and decides to inform everyone about the festival. And Anariel at this time is glad that the professor took her side. She holds the investment contract in her hands and believes that Aemon has approved of her idea. The elf enjoys investing so much that she is happy to put down another seal. Although Aemon had already left the office, at that moment, for some reason, goosebumps ran down his spine. After some time, our hero decides to discuss Fiora's behavior with his colleagues. They meet Marion in the toilet, and the magic teacher confidently informs her that the girl likes to drink. In principle, this is similar to what our hero heard from other teachers. One day, he scolded Lenny for sleeping during class and setting a bad example. The girl even woke up from surprise and asked Aemon to be quieter. She explains that Duke Pandorian is actually very strict. Therefore, all family members control every muscle of their body to serve the emperor. Fiora didn't have time to rest with such a workload, so Lenny gives her the opportunity to rest during her classes. And Kai has no idea how a girl from the Pandorian family turned into a hooligan. Meanwhile, Aman comes out of the restroom and runs into Fiora at the door. The girl brought him a handkerchief, and our hero froze in place from shock. Aman starts screaming and explains that following him to the toilet is too much. This situation and what happened in the director's office is already beyond all bounds. Fiora begins to feel sad and explains that she just wanted to help the elder Amon. Our hero is already beginning to think that it would be better if he and the girl continued arguing. At this moment, a brilliant idea about how to fix everything is born in his head. Fiora's lazy behavior may indicate that she has tasted freedom at the academy. Then there is a chance to make her a normal person again if you let her out of the cage. After this, Aman has a serious conversation with the girl. Our hero invites Fiora into the garden and decides to get straight to the point. He informs that from now on, the girl no longer needs to serve him. At this moment, Fiora cannot believe that she is hearing these words. She starts to cry and thinks that this is Amon's way of driving her away. But the teacher asks to listen to him until the end and crosses his fingers behind his back. He then explains that an adult aristocrat of the empire is not so weak as to be taken care of. He asks Fiora not to be upset, as he is ready to continue to support her. Besides, they still have a wonderful relationship between the elder and the younger. The way the girl followed him was also an example of decent behavior, but at the same time, he asks Fiora to remain herself and come out of the shadows. At this moment, she experiences severe shock and cannot believe what is happening. All her life, she lived with the feeling that not a second could be wasted. To properly support the emperor, it was necessary to use all forces. Fiora has been trying to keep up with learning and etiquette since childhood, without having the opportunity to take a break. But ever since she arrived at the academy, she felt something new. Here, the girl encountered a comfortable and informal atmosphere. For the first time, she felt the warm sunlight under the trees and the clear sky above, and the children's ringing laughter made Fiora's life especially bright and rich. All this means a freedom that the girl never had. Aman sees Fiora's tears and thinks he said something wrong again. But the girl calms him down and explains that she is actually happy.